Under a dark night sky, two hooded figures approach a mansion.
A man in a vest wonders who would visit at such a late hour. He refuses them entry, stating the facility is at full capacity. The hooded woman pleads for shelter because she has nowhere else to go.
She presents a silver medallion to the man through the gate.
Seeing the token, the man pauses and considers her request.
The woman holds out the engraved silver medallion. The man opens the gate and instructs them to follow him inside. The white-haired boy gazes up at his mother in silence.
The hooded mother looks back at her child as they walk.
The man says he will detail the rules and fees the following bring.
He turns to leave, expressing his frustration with the late hour.
The woman repeatedly thanks him while the boy watches him depart.
She tells the white-haired boy to sit down in their room. The woman comforts the boy, acknowledging his difficult journey.
The boy stares back with large teal eyes.
She struggles to maintain her composure while speaking to the play.
She encourages him to rest and wait for others to arrive. The woman gently strokes the boy's hack. The boy quietly agrees to try and get some rest.
As the boy sleeps, the woman sits by his bed and coughs.
A hand is shown covered in fresh, dark blood. The woman wishes for his happiness before collapsing on his bed. The white-haired boy wakes up and mumbles in a daze. He tries to wake Helen and notices blood on her hand. Discovering she is dead, the boy screams Helen's name in despair. The man dismisses the death with a look of extreme annoyance.
He complains about the trouble the death caused and questions the boy's fate.
He plans to pair the boy with another girl due to their hair. The man orders Pauline to take the boy to work starting to there. He walks away, noting that the new pairing should generate profit.
The Dongdon shelter is revealed to be a profit-driven organization exploiting children.
Pauline introduces herself to the silent, sitting boy.
She informs him that they will be staying together from now on. The boy remains unresponsive and stares downward in silence. Pauline looks at him with a mixture of sadness and understanding.
She tells him that despite his past, one truth remains.
Pauline tells the boy he must survive no matter the circumstances.
She promises him that happiness will eventually come if he survives.
Pauline invites the boy to follow her as she extends her hand. The boy reaches out and takes Pauline's hand. Pauline protects and cares for the boy while they work as beggars.
The boy reflects on how he was never lonely with Pauline's support. 5 years pass and Pauline sits alone on a park bench.
Someone calls out to Mother Pauline from off-screen.
An 8-year-old boy named Rowan waves excited Michar.
Pauline praises Rowan's hard work and invites him to sit. Rowan mentions hearing rumors that Pauline will be leaving soon.
She confirms she has found work as a maid at a mansion.
Rowan cheers her on, certain she will succeed in her new role. Pauline playfully ruffles Rowan's hair while telling him to focus on himself. Pauline smiles warmly and thanks Rowan for their 5 years together. Rowan reflects on how Pauline always protected him from bullies and vagrants.
Rowan tearfully struggles to congratulate Pauline on her better opportunity.
Rowan sobs, lamenting that everyone he loves eventually leaves him behind. Pauline firmly tells the crying boy to look directly at her. Rowan stares up with tear-filled green eyes as Pauline comforts him. Pauline reassures Rowan that he will soon see how much people love him. Pauline sheds a tear while instructing Rowan to feel his own heart. Rowan stands alone in the forest, remembering Pauline's advice about loneliness. Rowan remembers her words about opening the eyes of his heart. Swirling blue energy surrounds Rowan as he focuses on his inner vision. Rowan's eyes glow blue as he begins to perceive the shimmering world. Rowan marvels at the beautiful world and feels his family's presence. Rowan realizes he is truly not alone as the energy envelops him.
Rowan cries tears of relief and vows to never forget Mother Pauline.
A year later, Rowan stands among busy workers at the shelter.
Rowan wonders how Pauline is faring at her new job after a year. Rowan works alone among the other children as they are ordered to line up.
A supervisor's encouraging words echo as the group begins their daily work. Blake, the District 1 supervisor, places a friendly hand on Rowan's shoulder.
Rowan identifies Blake as the man who became kind to him recently.
Blake helped Rowan realize the light clusters he sees are actually mana. Rowan smiles contentedly as a flurry of white flowers surrounds him. Rowan recalls seeing mana around Blake and learning he is a swordsman.
Rowan notes that Blake's mana has a strangely murky and dark glow. Mana is explained as the essential source that makes up the work. People unknowingly interact with the world's flow by breathing mana in and out.
Rowan, hooded and begging, reflects on the beauty of the mana-filled world.
Rowan explains that only a few, like Blake, can cultivate mana through training.
Rowan keeps his mana vision secret because of the dangers of improper use.
Rowan's collection container is shown overflowing with coins and paper currency. Rowan thanks a woman, telling her that her heart is very beautiful.
2 women react with surprise and admiration at the boy's sweet compliment. Rowan practices perceiving both physical forms and mana trails in the crowd.
Rowan notes that he has finally become accustomed to seeing both existences.
Rowan feels dizzy from the sensory overlap just as Blake calls to him.
Blake expresses shock at how much money Rowan collected so quickly.
Rowan humbly credits his success to the kindness of the city's people.
Blake cynically warns Rowan that many people resent the success of others.
Blake instructs Rowan to report any suspicious individuals or strange sights immediately.
Rowan decides it is best not to mention his recent odd sightings.
Rowan recalls seeing strangers with unusually dense, bright mana in the streets.
Rowan observes two hooded figures with bright mana condensed in their opponents.
Rowan is startled when the mysterious figures suddenly leap away over rooftops.
Rowan watches a man pass while deciding to keep his sight a secret.
Rowan resolves to keep his ability to see mana to himself for now.
Rowan realizes his scrap metal container is full and needs a replacement. Rowan walks alone down a narrow, shadowy alleyway toward the base camp. Rowan stops abruptly, recognizing a specific and familiar mana color nearby.
Rowan spots the two mysterious figures watching him from the rooftop.
Rowan realizes he is being tracked and remains wary as he walks.
Rowan notes that his pursuers are becoming much more blatant in their actions.
Rowan speeds up, hoping to reach the safety of the base camp quicken.
Rowan desperately wishes for Blake's help as he tries to flee the sea.
Rowan runs through the narrow alley, feeling the tension mount behind him. Rowan looks up in shock as the figures trail him from the buildings.
Rowan fears he will be caught if he doesn't find help immediately.
A powerful voice suddenly calls out Rowan's name from down the alley.
Blake rushes through the city streets to assist the fleeing boy.
Blake launches himself off the ground with incredible strength and speed.
Blake leaps high into the air to intervene in the chase.
Blake scoops Rowan up and instructs him to hold on tight for safety.
Blake jumps across the rooftops while carrying Rowan away from their pursuers. Blake tells Rowan they are retreating to the shelter and warns him to hold onto the money container or risk losing his meal.
Blake asks Rowan if he understands, but the boy is completely dazed and unresponsive to the question.
They arrive at the shelter building and Blake instructs Rowan to enter first.
Blake explains that all children are being recalled due to safety issues and tells Rowan to rest in the meantime.
Blake flicks Rowan's forehead, questioning if the boy is paying any attention at all.
Blake tells the boy to pull himself together and head inside, while Rowan promises to take care of himself.
Rowan stands alone inside the doorway with his meager bag and container.
Rowan covers his mouth in a moment of quiet reflection on the day's events.
Rowan is overcome with emotion and begins to cry while remembering his journey.
Rowan recalls the feeling of being protected while carried to safety by Blake.
Rowan remembers Blake's explanation of how mana ripples when focusing strength in the limbs.
Rowan recalls how mana behaves during high jumps and decides to attempt his own training.
Rowan focuses on his breathing and begins to circulate mana within his body.
Rowan concentrates the mana inside himself, planning to use it when needed. The mana flow settles as Rowan successfully completes his internal exercise.
Rowan smiles contentedly, having successfully perceived and controlled his own mana.
Rowan feels a surge of excitement and wants to practice his new skills immediately.
The other children in the dormitory discuss the sudden and mysterious late-night recall.
The doormaster enters the room and loudly demands silence from the gathered children.
The doormaster tells the children not to worry and claims they were recalled for their own safety. He explains that supervisors are checking the districts and orders everyone to wait in their dorms quietly.
The doormaster singles out Rowan, who immediately acknowledges him.
The doormaster informs Rowan that he is being transferred and must pack his things. Rowan follows the master through the hallways carrying a large, heavy sack.
The doormaster tells Rowan to wait by the gate while he speaks to another hand.
The doormaster receives a large, thick envelope from the tall man in the suit.
Rowan watches them from a distance, wondering what the two men are discussing.
Rowan closes his eyes and focuses mana toward his ears to overhear their conversation.
The tall man questions Rowan's background as a begging child from the dormitory. Rowan listens intently as his mana-enhanced hearing picks up the quiet exchange. The tall man notes that the director favors Rowan for his appearance, which the doormaster finds understandable. The men discuss the need for safety after a recent incident involving the Union and two runners. Rowan is confused by the mention of the Union and the term runners. Rowan wonders if the men are talking about the two mysterious figures who followed him. The tall man addresses Rowan directly and orders the boy to follow him. Rowan follows the tall man up the grand staircase into the main building. The man in the suit knocks firmly on the office door.
The man calls for Amy as Rowan follows closely behind him.
They enter the office where a woman stands behind a large desk. The tall man informs Rowan that Amy will be managing him now. The man introduces Rowan and notes the boy cannot read or write.
Rowan looks nervous as the man departs, leaving him alone with Amy.
Amy asks Rowan his age and confirms his lack of education. Rowan admits he never learned, prompting a cynical remark from the woman. Amy tells Rowan she'll be his teacher and big sister in private. She notes that Rowan has a very refined face for a beggar. Rowan tentatively asks why it is necessary for him to learn reading. Amy is surprised by his ignorance and calls for a teaching session.
Amy explains that reading sessions are elite gatherings for nobles and authors.
Children who excel at reading are often selected for adoption by sponsors.
Rowan smiles warmly as Amy gives him a gentle, encouraging head pat.
The boy clutches his brown sack tightly while processing his new situation.
Amy orders Rowan to follow her out of the office immediately. Amy introduces Rowan to his new group and tells them to behave.
She assigns Rowan a bed in the corner of the shared dormitory.
Rowan marvels at having a personal closet while another boy watches him.
A blue-haired boy approaches Rowan to start a friendly conversation.
The boy introduces himself as Theo and welcomes the new arrival.
Theo introduces Noah and Hayden to Rowan as they wave in greeting.
Theo jokingly observes that Rowan looks like he has been beaten up.
Theo explains they work in the library instead of begging in streets.
Rowan is thrilled about working with books as the group welcomes him.
That night, Rowan lies awake in his new bed, staring upward.
He vividly remembers Pauline's presence and the warmth of her protection.
Rowan drifts off to sleep, feeling that his deepest wish has finally come true. A transition shows time passing through the change of seasons.
A bright spring morning signals a new chapter in his life.
Rowan, now more refined, closes his book in the library room.
Teacher Amy instructs Rowan to bring her the book he finished today.
She reviews a stack of children's stories Rowan has recently mastered.
Rowan notices a cold, piercing expression on Teacher Amy's face. Amy promotes Rowan to read adult-level novels kept in District 2.
Rowan is visibly excited at the prospect of more challenging reading material.
District 2 contains the shelter's most advanced collection of literature for adults. Rowan anticipates finding many interesting secrets within the vast library archives.
Rowan browses the shelves of the massive library, looking for something new.
He stops suddenly, his attention captured by a specific old volume.
Rowan discovers a book detailing the history of the Grafton Kingdom and the Union.
Looking at a map, Rowan realizes how isolated his home really is.
The text explains how the king established a peacekeeping organization after a war.
The Union is described as a force for peace for 2 centuries. Rowan wonders if the members of the Union are all kind people.
He questions why Blake fled if the Union is truly a peaceful group.
Rowan sees an illustration of a hooded runner similar to those he saw.
He learns the shelter and Union have a hostile, secretive history.
Rowan stares intensely at the book, wondering what secrets are being hidden. Rowan reaches for a book on the high library shelves.
Rowan finishes cleaning the library while multitasking his internal mana trading.
Rowan stops to reflect on his recent progress in controlling mana.
He finds that circulating mana while moving his body is manageable. Rowan recalls his earlier static training while begging in the cold.
He notes his core has changed, allowing mana breathing while moving.
Rowan wonders why his mana density remains thin despite his training. The deputy director calls for all the children to assemble immediately.
The deputy director and her assistant prepare to select the day's participants.
The woman announces that the selection for today's recital will begin. The deputy director evaluates the children's condition to make her choices.
Theo and Lily are excited to be selected for the upcoming event. Rowan is startled when the deputy director calls his name as well.
She explains that he won't read today because he is a beginner.
She instructs Rowan to simply observe the atmosphere of the recital.
Rowan politely bows and thanks the deputy director for her consideration.
The assistant orders the selected children to change clothes for the reception.
Other students grumble about the unfairness of Rowan's quick advancement.
Rowan's friends are stunned by his refined appearance in his formal suit.
The assistant leads Rowan to his assigned seat at the reception table. The selected children sit poised at a long, elegantly set banquet table.
The assistant warns them to straighten up as the guests arrive.
Several noble women enter the hall to participate in the reading session.
Lady Caroline is visibly shocked to recognize Rowan among the children.
Rowan recalls the noblewoman's kindness during his time as a beggar.
Lady Caroline is moved by the memory of their first encounter.
Rowan greets Lady Caroline and expresses gratitude for her past help.
Lady Caroline explains Rowan's background to the surprised deputy director.
Rowan offers a gentle and charming smile to the noble guests.
Lady Caroline praises Rowan for becoming even more lovely since winter.
She enthusiastically requests that Rowan perform a reading for the session.
The deputy director permits Rowan to read a single chapter as a trial.
The noblewomen wait with captivated expressions for Rowan to start reader.
Rowan feels an unexpected surge of emotion while reading the text.
Rowan focuses intensely on the words of the book before him.
He reflects on how difficult it is to control his emotions now.
Rowan delivers a romantic line of dialogue with a soft, captivating voice.
The noblewomen are completely mesmerized and flushed by his performance.
The audience is deeply affected by the emotional weight of his delivery.
Rowan focuses on carrying his mana through his voice as he reads.
He maintains a professional composure while the audience listens in awe.
The guests are moved to tears and sighs by his enchanting voice.
The physical impact of his mana-infused voice mesmerizes every guest present.
Rowan finishes the chapter while the group remains in a stunned silence.
Lady Caroline declares the reading to be truly beautiful and gracious.
Rowan bows and promises to be even more prepared for tomorrow.
Rowan returns to the library and reflects on his mana flow training.
He searches the library shelves for books that might aid his progress.
Rowan finds a book titled The Meaning of the Castle in the stacks.
A man looms behind Rowan as the boy discovers the mysterious volume.
Blake startles Rowan in the library, commenting that it's the right age to start exploring new interests.
The red-haired man mentions hearing about Rowan's successful sponsored reading and admits he came just to see his face.
Rowan asks if the man was on duty, and Blake explains he has simply been quite busy lately.
Blake crouches down and explains he is going to deal with those who previously harassed Rowan alongside the managers.
Rowan smiles at the thought of the union, confident those troublemakers will be handled once Blake gets involved. Blake holds the boy's face and expresses his disappointment at being unable to attend the reading scheduled for tomorrow. Looking into the man's eyes, the boy recalls a book suggesting that Blake is likely a villain.
As Blake playfully stretches the boy's cheeks, Rowan wonders if he should actually consider him a good person.
A vibrant graphic signals a sudden and playful physical interaction.
The boy rubs his sore cheeks as the red-haired man pulls his hands away.
Rowan hides behind his red book, noting that he will likely be performing readings more frequently from now on.
Blake stands up to leave, reminding the silver-haired boy to stay careful and continue doing his best.
Poking the red book, the man laughs while warning the boy not to waste his energy on trivial matters.
Blake says goodbye as he steps away from the bookshelf area.
The atmosphere darkens as Blake meets with a hooded figure, the scene focused on their connection to the Union.
A thought bubble wonders what a clash between Masters of Mana would actually look like.
Rowan stands alone in the vast library, looking toward the exit with a contemplative posture.
A close-up reveals the boy's serious expression as he processes the weight of his situation. Holding his book, Rowan imagines Blake and the hooded man, questioning his own strength and ability to face them. Glowing blue mana begins to emanate from the boy's hands as he focuses his internal power. Radiant energy surges through the air with a powerful visual effect. The surge of power accidentally rips the red book in half, leaving Rowan to lament the unfortunate waste.
Rowan kneels on the library floor, looking down at the destroyed book with visible regret. A hand knocks on a wooden door as a voice calls for Rowan to enter.
Entering the office, Rowan asks the deputy director why he was summoned to see her. The red-haired deputy director sits behind her large desk, looking completely exhausted and overwhelmed by her duties. A group of women gathered behind the desk demand that Rowan be the main reader for the day. The women loudly insist that Rowan should read alone to avoid any other unnecessary voices from interfering. They continue their aggressive demands, leaving the deputy director in a state of visible distress.
Tears well up in the deputy director's eyes as she promises to try her best to accommodate them. Back in the room, the deputy director explains the situation and Rowan agrees to try, earning her praise as a good child.
The deputy director gathers the children to announce that a special reader has been chosen for a rare occasion.
She announces that Theo will be the reader, leaving the blue-haired boy in a state of complete shock.
The woman encourages the rest of the children to congratulate Theo on his new responsibility.
Rowan offers his congratulations while privately thinking he expected to be chosen for the role himself. Theo smiles warmly, telling Rowan that his reading skills are so good he will surely be sent somewhere pleasant soon.
A man in black leads Theo away toward the bright, sunlit garden as the other children watch him go.
Rowan and the girls watched from the window, noting Theo was a good kid even if their longing for him was brief. A close-up shows the boy's eyes widening as he realizes something about the nature of their departures.
Rowan stands before an audience of seated women, reflecting on the inevitable nature of longing and unspoken truths.
The deputy director informs Rowan he must perform readings in both the morning and afternoon, which he notes is twice in one day.
She sighs and explains that while it is difficult, the demand to hear him read is simply too high to ignore.
Rowan smiles and expresses his happiness that everyone enjoys his work before trailing off with a lingering thought.
Sporting a pair of cat ears, Rowan claims reading One Piece left him emotionally drained and asks for a break outdoors.
The deputy director grants him permission but strictly warns him not to wander beyond the backyard area.
The boy walks out into the sunlit garden, leaving the building behind as he finds a moment of peace.
Rowan visualizes the points in his body's anatomy, drawing internal paths for mana to flow through like blood vessels.
A brilliant light pulses within the center of the boy's mana-mapped body as he initiates the energy flow.
Arcs of mana lightning surge above the building, illustrating that moving energy requires a truly strong will.
Whew, the boy catches his breath, questioning if his own physical body is the bottleneck for his mana concentration.
Rowan reminds himself to stay calm and not be impatient.
He remembers Blake carrying him while the Union retreated in exhaustion.
Rowan reflects on his progress while practicing his mana accumulation techniques.
He wonders if he can manipulate external mana as his own.
Rowan studies in a room filled with other young academy students.
He contemplates if mana can be given physical weight and form.
The boy focuses his energy while overlooking a vast forest landscape.
Rowan smiles as a leaf glows and floats within his paw.
An announcement declares that Lily has been chosen for a reading.
Lily is shocked as her peers applaud her special selection.
The children congratulate Lily and wish her a healthy future ahead. Lily approaches Rowan hesitantly, prompting him to ask what is wrong.
Lily blushes while others gossip about Rowan being ignored for selection.
Students suggest the director keeps Rowan because he is highly profitable.
Lily looks at Rowan with a deeply worried and conflicted expression. Rowan asks Lily to repeat herself, but she quickly dismisses him.
Lily runs away crying, leaving Rowan completely baffled. Well, that is one way to end a conversation.
Lily's friends tease her as Rowan reflects on his potential future.
Rowan dreams of exploring the world and finding mana accumulation clues. While practicing, Rowan notices the dormitory supervisor acting suspiciously outside.
Rowan recognizes the supervisor standing near a gate with another man. He notices the mana dimming as a man collapses in pain.
Rowan approaches as the supervisor helps the injured man up.
The boy calls out to Eager, who looks back with tension. The supervisor asks what happened while the man blames the union.
Rowan realizes the union is involved as the supervisor spots him.
The supervisor orders Rowan to return inside and forget this encounter.
Rowan stands alone, sensing that something is very wrong at Academy.
Teacher Amy suddenly cancels the afternoon readings and dismisses the students.
She ignores their confusion and sternly orders them to their durance.
Rowan notes the strange situation before Amy calls out his name.
Amy places a hand on Rowan's shoulder with a grim expression.
She informs the surprised boy that he has a special reading.
Rowan prepares himself by adjusting his formal tie and Academy uniform.
He thinks of Amy's strange behavior while getting ready for departure.
Amy repeats the command for Rowan to prepare for his reading.
Rowan notes that her expression is entirely different than her usual self. He connects the cancellation to the supervisor's incident with the union. Rowan walks through the Academy halls with a sense of foreboding.
Amy remains silent and focused as she leads Rowan away.
The boy calls out to Teacher Amy while following her read.
Rowan remains convinced that a serious event is unfolding at shelter.
Amy reacts with surprise and hesitation when Rowan speaks to her.
She directs Rowan to continue following her down the quiet hallway.
The two walk along a path through the Academy's outer grounds.
They arrive at the shelter annex as Amy announces their arrival. Rowan stares at the building with a growing sense of apprehension.
He senses that the annex is filled with dark, murky mana.
The supervisor welcomes Rowan and urges him to enter the building.
Rowan enters while noting the increasingly strange expression on Amy's face.
Pauline opens the massive doors to reveal a bright, glowing horizon.
Rowan enters the dark, windowless building, noting its oppressive and eerie atmosphere.
Hearing Pauline's doubts about their plan, Rowan resolves to stay extremely vigilant.
Rowan enters the ritual chamber where Eager instructs him to begin reading. An ornate book waits on a chair for Rowan to begin reading.
Rowan sits down, clutching the book as he prepares for the task.
Sensing an immense mass of mana, Rowan looks toward the dark pit.
Rowan prepares to start the reading as the man exits the room.
Sitting alone, the boy begins reading while sensing the invisible, massive energy.
Rowan's voice carries through the chamber as he reads about sudden honesty.
He reads through a flurry of intense emotions that manifest visually around him.
Arcs of blue energy surround Rowan as the reading begins to affect him.
Rowan realizes with horror that the pit is actively draining his internal mana.
He determinedly focuses his will to prevent the pit from taking his power. Rowan hopes for the union's intervention while Eager guards the chamber door. Seeking control, the boy decides to absorb the ambient mana and direct it.
Intense magical energy surges as Rowan focuses on controlling the mana flow.
A brilliant pillar of blue mana erupts around the boy in the ritual room.
Rowan realizes he must prolong the reading to buy more time for himself. Outside, the sunset glows as Rowan concludes that the union hasn't arrived.
The silver-haired boy remains seated, continuing the lengthy reading in the empty hall.
Outside, the suspicious directors wonder if the fruit has finally ripened after so long.
Growing impatient, they decide to investigate the ritual chamber immediately.
Rowan senses the directors approaching and realizes his time is running out.
A loud impact echoes as Rowan wonders if he has bought enough time.
The boy's eyes widen as he confirms the arrival of the group.
Eager uses a heavy statue to blockade the doors against the incoming directors.
Insulting his comrades, the man rushes down the hallway away from the door. Rowan stands up in surprise as the group heads toward the basement area.
Looking into the abyss, the boy wonders what secrets lie in the basement. A violent blow strikes a man's face, sending him reeling in pain.
Eager accuses the fleeing directors of guilt as a dark energy fills the staircase.
Rowan discovers a gruesome tree made of human bodies illuminated by candlelight.
Staring in utter shock, the boy realizes the horrific nature of the tree. A close-up reveals a girl's face on the tree with a blade embedded.
Overwhelmed by the grotesque sight, Rowan looks up with a terrified expression.
Dark, swirling energy surrounds Rowan as he thinks about Pauline with great distress.
Eager aggressively confronts a man, labeling him a traitorous rat during the chaos.
Blake enters the chamber and demands to know what Eager has done. Blake questions the massacre of the directors while Eager dismisses it as a game.
Holding a shriveled fruit, Blake asks why it is in such a poor state.
Eager blames the others for the fruit's condition despite bringing Rowan to help.
Blake prepares to draw his weapon as the confrontation reaches a boiling point. Standing before the human tree, Blake watches as Eager holds Rowan.
Rowan recalls asking Blake why he was a swordsman without a visible sword.
Blake explains to the young Rowan that his sword was needed elsewhere temporarily. Covered in blood, Blake retrieves the red blade from the horrific human tree.
A man reacts in surprise as a hand reaches out for the boy.
Eager firmly grabs Rowan by the head as a violent red flash erupts. Blake delivers a lethal blow with his bloody blade as a scream rings out.
Rowan stands at the center of a massive blue mana eruption.
A voice asks what is happening as the blue energy surges. The brown-haired man holds a sword emanating dark purple energy.
He looks on in shock as a scream echoes amidst blood splatter. Blake comments on the power of blood and Rowan's surprising mana usage.
A grim statue depicting many suffering people reaches toward the dark sky.
Rowan weeps as a gentle hand caresses his face in a memory. A hand touches the hollow chest of a figure on the statue. The monument of bodies begins to radiate with a brilliant blue light.
Swirling blue mana illuminates the dark and oppressive chamber.
Rowan remembers a past fire and questions why he is crying.
A figure stands amidst the burning ruins of a destroyed city.
The young version of the boy realizes his tragic surroundings.
A glass-like vision shatters as the boy begs for more time.
Warm, nostalgic mana begins to seep into Rowan's being.
Mother Pauline tells Rowan that true loneliness comes from an empty heart.
Bright clouds swirl as a voice asks how to look into love.
Rowan realizes his mana is a reminder not to lose what is precious.
Mother Pauline and young Rowan walk together in an eternal memory.
A voice mockingly asks if the tearful reunion has finally concluded. Blake holds a sword to Rowan's back and praises his intelligence.
The man complains that things were ruined by the incompetence of others.
Blake offers Rowan a chance to join him rather than die.
He claims it would be a waste to kill someone with Rowan's skills.
Blake discusses being assigned to a farm to manage special children.
He explains that he cultivates children to turn them into living trees.
Blake tells Rowan he will become a member of the RTEL organization.
He reveals that his leader uses black magic to change the world.
Rowan coldly asks if Blake was the one who created the statue.
Blake dismisses the question, saying he only follows the high priest's work.
The man demands a final answer because they are out of time.
Rowan firmly states that he has no intention of going with him.
Blake's expression darkens as he considers the boy's refusal. Blake strikes with his sword, but Rowan stops it with blue mana.
The man is stunned to find his sword is completely immobilized.
Rowan asks if Blake killed Pauline, and Blake questions if he wants revenge.
Rowan declares that if Blake killed her, he will not let him live.
Blake screams as a mana shard pierces him after failing to dodge.
Rowan tells the wounded man not to feel wronged by the Say.
Blake chokes on blood as Rowan says he brought this on himself. The silver-haired boy stares with cold eyes, full of resolve.
Rowan declares that he will never forgive people like the RTEL members.
The boy stands alone in the silence of the large chamber.
A sudden sound causes the silver-haired boy to look away.
Oscar arrives with Union soldiers and orders a thorough search.
Union Faith Division Deputy Commander Oscar stands tall and surveys the scene.
Oscar notices the child and questions his use of telekinetic abilities.
Rowan explains he isn't from RTEL and taught himself to use mana.
Oscar finds the claim impossible but notes the boy is not lying.
The deputy commander asks the mysterious silver-haired boy for his name.
Rowan introduces himself and identifies Oscar's unit as the Union's elite division.
Oscar observes Rowan's calm demeanor while suggesting they move outside and asking Rowan to retrieve his floating blade.
Oscar is shocked by Rowan's immense mana as a report about the ritual site is initiated.
A subordinate informs Oscar that the grotesque tree statue was created within the last 2 years.
As the investigation continues, Rowan gazes at the horrific monument of petrified children. Echoes of the children's final regrets haunt the chamber as Oscar confirms he has seen such atrocities before.
Rowan asks about future missions while Oscar explains the Union's goal of eradicating these farms.
Oscar notes that Rowan's voice is strangely void of emotion for such a young child.
Rowan asks to join the Union, his determination clearly visible despite his youthful appearance.
Oscar realizes Rowan isn't unfeeling, but simply composed enough to hide his inner trauma. Oscar prioritizes the investigation and commands Rowan to follow him for further questioning. The silver-haired boy follows the commander out of the candlelit chamber in silence. Rowan pauses beside a woman's body, noticing a significant brooch pinned to her dress. Rowan retrieves the brooch from the deceased woman with a steady hand. Urging the commander to proceed, Rowan prepares to leave the tragic scene behind. Outside the facility, Oscar reviews the report stating there were no casualties among their ranks.
The final death count reveals 13 enemy casualties and 3 victims from the shelter.
Oscar commends his team after hearing that the cause of the ritual's collapse remains unknown.
Oscar asks the boy where he feels most comfortable in the building.
Rowan identifies the library as the place where he feels most at ease. Oscar decides to continue their lengthy conversation in a more suitable environment. Rowan leads the way as they head toward the library under the starry sky. In the library, Oscar observes the lack of magical texts and questions Rowan's training.
Oscar asks how a child could possibly teach himself such advanced mana manipulation.
Rowan simply claims he figured it out, leaving Oscar in a state of disbelief. Apparently, magic is just like riding a bike, if the bike was made of invisible energy and could kill people.
The boy confidently asserts his intelligence as Oscar reacts with a stunned silence. Oscar realizes the boy is telling the truth and possesses an incredible natural intellect.
Oscar requests a full account of everything Rowan has experienced leading up to this point.
Rowan remains silent for a moment as his mana shard orbits his heck.
The boy begins his explanation by recounting his initial arrival at the shelter.
The two sit at a large table in the quiet, expansive library.
Night falls outside the library window as Rowan continues his detailed story.
Rowan attributes his mysterious power to a gift from the late Mother Pauline.
Oscar listens intently, acknowledging Rowan's explanation while sitting across from him.
Oscar reflects on Rowan's feat of defeating skilled practitioners and dismantling a high-level ritual.
He notes Rowan's effortless use of telekinesis and questions how such talent went unnoticed.
Rowan shifts the topic, asking for a detailed explanation of the tree ritual.
Oscar explains it as a dark ritual that sacrifices human lives for a foundation.
A vision of a golden apple illustrates the fruit, which is crystallization of condensed mana.
Oscar shows a shriveled specimen, explaining its value for boosting one's mana accumulation.
He notes the high market value of these fruits on the illicit black market. Rowan asks about the reading sessions, and Oscar explains they stabilize the tree's quality.
Rowan recalls how the victims seem to absorb the stories with their lingering hearts.
The boy reflects on the humanity of those who were transformed into the tree. Oscar acknowledges the boy's perceptive point about the victim's remaining humanity. Rowan asks for permission to continue his inquiry, and Oscar encourages him. Rowan asks for a definition of telekinesis as his shard glows with energy.
Rowan realizes his shard manipulation is magic, while Oscar notes its unorthodox nature.
Rowan corrects Oscar about his age before they discuss his desire to join. Oscar asks why Rowan trusts the Union after being betrayed by those close to him.
The silver-haired boy admits that he does not trust them completely.
Looking away with a conflicted expression, Rowan pauses mid-thought.
Rowan smiles while thinking Deputy Commander Oscar seems like a pure person.
Oscar reacts with shock and skepticism to being called bright and pure.
Looking out at the building, Oscar notes he is good at reading people.
Oscar advises Rowan that there are qualities more vital than magical ability.
Rowan looks down in dejection as he listens to the man's feedback. Oscar quickly reassures Rowan that there is nothing wrong with him personally.
Sitting at the massive desk, Oscar explains that the boy is simply too young.
A split-panel close-up captures the mutual focus between the man and boy. Narration confirms that Rowan's magical talent is truly at a genius level.
Oscar explains that experience and years lived are vital for proper judgment.
Turning his head, Oscar notes their conversation has been relatively brief.
Oscar rubs his head while proposing a mock interview for the boy. He asks Rowan why he killed Edgar for simply grabbing his head.
Oscar questions if Rowan's judgment was clouded by anger during the confrontation.
Rowan admits to his emotions, but believes they led him to clear judgment.
Looking at his victims, Rowan notes that no one would forgive Eager. Oscar's gaze sharpens as he questions if the boy has the right to kill.
Rowan argues that his actions were a fair response to the situation.
Covering his eyes, Rowan admits he would accept responsibility for his atrocities.
Oscar asks if it was absolutely necessary for Rowan to kill them.
Looking back at the man, Rowan says that someone simply had to do it.
A brilliant and intense blue mana glows from the silver-haired boy's eyes.
Oscar looks on in silence, stunned by the boy's powerful magical presence.
Narration describes the Union as an organization formed for an essential purpose.
Vibrant scenes illustrate the peace and happiness the Union aims to protect.
Oscar acknowledges the boy's insight is far beyond what he expected.
Oscar mentions the group known as Grave and their threat to peace.
Pointing forward, Oscar explains the mission to eradicate Rattel's covert farms.
Oscar delivers the unexpected command for Rowan to go to the Union. Turning away, Oscar tells the boy to prove his skills as a member.
At night, Oscar and Rowan stand with a horse near a gate.
Close-up of Oscar's eyes as he prepares for the coming transition.
A group of Union knights, including a dark elf, waits for orders.
Oscar explains the shelter's dark collusion with Rattel regarding human sacrifices.
Narration states the Union is the sword and shield of the kingdom.
Oscar announces that they will depart for the west at daybreak.
Oscar calls for Sienna, who steps forward to receive her new orders.
Rowan notes that Sienna's flow of mana looks like a rippling mist.
Oscar introduces Rowan and orders Sienna to escort the witness to safety.
Sienna, the Knight of Faith, instructs Rowan to pack for their journey.
A bubble asks if there are any final questions before the group leaves.
Rowan asks if Sienna is an elf, and she confirms her identity.
Rowan notes that Sienna seems very bright despite being a dark elf.
Rowan apologizes for being rude while admitting he finds her meeting mysterious.
Oscar explains that Rowan's brightness is likely due to his specific bloodline.
Oscar helps Rowan onto the horse as they prepare for the departure.
Rowan offers a chibi-style farewell as the others wave him off.
Sienna and Rowan ride out together into the dark moonlit night.
A crescent moon shines brightly over a dark, quiet forest.
Rowan and Sienna rest by a campfire with their horse nearby.
Sienna offers Rowan a sheath, noting he might need it.
Rowan accepts the brown leather sheath for his magical blade.
Rowan realizes Sienna made the sheath during camp while she calls him strange.
Sienna reflects on Rowan's behavior while the campfire crackles softly.
The two sit in silence as the night passes peacefully.
Rowan happily asks to call Sienna his senior in the Union.
Sienna stares at Rowan with a silent and unreadable expression.
She tells Rowan to do as he wishes regarding the Jedel. Rowan's magical blades hover nearby while they talk by the fire.
Sienna watches Rowan closely, observing his unique and powerful abilities.
Sienna remarks that Rowan's ability is very special.
Rowan mentions Oscar called it telekinesis, but Sienna suggests maintaining that facade.
Rowan asks about his true ability, but Sienna hasn't seen it before. Sienna describes his power as direct mana control without using spells.
She explains it is an ability once possessed by ancient elves.
Rowan repeats the term ancient elves with a look of surprise.
Sienna looks at him thoughtfully as the golden light fades.
Sienna notes Rowan's extraordinary eye color must come from his parents.
Rowan stares into the distance with a look of quiet contemplation. Rowan thinks of his parents as he sits by the fire.
Sienna rides her horse through the woods during the bright day.
Sienna calls Rowan's name as he peeks over her shoulder.
A voice announces that the Union is visible on the horizon.
The pair arrives at the massive gates of the Union stronghold.
The city is divided into bustling residential and commercial districts. People gather in the market square of the prosperous fortified city.
Sienna explains how the Union is divided into separate urban districts. She explains that diverse races and various supplies gather in Barkino.
Sienna claims the stronghold is continent's most fortified, prompting Rowan's curiosity. Sienna explains the Union's military power protects citizens and checks principalities.
Rowan acknowledges the explanation with a focused and serious expression.
Sienna informs the boy that they have finally arrived at their destination.
They stand before the large wooden doors of a grand building.
The scene shifts to a sunny courtyard outside a palace.
Sienna introduces Director Lazaros of the Administration Bureau to Rowan.
Director Lazaros, a scarred man with tattooed arms, nods in greeter.
Lazarus identifies Rowan and invites the boy for a private chat.
Rowan agrees to speak with the director with a polite nod.
The two sit at a table inside a sunlit, ornate room.
Rowan thinks the atmosphere of the room is dazzlingly bright.
Rowan reflects on the director being the most intense person seen so far.
Rowan wonders how strong the scarred director must truly be.
The director reaches out across the table toward the boy.
Lazarus asks Rowan to extend his hand for a demonstration.
The director firmly grasps Rowan's hand with his tattooed arm.
Rowan's eyes glow blue as he experiences a sudden mana surge.
Rowan is shocked by the incredible precision of the mana handling.
Rowan realizes this mana manipulation is entirely different from his own.
Rowan visualizes his magical capacity, acknowledging the limits of his current understanding.
The boy admits he possesses only a fraction of universal knowledge.
A thoughtful expression crosses the silver-haired boy's face during his reflection.
The bald director asks if the brooch was taken from the shelter's deputy director.
Confirming the item belongs to him, the man requests to inspect the boy's property.
Rowan looks up at the man, hesitant to hand over his property.
A look of sudden surprise washes over the young boy's face.
Sensing their mana becoming intertwined, Rowan finds he cannot physically release the director's grip.
The boy analyzes the man's precise mana manipulation, noting the immense power in every movement.
Rowan closes his eyes, focusing all his will to withstand the oppressive magical compression.
The director maintains a knowing smile while observing the boy's reaction to his power.
Impressed, the man marvels at Rowan's ability to use telekinesis without traditional spells.
Holding the small wallet, Rowan mentally scolds himself for being careless during the exchange. The bald man examines the item thoughtfully, resting a hand on his chin.
Rowan notices a subtle shift in the director's mana as he watches the man's eyes.
Praising the boy's taste in jewelry, the director permits Rowan to ask him a question.
The man laughs, denying he is the strongest and calling himself a simple old raccoon.
Using a literal comparison, the boy explains that raccoons are much fluffier than the man.
The director lists the division leaders and commander who hold the true authority and power. Dismissing the comparison to the masters, the busy man gives Rowan a friendly head pat.
Rowan thanks the director, deciding he genuinely likes the kind and powerful man.
Standing before the ornate night gate, the boy feels grateful for joining the Union.
Sienna explains that the Union School houses children of members who are away on missions. The Dark Elf clarifies the school focuses on basic theory rather than secret combat techniques.
The boy's eyes sparkle with excitement at the prospect of school.
Sienna offers a rare, gentle smile as she observes the boy's enthusiasm.
The massive, castle-like Union School stands illuminated against the dark, starry night sky. Bathed in morning light, the grand architecture of the Union School is fully revealed.
Dressed in a sleek new uniform, Rowan is told the formal attire suits him well.
The boy asks the brown-haired woman if she is a teacher, prompting her to introduce herself.
Daphne introduces herself as the head of academic affairs and the school's language teacher.
She presents the first-year curriculum, encouraging Rowan to choose classes beyond the mandatory subjects. The silver-haired boy looks over the list of academic options with intense curiosity.
Reviewing subjects like herbology and astronomy, Rowan thinks the entire schedule looks incredibly fun.
Daphne reacts with surprise as she watches the boy mark his selections.
The teacher warns him that maintaining the pace of homework and exams will be challenging.
Rowan tilts his head in confusion, struggling to understand the woman's warning.
The boy asks why studying would be hard, leaving the experienced teacher completely speechless. Daphne agrees to share his choices with the staff and leads him to his first class. In the hallway, students in matching uniforms whisper about recent events as Rowan passes.
Rowan and the teacher enter a vast lecture hall filled with rows of seated students.
The boy looks around the massive chamber, taking in his new environment.
Rowan observes the students, sensing the presence of magical energy emanating from each individual.
He is stunned to realize that every student in the room possesses denser mana than him.
Rowan realizes his physical body is the bottleneck, while Daphne introduces him to the class.
The teacher steps aside and invites the new student to introduce himself to his peers.
Facing the large audience, Rowan finds the situation familiar to his past public readings.
A nostalgic smile touches the boy's lips as he prepares to speak.
Rowan introduces himself as a survivor from the shelter, causing a stir among the students.
The silver-haired boy offers a bright, friendly smile to his new classmates.
Daphne stares in stunned silence at Rowan's sudden presence.
Daphne scolds herself for daydreaming before inviting Rowan to sit.
Rowan climbs the lecture hall steps amidst his classmates' whispers.
The boy reaches his assigned desk, spotting a right book.
Daphne begins literature class and asks if Rowan can read. Rowan confirms his shelter education and Daphne requests to meet her.
Opening the textbook, Rowan finds the material strangely familiar.
A memory of a woman reading bizarre fairy tales surfaces.
Rowan reflects on his time back at the shelter.
He recognizes the story about a girl with hairy knees.
The boy recalls the dark details of the specific fable.
He wonders if the teacher identified with the cursed girl.
Rowan realizes he needs Amy to explain her true intentions.
Without a reunion, Amy's heart remains an unsolvable mystery.
Rowan concludes that understanding people is harder than any book. A brown-haired girl watches him with a look of awe.
The entire lecture hall erupts into loud cheers and applause.
Even Daphne joins in the clapping, completely impressed by him.
The teacher marvels at the incredible talent Rowan has displayed.
Sunlight streams through the window as the first lesson ends.
Classmates gather around Rowan, eager to speak with the newcomer. Students praise his performance as Rowan thanks them politely. The silver-haired boy is surprised as a specific girl approaches.
Sophie Povell observes Rowan closely, her interest piqued by him.
Rowan's eyes widen as he recognizes the girl's face.
A vision from the human tree confirms Sophie's future peril.
Sophie introduces herself as the class president and grade representative. Rowan shakes her hand, greeting the girl with a smile.
Sophie asks about his electives, and he mentions basic swordsmanship.
Sophie assumes he wants to join the Union like her. Internally, Rowan feels that wielding a sword doesn't suit him.
Sophie stares at him, puzzled by his lack of martial enthusiasm.
The silver-haired boy looks confused as the conversation stalls out.
Rowan wonders if he has said something socially incorrect.
The scene shifts as the students move to their next class. A group of students prepares for training in the courtyard. An instructor stands ready before a row of archery targets.
The man shouts that the session is first come, first served.
Rowan and the other students prepare for a competitive sprint. The race begins with a frantic dash across the school grounds. Students tell Rowan not to fall behind as they run. Rowan prepares his body, focusing mana into his legs. He observes that every student is utilizing mana for speed. Rowan decides to give his full effort to keep back. A massive burst of blue energy propels Rowan forward instantly. Rowan blurs past his classmates, leaving them in utter shock. The other students wonder who just displayed such incredible speed.
Sophie watches in disbelief as Rowan catches up to her. Sophie's eyes widen as she witnesses the boy's impossible acceleration.
Sophie realizes Rowan has overtaken everyone with supernatural efficiency. Overhead, the students sprint across the school's vast training grounds. Shouting for others to catch him, Rowan laughs while running. Shouts of warning and shock erupt as the boy's speed increases. Diego watches the race with a look of intense surprise.
Students marvel at Rowan's energy as he blurs past them. The instructor wonders if Rowan has prior training in mana cultivation.
Diego shouts for the students to keep running without stopping.
The students stand in neat rows before their instructor at daybreak.
Rowan finds running with mana fun, while Sophie questions his humanity.
Sophie notes Rowan finished a full lap ahead of everyone else. The girl notices Rowan does not even look tired from sprinting.
Rowan's cheerful attitude leads Sophie to think he is a ghost.
Diego addresses the class, hoping they are sufficiently rested for training. Diego Sanchez introduces himself, and Rowan politely acknowledges his new teacher. The instructor orders everyone to pick up a wooden practice sword. Diego tells the complaining, exhausted students to stop their whining immediately.
The man notices Rowan is standing still without a practice weapon.
Diego asks why Rowan has not grabbed a sword yet.
A memory of a man wielding a blade surfaces in Rowan's mind. Rowan looks down, admitting he does not feel like holding one.
Diego observes the boy's hesitation with a discerning, silent gaze.
The instructor asks the silver-haired boy if he is afraid of swords. Diego notes that approaching a dangerous tool seriously is a good mindset. Diego explains that a sword reflects the wielder's intention, urging Rowan forward.
Rowan reflects on the idea that the sword is just a tool.
Thinking of Blake, Rowan wonders if he would dislike staffs too. Rowan walks toward the weapon racks with his fellow students.
Picking up a blade, Rowan decides not to run from this challenge.
Diego watches Rowan intently as the boy prepares for the lesson. The instructor privately laments that Rowan's weak will masks his great potential. Diego announces that the class will now begin sparring in pairs. The students wait in anticipation as the instructor prepares the matchups. For fairness, Diego pairs Rowan and Sophie as the two fastest runners.
The two students stare at each other, stunned by the pairing.
Sophie and Rowan are both shocked by the prospect of sparring. Students whisper that Rowan's speed won't help against Sophie's family's swordsmanship. Diego stands ready to oversee the first match of the session. Sophie assumes a sharp professional combat stance with her wooden sword. The girl's eyes narrow as she focuses entirely on her opponent. A sudden, heavy realization washes over both students as they face off. Rowan notes that Sophie's stance is as solid as a rock.
The boy realizes he no longer feels the unpleasantness from earlier.
Rowan wonders if Sophie's stance represents the pinnacle of good swordsmanship.
A foot slides across the dirt as a student shifts position.
Rowan decides to use this opportunity to learn everything he can.
Both Diego and Sophie are stunned by Rowan's sudden change in demeanor. Rowan adopts a perfect stance suited for both offense and defense. Sophie finds it impossible to believe Rowan is holding a sword first. Determined, Sophie refuses to lose another competition to the new boy. Gripping her weapon, Sophie vows to win for her family's pride. Rowan effortlessly dodges Sophie's swing with incredible agility. Sophie asks Rowan if he dodged her sword as she prepares her next target. Sophie targets the chest and shoulder, but Rowan defends perfectly. Sophie attacks the head, but Rowan remains completely composed. Sophie trembles in silence as she realizes she is outmatched. The duel continues with a blur of high-speed wooden sword exchanges.
Rowan halts his blade mid-air before instructor Diego commands a stop.
Rowan looks at his opponent with a neutral, slightly confused expression. Sophie gasps for air, completely shocked by the boy's prowess. A student thinks that the sword had already stopped even before teacher Diego's command. Sophie thinks that Rowan read her sword path in advance and wonders how far ahead he can see. Sophie bites her lip, unable to process the gap in skill.
The two students stand facing each other as the match ends.
Rowan smiles brightly as he accepts the conclusion of the match. A student asks Rowan if he thought his sparring was pretty good today. A classmate tells Rowan he was born with incredible talent for swordsmanship, but Rowan insists his wins were just luck. Sophie thanks him for the kind words and suggests they try again next time.
A brown-haired student mentions she is glad the next class is basic magic studies.
Rowan asks why magic class is considered a break time and if hard work is needed for the union. The red-haired boy and pink-haired girl look at Rowan with total confusion.
The red-haired boy says the teacher is amazing, but explains that learning magic is difficult and asks if Rowan meant Arthur.
The classmate asks Rowan if he really doesn't know anything while Rowan looks puzzled.
A caption explains that the person teaching basic magic studies is the former Honor Division commander.
The text identifies the teacher for the upcoming magic lesson as Arthur.
The scene shifts to a large, ornate lecture hall for magic. Students whisper to one another as they wait for class to begin. The door to the grand magic lecture hall creaks open wide.
Teacher Arthur enters the hall while the students sit in silence.
Sophie whispers for Rowan to remember what she said earlier about Teacher Arthur.
A caption identifies Arthur as the Dean of Magic for the class.
Rowan thinks that Arthur's mana is denser than the director's and wonders how strong the union's best is. Rowan introduces himself to the class, saying he will be attending starting today after Arthur mentions the new student.
Arthur identifies himself as the magic teacher while looking at the boy. Arthur mentions magic studies might feel like a boring time to the students.
Rowan says he wants to become a magician and join the union.
Arthur laughs and tells Rowan that he is a child with an extraordinary spirit.
Arthur asks Rowan if he knows the path he wants to take is longer than swordsmanship.
Rowan realizes that Arthur's words explain why the other students reacted strangely earlier.
Arthur asks why Sophie isn't answering the question about the difficulty of magic.
Sophie explains that mastering magic requires vast knowledge and puts a great burden on the mind and body.
Sophie adds that even with talent, it takes 10 years to be recognized as a Class 1 magician.
Rowan thinks that a Class 1 magician cannot be a direct fighting force and would only be a provisional member.
A visualization appears of a figure in the Union as Rowan thinks.
Rowan tells the teacher that he should master Class 3 magic before graduation.
Arthur asks Rowan if he knows what Class 3 is when he says that.
Rowan scratches his face and admits that he doesn't know much about magic.
Arthur says he will teach Rowan why the Union uses swordsmanship and why magic is for truth.
Arthur writes various runes on the chalkboard as part of his lesson. Arthur presents a fire arrow spell and asks if anyone can notice what is wrong with it. Rowan thinks the spell is similar to what he saw around the pit and the treat.
The magic instructor tells his students that initial failure is expected.
Arthur explains that even complex-looking fire spells are essentially basic magic.
The man claims that truly advanced magic is currently beyond imagination.
Runes and glowing energy swirl across the grand lecture hall ceiling.
Rowan looks upward with a look of intense, wide-eyed fascination.
The boy feels the magic seems unstable and prone to melting.
Arthur warns that spells are extremely sensitive to minor magical mistakes.
The instructor gestures broadly while explaining the risks of mana drainage.
A massive, swirling pillar of fire erupts within the training hall.
3 female students shout in amazement at the powerful fire demonstration.
Arthur emphasizes that finding mistakes requires reinterpreting the whole magic spell.
The teacher demonstrates a fireball while describing the resulting physical overload. Arthur asks why magic has more limits than traditional swordsmanship skills.
Sophie explains that weapons are more efficient for mana to aura conversion.
The brown-haired girl adds that magic places great strain on casters. Narration explains that magic's power correlates to the magician's inherent strength.
A visualization shows a powerful figure representing the pinnacle of magic.
Rowan realizes his low mana concentration makes powerful magic very difficult. The boy wonders if studying implementation processes can overcome his limits.
Arthur asks Rowan what is required to manifest the current magic.
Rowan guesses that the spell on the board is the requirement. The teacher confirms his answer while clearing the chalkboard of rooms.
Arthur draws a magic circle to explain how vast information is contained.
Rowan asks about body tattoos, and Arthur confirms they aid manifestation.
The boy stares blankly at the teacher and the magic circle.
Rowan contemplates the relationship between equations, symbols, and magic circles.
Arthur is shocked as Rowan asks if incantations are linguistic conversions.
The boy reflects on how blueprints and symbols form powerful magic.
Rowan wonders if their spoken words are the final necessary language.
Arthur is stunned by the depth of a first year's magical insights.
The instructor explains that word arrangement is the core of incantations.
Arthur identifies the power of mana-infused words as a true man.
A violent vortex of fire manifests as the instructor completes his point.
Arthur details the importance of intonation and emotion during spellcasting.
Rowan finds himself deeply moved by the teacher's profound magical lecture.
The boy confirms that his interest in magic has grown significantly.
Arthur assigns ancient language homework to the visibly exhausted student body.
Sophie complains about the heavy homework load as they leave the class.
The girl calls Rowan annoying for enjoying his busy study schedule. Sophie asks Rowan for the location of his new dormitory room.
A hand points toward the second room on the first floor.
Sophie informs Rowan that he will be sharing with someone named Lucas.
Rowan spends the late-night hours studying and writing at his desk.
The boy realizes he can create personal magic by analyzing scripts. A small, concentrated flame flickers into existence in Rowan's palm.
A large swirl of fire magic erupts inside the quiet room.
Rowan successfully manifests a fireball and celebrates his solitary magical achievement.
The boy concludes that reconstructing spells is the key to progress.
Exhaustion overcomes Rowan, and he collapses onto his bedroom floor.
A mysterious person wearing white boots enters the room and pauses.
Lucas finds Rowan collapsed on the floor surrounded by magical research papers.
The red-haired boy looks down at his unconscious roommate in deep concern.
Rowan hears distorted voices discussing administrative mistakes and his grueling journey while unconscious.
Rowan slowly regains consciousness and wonders about his unfamiliar surroundings.
Lucas urgently asks the boy if he is awake and feeling all right.
Rowan sits up in bed, looking dazed and clutching his aching head. Lucas embraces Rowan in relief, explaining his shock at finding him collapsed. The red-haired boy introduces himself as Lucas von Passau, his roommate.
Lucas explains how he found him after training, leaving Rowan surprised.
Lucas reassures the boy that he simply needs rest from overexertion.
Rowan asks why the red-haired boy is so concerned for his well-being.
Lucas explains his father requested he look after Rowan, sparking further confusion.
Lucas identifies his father as Oscar von Passau, the deputy commander.
Lucas cheekily asks Rowan to tell his father how well he helped.
Rowan agrees, noting that Lucas is surprisingly friendly despite his intimidating lineage.
Lucas reveals that despite his mature appearance, he is actually 12.
Lucas explains he failed twice because he could not meet attendance requirements.
The red-haired boy admits he is not naturally gifted at academic studies.
Lucas asks if the mess was from magic as Rowan recalls his success.
Rowan admits he blacked out after manifesting a fireball, which Lucas regrets.
Lucas mentions he could assist more if Rowan practiced physical swordsmanship.
Rowan asks if the older boy is also focusing on his swordsmanship.
Rowan observes that Lucas possesses incredibly dense mana compared to his peers.
Rowan reflects on Lucas's impressive physical build and high mana concentration levels.
The white-haired boy wonders about the effort required to reach such heights.
Rowan resolves to work harder while Lucas questions his plan for school.
Lucas objects to him attending class immediately after a total physical collapse.
Rowan suggests getting fresh air, and Lucas happily agrees to skip class.
Lucas enthusiastically pushes for a day of outdoor relaxation and good food.
Rowan silently realizes the exact reason why Lucas failed his prior classes.
The two stroll through a lively town market while sharing a snack. Rowan stops as he senses a strange mana signature coming from nearby.
Rowan points toward a magic shop and expresses interest in exploring it.
Lucas agrees to accompany him to the shop to satisfy his curiosity.
The pair enters a dimly lit shop filled with various magical artifacts.
They walk through the cluttered store, surrounded by mystical bottles and tools.
Lucas describes a tingly sensation while Rowan observes the intense mana around.
Lucas sneezes from the dust while Rowan notes the item's magical density.
A sudden realization strikes Rowan as he examines the shop's expensive inventory.
Rowan stands in despair upon realizing he possesses no money for purchases.
Rowan laments his lack of personal funds while Lucas continues sneezing nearby.
Lucas asks why he looks so dejected after entering the magic shop.
Rowan admits his financial predicament, much to the red-haired boy's sudden understanding.
Lucas offers to buy Rowan an item to fulfill his father's request.
Rowan is visibly stunned and deeply moved by his roommate's unexpected generosity.
Lucas clarifies he cannot buy the whole shop, only a single item.
Lucas reveals a modest palmful of gold and silver coins for their purchase.
Lucas encourages Rowan to pick a book that will last for months.
Lucas counts his meager coins as Rowan begins searching for something affordable. Rowan wanders through the aisles, hoping to find something within Lucas's budget.
Rowan spots a mysterious dark object tucked away on a shelf.
The boy asks about the black stone egg engraved with magical symbols.
Rowan picks up the artifact, noting its murky mana and cheap price.
The shopkeeper identifies the item as a stone of geisha.
The man reaches out to take the stone from the boy.
The shopkeeper admits he forgot they even had the rare item.
The merchant explains the egg is decorative and won't ever awaken.
Rowan asks if something is sealed inside the strange stone egg.
The shopkeeper details how the item supposedly seals an unknown entity.
The man explains the basic definition of magical tools to Rowan.
The shopkeeper claims the unique seal is unlikely to ever break. Rowan is fascinated by the mention of the artifact's unique magic.
The boy analyzes the magic circle, noting its extreme complexity.
Rowan asks Lucas for his thoughts on purchasing the magical item.
Lucas approves of the choice, and Rowan decides to buy it.
The shopkeeper bids them farewell as they exit the cluttered shop.
Lucas suggests they find another spot as the sun begins setting.
Rowan wonders where they are going as Lucas leads the way.
Lucas promises to show Rowan the most impressive view in Union. The two boys reach a vista overlooking a magnificent clock tower. Lucas explains the tower serves as the prestigious Union headquarters.
Rowan asks about the leaders, and Lucas recalls seeing the captain.
Lucas describes the captain's impressive presence and white suit.
A mental image depicts the captain as a swan among crows.
Rowan admits his knowledge of the world's powerful figures is limited.
Narration explains the destructive power of a high-ranking commander.
The text describes the captain as an absolute nation-conquering powerhouse. The governor is identified as the continent's most supreme being.
A golden crown represents the ultimate authority held by the governor.
The text emphasizes that the governor's status rivals that of kings. Rowan resolves to eventually stand equal to those powerful legendary figures.
The boys stand together, watching the sunset over the massive tower.
Night falls as the pair continues to observe the grand structure.
Lucas notes the tower's visibility from across the entire school campus. Rowan notices a specific red arrow on the tower's clock face. The boy asks Lucas how to correctly read the complex clock.
Lucas struggles to provide a clear explanation for the symbols.
The red-haired boy explains that the outer band represents the year. Rowan recognizes the symbols as part of an ancient magical language. Lucas guesses the year is 262 while scratching his head. The red-haired boy realizes that the current year is indeed 262.
Rowan accurately deciphers the exact time and date for Lucas.
Lucas is stunned that Rowan can read such difficult ancient symbols. A fiery vision of the clock tower haunts Rowan's internal thoughts. Rowan realizes the burning vision shows a date 10 years future.
The white-haired boy stands in pensive silence, clutching his new stone.
Back at the dorm, Lucas tells Rowan to rest after their outing.
Lucas explains his commitment to daily training to maintain his edge.
Rowan sits alone on his bed, lost in quiet contemplation.
The boy looks down sadly, feeling the weight of his future visions.
Rowan realizes the vision might be a prophetic dream, not an illusion.
Rowan asks himself what his next course of action should be.
He wonders how he can effectively change the destined future. Rowan decides he must gather information from the scenes he witnessed. Rowan notes the clock tower was visible in most of the memories. He decides to arrange the fragments based on the clock's time.
Luminous blue fragments float around Rowan as he organizes his mind.
He reaches out to fill in the gaps in chronological order.
Rowan continues organizing his gathered life experiences to understand the future.
He focuses on recalling the visions shown by the tree.
Glowing blue wisps of energy flow through a dark, empty void.
Rowan is startled by a specific memory fragment appearing before him. He identifies a glowing blue image as representing his actual future.
Rowan looks at a memory shard with a stunned and silent expression.
Rowan's face is shown in a tight close-up, glowing with blue light.
He sees fallen comrades and calls out Sophie, Lucas, and Sienna.
Rowan clenches his fist tightly while staring at the tragic scenes. Rowan realizes he needs to know his rank at that specific time.
He searches through the floating shards for an image of himself.
Rowan looks away with a troubled and silent expression.
Rowan declares that he has finally found the specific fragment he sought.
Rowan observes a scene of a cloaked figure above a burning city.
Rowan notes that his rank badge is not visible from this angle.
He believes he should be able to change the vision's viewing angle.
A massive clock tower collapses into the heart of a raging fire.
Rowan stands amidst the destruction while a massive crack forms above.
He looks on with a calm expression and simply says, "It is good." Rowan confirms his fate as a hooded figure floats above the flames.
Intense flames and smoke fill the air amidst the city's destruction. Rowan looks around in confusion and asks himself where he is.
Rowan is visibly shaken and gripped by shock at the vision's conclusion.
A wounded version of Rowan struggles amidst the chaos and fire.
Rowan watches a silhouette reflected within a wide, glowing green eye. He gasps in shock as he witnesses the truth of his vision.
Rowan realizes with horror that he is destined to die in 10 years.
Rowan observes his future self kneeling defeated amidst the raging fire.
Rowan closes his eyes as his consciousness returns to his physical body. Rowan opens his eyes and blinks as he wakes up in reality. Rowan sits silently on his bed, processing the intense mental visions.
Rowan wonders if this vision was actually a warning from the tree.
Rowan reflects on the death of the Union causing the world's end.
He describes the tree as black magic that extracts humans into mana.
He suspects another person's will overlapped with his, causing his intervention.
Rowan stands at his desk, uncertain if the vision will come true.
Rowan decides he must create a reality different from his vision.
He flips through a book, planning to change himself first. He thinks his rank badge won't matter since it is currently unknown.
Rowan considers the option of never becoming a member at all.
Rowan considers becoming administrative staff wearing a red suit instead.
He looks at an illustration of a man within the open book. Rowan envisions himself as a powerful man wearing a white suit. Bright sunlight filters through a window as a voice calls out.
Lucas informs Rowan that teacher Daphne requested his presence at the office.
The red-haired boy questions Rowan's surprise regarding the teacher's request.
Lucas heads off to class after delivering teacher Daphne's urgent message.
Rowan stands alone, looking confused by the unexpected summons to see her.
The white-haired boy wonders why teacher Daphne wants to see him specifically.
Rowan visits teacher Daphne, who asks about his recovery after collapsing.
Rowan thanks the teacher for granting him sick leave through Lucas.
Daphne suggests that Rowan can cancel his elective classes if he needs rest. The boy insists he enjoys all his classes and wants to continue. Daphne apologizes for overworking him as they share a lighthearted moment.
Rowan flashes a bright, charming smile during his meeting with the teacher.
Teacher Daphne offers her future support as Rowan thanks her kindly.
Rowan walks through the grand hallway, heading toward his next scheduled class.
The determined boy resolves to attend every possible class throughout the day.
Rowan pushes open the heavy classroom doors to join his fellow students.
The boy steps into the room as silence falls upon the classroom.
A group of students look up, startled by Rowan's sudden entrance. The students express their sincere worry regarding Rowan's recent physical collapse.
Rowan smiles warmly while thinking about growing stronger alongside his classmates. A classmate asks if Rowan will be joining them for today's lectures.
Rowan stands before his peers, wondering about a specific favor for them.
The boy shocks his classmates by reciting their names perfectly from memory.
Rowan continues naming students while noting Lucas's typical absence from magic studies. The students are deeply impressed that Rowan memorized everyone in one day.
A girl asks why Rowan is suddenly inquiring about their class attendance.
Rowan charmingly suggests that the entire group should take magic classes together.
Surrounded by flowers, Rowan delivers a persuasive plea to his fellow students.
The students are completely captivated and immediately agree to Rowan's request.
Lucas looks skeptical as Rowan explains his plans for the upcoming class.
Rowan suggests that a change in perspective might help Lucas enjoy magic.
The boy promises to demonstrate magic directly to help Lucas understand better. Rowan asks Lucas to attend magic class just once as a favor.
Lucas looks conflicted but seems unable to refuse his roommate's earnest request.
Rowan celebrates his success while Lucas admits he can't say no. Arthur stands at the front of the room looking over his students. The instructor observes that Rowan successfully convinced everyone to attend his lecture. Arthur asks Rowan about his recovery as the boy takes a seat. Rowan confirms he is feeling much better thanks to everyone's concern.
Arthur notes that magic class has never been this lively before.
Rowan explains he wants to show everyone that magic is accessible. Arthur is intrigued by Rowan's claim and asks how he will prove it. Rowan asks for permission to come up to the lecture platform for a moment.
Arthur allows Rowan to proceed but warns him not to overexert himself.
Rowan walks toward the front of the classroom under everyone's gaze. Lucas and his classmates whisper about Rowan's unusual and fearless personality.
A side profile shows a man smiling as he observes the scene.
Narration mentions that this individual is likely the busiest person in the Union. Teacher Daphne and Oscar von Passau talk outside the crowded magic classroom.
Teacher Daphne, Sienna, and the tattooed bald man watch the students with quiet anticipation.
The three observers exchange confused looks as something unexpected captures their attention.
The bald man questions Sienna's presence, but she explains she is working on a mission. The dark-haired elf looks on pensively, pondering the potential of the young students. Oscar von Passau joins the group, admitting his curiosity about the sudden interest in magic.
The director of administration arrives, leaving Daphne wondering how so many high-ranking officials gathered.
Daphne looks deeply exasperated by the growing crowd of spectators outside the classroom. The teacher firmly instructs the distinguished guest to observe quietly without disrupting her class.
A hand pushes against the heavy classroom doors as they slowly begin to creak open.
The doors open wide, revealing a glimpse into the ongoing magical lecture inside. Daphne's eyes widen in absolute shock as a massive surge of fire erupts within.
Rowan stands at the front, effortlessly conjuring a massive, swirling fireball before his stunned peers.
The students watch in terror and awe as the boy's power reflects off a barrier. Arthur stares at the flames in disbelief, identifying the high-level spell the child just cast. The instructor watches Rowan's controlled movements, unable to comprehend the level of skill displayed. Arthur realizes that such advanced magic is far beyond what a child should be capable of. Text explains that a fireball is an advanced spell, far surpassing the curriculum for beginners. Rowan maintains the intense magical construct while the entire room remains frozen in silence.
Arthur stares at Rowan, shaken by the raw power coming from such a small child.
The instructor maintains a protective blue barrier while Rowan continues his impressive demonstration of fire.
The director of administration compares the purity of Rowan's energy to legendary holy magic.
Oscar and the bald man discuss the incredible stability and density of the floating fireball.
The bald man notes that while the spell is simple, the execution is masterful.
He explains that maintaining a fireball's heat and position requires immense concentration and control.
The group concludes that Rowan has transformed a basic spell into something entirely different.
Sienna recalls that she sensed the boy's extraordinary mana potential from their very first meeting.
The observers marvel at how a boy from a shelter could possess such overwhelming power. Rowan continues to hold the flame aloft as Arthur stands beside him, guarding the students.
Sienna expresses concern for Rowan's health, questioning if he should be exerting himself so soon.
Daphne acknowledges the elf's point, feeling responsible for the student's physical well-being. The teacher decides that Rowan must stop the demonstration before he pushes himself too far.
Sweating from the effort, Rowan remains focused on channeling his mana into the spinning fire.
The fireball roars with power as the boy struggles to keep the energy contained.
Rowan reminds himself that consistent mana supply is more vital than the size of the spell.
The boy focuses intensely on preventing the fire from becoming unstable due to his surging mana.
Rowan glances at Arthur's protective barrier, finding the structure of the defensive magic fascinating.
The white-haired boy notices a similarity between this barrier and a phenomenon from his past.
He realizes that despite the visual similarity, the underlying purpose of this magic is unique.
Rowan wonders about the outcome of a direct collision between his fire and the barrier. The boy asks Arthur about the name of the impressive defensive magic protecting the class. Arthur is baffled that Rowan can ask questions so casually while maintaining such high-level magic. The instructor quickly moves to neutralize the magical energy before the situation escalates further.
Rowan looks surprised as the intense magical atmosphere begins to rapidly dissipate.
The blue barrier and the red flames collide and cancel each other out in a flash. Sparks of light drift through the air as the magical forces are safely neutralized.
Rowan and Arthur stand on the platform together after the display of power concludes. A heavy silence fills the classroom as the students stare at Rowan in total shock. Arthur looks down at Rowan, torn between scolding his recklessness and praising his genius.
The bald man applauds as he enters the room, praising Rowan's keen sense of observation.
The man identifies the unique spell as Arthur's signature technique, the Azure Flame Barrier.
Rowan praises the name of the barrier while Arthur dismisses its importance. Rowan notes that receiving such a magnificent name is a fortunate gift. Arthur asks the boy if the magic he displayed has a name. Rowan calls it a simple fireball, but Arthur says everyone knows better. Arthur insists Rowan understands the spell's true power and incredible complexity. The white-haired boy quietly agrees with the instructor's insightful assessment. Rowan considers naming magic while Arthur worries about the boy's recklessness. The director of administration states he cannot overlook the recent dangerous performance. He questions Rowan's true intentions behind conducting such a risky magical display. Rowan explains his confidence in control and reliance on Arthur's protection. Arthur asks if demonstrating the fireball was Rowan's only objective. The boy confirms that showing the fireball was indeed his purpose. Rowan flashes a bright, happy smile following his successful magical demonstration. Rowan suggests that some students might be interested but too afraid. The boy contrasts Arthur's graduation goals with his own immediate success. Arthur inwardly acknowledges Rowan's genius while keeping his praise well hidden. Rowan continues his cheerful expression as the instructor observes him closely. Arthur reflects on whether he has been limiting his students' true potential. Rowan remains radiant and joyful after his impressive display of power. Rowan asks for permission to continue presenting magic for his friends. Rowan calls Lucas to the front, catching him by complete surprise. Lucas approaches the platform while wondering why he was specifically chosen. Rowan offers to help Lucas try casting a magic spell himself.
Rowan explains that daily training makes Lucas capable of handling mana.
Lucas remains deeply skeptical of his ability to perform magical spells.
Rowan suggests an incantation might be easier than using magic circles.
Arthur provides a complex ancient incantation for the students to repeat. Rowan recites the first part of the ancient chant with ease.
Rowan questions how a third year could be hearing ancient language now.
Lucas admits his embarrassment regarding his complete lack of magical knowledge. Rowan resolves to teach the meaning of the ancient language first.
Lucas finds the poetic description of the spell highly cringeworthy and embarrassing.
The students watch from their desks as the unconventional lesson continues. A female student looks on with a mixture of confusion and curiosity.
Rowan reacts with surprise, wondering why things aren't going as expected.
Inner thoughts express concern that the current situation shouldn't be happening. The boy wonders why the magical process is failing to work. Rowan reflects on others' inability to understand fundamental magical concepts. Rowan wonders what his next move should be in the demonstration.
The boy reflects on creating a simplified incantation specifically for Lucas.
He notes that other talented children are also unable to understand. Lucas leans in to whisper a nervous question to the boy.
Arthur places hands on their shoulders, reminding Rowan of Lucas's beginner status.
Rowan understands and asks Arthur to teach him the spell formula.
The students react with awe as something impressive occurs on stage. Arthur expresses that Rowan can also utilize telekinetic magic. Rowan stands with the officials as a chalk piece floats nearby. Rowan announces that he has finished writing out the entire sequence. Blue mana energy glows brightly as a magical manifestation begins. Glowing ancient runes cover the floor as the group observes the display. Arthur asks Rowan where he first discovered the specific spell formula.
Rowan explains he simply modified teacher Arthur's work in his own way.
Arthur notes that Rowan's approach is far more than just a simple modification.
Rowan looks down modestly as his teachers continue to analyze his work.
Arthur and the scarred man exchange a meaningful look regarding Rowan's talent.
Arthur suggests arranging a separate meeting with academic affairs head Daphne.
The scarred man thanks Rowan for his help and promises more discussion later. Sienna from the Faith Division politely introduces herself to the senior faculty.
Sienna is visibly shocked when Arthur asks her to take over the classes.
Arthur instructs Sienna to handle the class while he attends the meeting.
Another senior teacher also orders Sienna to cover his next class as well. Arthur activates a swirl of blue mana as he prepares to depart.
A massive wave of energy pulses through the grand, crowded Academy Hall.
Arthur walks away, leaving Sienna and Rowan standing in the quiet hall.
Sienna stands nervously at the podium as the large crowd begins to murmur.
Rows of seated students look on as the atmosphere in the hall shifts.
Sienna feels the pressure of the staring crowd and sighs with deep worry.
Sienna slams her hand on the desk to silence the noisy, whispering students.
Sienna announces she is temporarily taking over all the remaining academy classes.
Sienna declares that participation is mandatory for everyone without any exceptions.
Sienna begins the lecture while standing before the large, silent student body.
Sienna stares ahead with a stressed expression, wondering how to manage this. The scene shifts to an overhead view of a formal emergency committee. Committee members note that an emergency summons hasn't occurred in many years. The scarred man opens the meeting regarding the Union School's educational policy. He clarifies that Rowan's unprecedented magical talent triggered this urgent meeting.
Arthur listens intently as the committee begins to discuss the boy's potential.
Rowan recalls his success in creating a unique and powerful new spell formula.
A red-haired committee member asks if such a feat is even truly possible.
The scarred man explains that the administration must analyze this new approach.
A blonde committee member argues that age-appropriate education remains an essential factor.
He insists that even a genius like Rowan must follow the standard curriculum.
Other members debate whether a genius should receive specialized, tailored education instead.
A committee member warns that failing to adapt could result in losing Chai.
A woman questions if the union should focus only on ability during admission.
The scarred man asks if there are any other strange details to consider.
Arthur remains silent and thoughtful while the other members continue their debate.
The committee brings up the possibility of Rowan having significant character issues. Members discuss the gap between Rowan's polite reputation and his peer interactions. Arthur reminds the committee that the union values ability and achievement above all.
Narrator notes that while Rowan will stand out, joining remains the main problem.
A long-haired blonde figure stands silently amidst a field of glowing white lilies.
A committee member notes that Rowan's actions might create a sense of alienation.
He argues that the developmental gap between Rowan and his friends is widening.
Daphne and a colleague discuss the fairness of judging a young child's character.
The scarred man suggests that the committee should simply speak with Rowan directly.
Daphne agrees that hearing Rowan's own perspective is the best course of action.
Rowan sits composed at the meeting table with Sienna standing guard behind him.
Daphne begins the formal questioning, looking at the young boy with great interest.
Rowan admits his frustration regarding the slow magical progress of his fellow friends. Arthur explains that teaching magic is difficult while Rowan shares his hypotheses. Lucas fidgets outdoors while Rowan considers if his friend gives up too easily.
Rowan reflects on his teaching methods during the formal emergency committee meeting.
Arthur prompts Rowan to share any other concerns weighing on his mind.
Rowan remains silent with a deeply troubled and thoughtful expression.
Arthur reassures the young boy that he has no reason to worry. Rowan gives a bright, wide smile after hearing his teacher's supportive words.
The scarred man asks Rowan why he wants to teach his friends so badly.
Rowan pauses, carefully considering how to explain his deep motivations to the faculty.
The committee members sit around the long table awaiting Rowan's formal response.
Several committee members look at Rowan with friendly and encouraging expressions.
Rowan nods his head respectfully in agreement with the committee's assessment.
A pen drafts a new educational direction focused on creating balanced student growth.
Daphne writes that social development should be aligned with the average student's pace.
The scarred man carefully reviews the updated educational curriculum for the first-year students.
A man notes that the academy is entering a significant transition period.
The administration begins analyzing the curriculum as night falls over the academy.
Morning arrives, shifting the scene back to the start of a new day.
A large group of students gathers in the sunny courtyard for training.
A stern instructor in a red tunic stands ready to oversee the lessons.
Lucas reacts with shock to the sudden change in school training policy.
Senior students in black suits depart as the younger class begins outdoor practice.
The students are encouraged to learn from valuable real-world field experiences.
An announcement tasks Rowan, Sophie, and Lucas with conducting autonomous sparring sessions.
The The three friends look surprised by the news of their brood pair.
Lucas is excited to duel Rowan, while Sophie appears slightly nervous.
Sophie focuses intensely, determined to show the results of her previous training.
Lucas jokes about Sophie's intense mood, while Rowan denies having any grudge.
Lucas and Sophie playfully argue over who will get to spar Rowan first.
A swift mana-infused strike flashes across the sunny courtyard during the session. Sophie attacks Rowan, but her practice sword strikes only the dusty ground.
Sophie clenches her fist, realizing Rowan easily predicted her entire sword path.
Sophie's thoughts reveal she saw a brief opening for future success.
Sophie and Rowan engage in a fast-paced duel with their practice weapons.
The two friends shake hands after concluding their spirited sparring match.
Sophie asks for feedback, feeling her confidence shaken by her loss.
Rowan suggests adjusting her mana flow for more effective sword manipulation.
Lucas tells Sophie to be more precise instead of swinging so clumsily.
Lucas teases Sophie about her legs wobbling during the fight due to weakness.
An annoyed Sophie demands to know exactly what Lucas just said to her.
Lucas claims Rowan agrees with him, prompting an angry outburst from Sophie.
Rowan clarifies his stance, telling Sophie she does not lack strength at all. Rowan advises Sophie to distribute more mana into her lower body for stability.
Sophie loses her temper and chases a yelling Lucas away as Rowan watches.
The instructor smiles, realizing the adults' worries about the children were unfounded.
The narrator notes that the adults likely worried for nothing regarding Rowan's peers.
Rowan, Sophie, and Lucas walk together under a bright, clear academy sky.
Rowan visits Daphne and tells her he is truly enjoying his school life.
Daphne asks Rowan if he has managed to let go of his burdens.
Rowan confirms his peace of mind, accepting everyone's unique strengths and weaknesses.
Academic affairs had Daphne smiles, noting everyone's individuality and Rowan's new understanding.
During tea, Daphne asks Rowan how he gets along with friends. Rowan admits he is confused by the unusual requests from girls.
Rowan notes their behavior is hard to understand. Daphne asks for examples.
Rowan recalls girls inviting him to non-study activities, baffling his focused mind. Rowan's blunt rejection of social invitations shatters a symbolic heart.
Daphne asks Rowan if he feels curious about any specific girls.
Rowan admires Sophie's excellent swordsmanship and her unique ability to create flames.
Daphne asks if he is close with Sophie as Rowan looks thoughtful.
Flashback reveals Sophie as an illegitimate child enrolled to strengthen family ties.
Rowan acknowledges Sophie's heavy burden, but values her as an inspiring peer.
Daphne asks about Lucas, noting the trio is frequently seen together.
Rowan praises Lucas's physical strength as a quality he can learn from.
Rowan mentions he has developed a hypothesis regarding Lucas's brain structure.
Rowan's diagram suggests Lucas's mind is occupied only by training and food.
Rowan smiles brightly. Daphne commends him for having a proper character.
Daphne laughs nervously at Rowan's unique and blunt way of thinking.
Teacher Arthur addresses Rowan's constitution, expressing empathy for his physical limitations.
Arthur reminds Rowan that he possesses many gifts despite his fragile body.
Rowan looks down, expressing his desire to wield more powerful magic.
Arthur explains how special magical tools can amplify or store mana.
Arthur notes that becoming a mage is rarely a simple path.
Arthur warns that cheap, one-use tools are often of very poor quality.
Arthur asks Rowan if he is aware of the different elixirs.
Arthur explains elixirs can restore power, heal ailments, or improve constitutions.
Rowan identifies these as rare substances similar to the fruit of Ertel.
Rowan sits quietly while absorbing information about rare magical constitution boosters.
Rowan looks dejected as they discuss his current lack of physical progress.
Arthur tells Rowan not to be disappointed as he removes a necklace.
Arthur holds out a silver locket, preparing to share its contents.
Arthur identifies the necklace as containing one of his precious elixirs.
Arthur opens the locket to reveal a small, glowing white elixir.
Arthur offers the gift, suggesting the elixir was destined for Rowan.
Arthur encourages Rowan to accept the pearl-like elixir without hesitation.
Rowan consumes the elixir provided by his teacher with quiet awe.
A surge of blue mana pulses through the air following consumption.
Rowan is enveloped in a bright glow as the elixir takes effect.
Rowan's eyes widen as he feels a shift within his body.
Rowan sits across from Arthur as the intense magical energy settles.
Arthur watches Rowan intently, waiting for a sign of physical change.
Rowan admits with disappointment that the elixir seemingly had no effect.
Rowan clenches his fist, realizing his physical constitution remains stubbornly unchanged.
Arthur expresses shame and regret that the rare elixir proved so ineffective.
Rowan accepts that his physical limits are permanent and stops searching.
Rowan decides to focus on deciphering formulas rather than physical growth.
Rowan smiles warmly, thanking teacher Arthur for his genuine care and concern.
6 months pass as winter settles over the academy's stone buildings.
The scene shifts to the classroom for the first-year final attempts.
Rowan stands on a ritual circle, manifesting magic for the seated faculty.
Arthur and the scarred man watch Rowan demonstrate a powerful flame.
Rowan displays intense magical control by manifesting a swirling fireball.
The scarred man observes that since he handles mana directly, such a feat is possible, while Arthur adds it is an amazing talent that might eventually allow him to fuse different magic types.
A faculty member questions if such weak magic will be useful in the Union as Rowan listens silently.
Arthur explains that this proves his ability is equivalent to a 4th class, and that others will regard Rowan as a high-level mage regardless of the magic he displays.
Looking toward the future, Rowan asks how he should focus his studies going forward.
Arthur tells him to keep doing what he is doing, aiming to deconstruct and manifest 4th-class formulas according to his own interpretation, while promising free access to the Administration Archive's ancient texts.
Arthur suggests it is best for everyone involved to keep quiet regarding the truth of Rowan's constitution.
The scarred man agrees that keeping the secret between the two of them sounds like a good idea.
The two men seal their secret agreement with a firm, magically binding handshake. Rowan stands small in the background, watching the adults finalize their pact.
Rowan wonders why the teachers are making such a big deal during his examination.
A transition panel notes that another year passes at the academy.
Arthur opens an emergency meeting by thanking the staff for their attendance.
Arthur notes that while the issue is under his discretion, he felt it was a concern that needed to be addressed collectively. The instructor in red declares the school will no longer teach Rowan physical combat, mana-based movement, or swordsmanship.
A man in black asks for the reason behind this sudden and surprising declaration.
The instructor explains that Rowan is in his 3rd year and should learn those basics through practical experience instead.
Arthur clarifies that they will encourage Rowan to focus solely on magic, noting that this is ultimately what the boy himself wants.
Arthur remarks that the instructor is more magnanimous than expected, while the instructor explains he didn't take the job for personal ambition and will now focus solely on physical training.
An elf woman asks for a current assessment of Rowan's overall level.
The scarred man claims Rowan will pass the first stage of the Union entrance exam the moment he draws a sword.
A committee member notes that while destructive power is currently lacking, it will naturally improve over time.
A brown-haired woman asks how Rowan ranks specifically in his level as a mage.
Arthur sits silently as the faculty continues to debate his students' progress.
The administration members sit around the long table, focused on Rowan's future.
Arthur looks up with confidence, asserting that he is capable of teaching the boy. The woman is shocked to hear that Rowan is already deconstructing Class 3 magic formulas, noting his incredible intelligence.
Arthur remains composed, listening to the praise directed at his student. Two girls blush and whisper about Senior Rowan as he passes them.
Rowan walks through the hall, looking noticeably more mature and distinguished.
Arthur concludes his lesson, telling the students that class has ended for today.
Arthur asks Rowan to stay behind for a brief private discussion.
Rowan stands before his teacher's desk, ready to hear what Arthur has to say.
Rowan confirms that he has come as requested by teacher Arthur.
Arthur shares the news that a magic academic exchange with Schwerin is being held.
Rowan looks at his teacher, waiting for more details about the event.
Rowan admits this is the first he has heard of it, noting it doesn't seem to be a regular occurrence.
Arthur explains it used to be held occasionally for the exchange of ideas, but naturally disappeared as the age of magic began to fade.
Arthur begins to explain the hidden reason behind the event's sudden revival.
Rowan looks surprised as he begins to understand the implications of the news.
A flashback shows Rowan demonstrating his mana directing technique with a fireball.
A massive magical tower looms over the landscape of Schwerin at night.
The narrator explains that Schwerin is the only autonomous principality maintaining a magic tower, and it is no exaggeration to say all magical information flows there.
Rowan asks Arthur if he is also originally from the Principality of Schwerin.
Arthur nods, explaining that Schwerin is driven primarily by curiosity.
Arthur reflects on how much information regarding recent events has leaked to the public.
Arthur explains that rumors of a Class 4 magician appearing at the Union School have reached the outside world. Rowan remains silent, absorbing the weight of his growing reputation.
A sheepish Rowan clarifies that he isn't actually a Class 4 mage yet.
Arthur explains the conference aims to confirm Rowan's unprecedented talent and allow Schwerin to gain something from a pure magical studies perspective, wanting him to appear as a representative. Rowan asks Arthur what would happen if he decided not to participate.
Arthur strokes his beard while contemplating the boy's hesitation regarding the exchange.
Arthur notes that while refusal is possible, the upcoming prize is hard to ignore.
Arthur wears a confident smirk as he prepares to reveal a massive incentive.
Arthur announces that the other side has offered a legendary elixir as the prize.
A glowing purple potion represents the rare elixir capable of performing miracles.
Rowan realizes this elixir could restore magic and permanently fix his physical constitution.
Arthur dismisses worries about Rowan's secrets while the boy questions such a generous gift.
Arthur explains the prize goes to the winner of an intellectual magic contest.
Rowan realizes a verbal victory could grant him the physical growth he craves.
Arthur notes the rarity of the prize as Rowan considers the implications of winning.
Rowan is suddenly struck by the realization that winning doesn't guarantee he keeps it.
Arthur laughs at the boy's blatant greed and tells him not to worry.
The scene shifts to the Grand Academy building on the day of the exchange.
Both sides face each other formally in the hall to begin the historic meeting.
Arthur politely welcomes the visiting magicians and scholars to the academy for the event.
A visiting magician named Bert greets Arthur warmly after many years apart.
Rowan stands silently, observing the visitors with a calm and mature expression.
Rowan notes that the visiting scholars are older and possess significant magical strength.
Arthur asks if the 3 young men are the scholars he is to teach.
Arthur reflects on how only Rowan will represent the Union against these 3 opponents.
Arthur realizes the visitors brought multiple scholars to project an image of superior strength.
Arthur humbly questions what he could possibly teach such talented young men.
Arthur apologizes for only having one student worthy enough to participate in the exchange.
A visitor expresses high expectations while an orange-haired scholar glares at Rowan.
Rowan notices the aggressive stare from his opponent but remains completely unbothered.
Rowan offers a bright and friendly smile, catching the visiting scholars off guard.
The visitors are visibly flustered by the boy's unexpected and disarming display of charm.
Arthur and Bert finalize the start of the conference with a formal handshake. The vast hall stands ready with seating and desks for the prestigious academic audience.
A large, empty chalkboard at the front of the room awaits the magical debate.
A student expresses concern about Rowan facing 3 opponents by himself.
Lucas bellows a loud cheer, telling Rowan to crush the visitors instantly. A speaker clarifies that this is an intellectual discussion where no one gets hurt.
Lucas explains that the event is a refined meeting between high-level intellectuals. The pigtail-wearing girl reminds Lucas that even verbal debates are considered battles.
Lucas asks the girl if she knows him, looking surprised by her sudden input.
The girl notes Lucas is famous for always being glued to Rowan's side.
Lucas tells everyone to stop worrying because no one can defeat Rowan.
The brown-haired girl remarks that Lucas is acting surprisingly responsible for once.
Lucas asks if he shouldn't step up when the juniors are feeling anxious.
The girl gives Lucas a skeptical look, questioning his sudden change in attitude.
The moderator in a red suit walks across the room to begin proceedings.
The moderator takes her place at the podium as the audience settles in.
The moderator officially announces the start of the Magic Academic Exchange Conference.
Students cheer wildly as the moderator calls for the representatives to enter.
Rowan sits alone at his desk facing the 3 scholars from the visiting side.
The participants exchange serious looks as the tension builds before the first question.
The moderator prepares to explain the formal rules of the intellectual contest.
The moderator explains that the debate will involve writing complex magic formulas. The moderator introduces Ulrich Marco as the first discussant from Sharon.
The moderator presents Rowan as the representative for the Union School.
The moderator announces that Rowan will start by presenting his topic.
Rowan stands ready to begin his presentation for the academic exchange.
Ulrich Marco listens intently as the first topic is about to begin.
Rowan prepares to speak, his expression calm and focused on the task. Rowan shocks the room by choosing the basic magic of telekinesis.
The visiting scholars look bewildered by Rowan's choice of a simple topic.
A brief silence falls over the hall as everyone processes the news.
Ulrich notes it is customary to show dominance with high-level achievements.
Ulrich questions Rowan's decision to present a common Class 1 magic.
The audience murmurs in disappointment, doubting Rowan's rumored genius and level.
Ulrich dismisses telekinesis as beneath the standard and accuses Rowan of mockery. Rowan remains unmoved by the visitor's blatant display of arrogance and frustration.
Ulrich calls the topic a waste of time, demanding more profound truths.
The scholars wait for Rowan to explain his seemingly simple choice.
Rowan feigns ignorance and asks what high-level topic the senior had prepared.
Rowan suggests a fireball might be more appropriate for their current level.
Ulrich makes a dismissive gesture while listening to the boy's suggestions.
Ulrich challenges Rowan to show some actual wisdom for this significant meeting.
Arthur realizes the visitors already have information regarding Rowan's specific fireball technique.
Rowan proposes addressing both telekinesis and fireball at the same time.
Ulrich looks skeptical and confused by the idea of combining 2 spells.
Rowan begins to channel mana, preparing a physical demonstration of his theory.
Rowan uses telekinesis to lift a piece of chalk without an incantation.
Ulrich is stunned to see Rowan performing magic without speaking any words.
Ulrich mentally defends himself, claiming he is also capable of basic telekinesis.
Ulrich begins a standard incantation to manifest his own magic in response. Magical runes begin to fill the chalkboard as the 2 sides compete.
A visiting scholar is baffled by the strange formula Rowan is writing.
A brown-haired man stares in disbelief, thinking Rowan's feat should be impossible.
Rowan stands before a chalkboard filled with vast and complex magical formulas.
The moderator points out the standard magic presented by the Schwerin side.
Students find the visitor's presentation boring, noting its lack of innovative potential.
The moderator invites Rowan to share his unique interpretation of the magic.
Rowan walks across the hall to take his place at the podium.
Rowan prepares to speak, his presence commanding the attention of the room.
Rowan acknowledges telekinesis is basic, but claims it is overly mana-dependent.
Rowan explains his goal is to address the inefficient nature of telekinesis.
Rowan notes that Ulrich's prior suggestion inspired him to experiment with combinations. Rowan reveals he has created 2 entirely new and efficient spell formulas.
A massive swirling fireball represents the first part of Rowan's complex theory.
Rowan demonstrates manipulating a physical object while imbuing it with intense heat.
Rowan explains the process of converting a telekinetically held object into fire.
Rowan manifests a highly condensed and powerful fireball directly above his hand.
Rowan completes his demonstration, leaving the entire room in a stunned silence.
The visiting scholars are left completely speechless by the boy's unprecedented skill.
Arthur reflects on how astonishing Rowan's abilities are to those meeting him.
Arthur admires Rowan's vast knowledge as the boy continues his technical explanation.
Rowan explains he replaced standard processes with individual magic to achieve efficiency.
Ulrich trembles as he fails to comprehend the complex spell substitution. Rowan politely asks his senior if he has any conflicting opinions.
Rowan gestures openly while the visiting scholar stands frozen in shock.
Rowan asks for further instruction while Ulrich breaks into a cold sweat.
Ulrich struggles to understand the boy's advanced magical logic and theory.
The visiting scholar refuses to be humiliated by a child's superior intellect.
Ulrich pushes himself to the limit, refusing to yield to defeat.
The scholar lets out a strained cry as his composure breaks.
Ulrich coughs up blood, suffering a severe physical reaction to the stress.
Rowan looks on in concern as Ulrich collapses from mental exhaustion.
Panic erupts in the hall as the representative from Schwerin falls unconscious.
The legendary red elixir glows within its ornate, gold-trimmed glass bottle.
Arthur rewards Rowan with the prize box for his overwhelming victory.
Rowan looks at the prize, contemplating the power contained within it. Arthur warns Rowan about the potential side effects of the powerful elixir.
Rowan agrees to wait until his graduation to consume the magical prize. The boy focuses his gaze forward, planning his path toward future growth. Rowan notes that graduation is still 2 years away as he waits.
An orange-haired third-year student named Rita walks through the school grounds. Rita clutches a love letter, her hands trembling with nervous anticipation.
Rowan walks through the hall followed by his classmates and friends. Rowan's fame has led to a massive surge in school applications.
Rita watches Rowan from the shadows, feeling unworthy of his attention.
The girl's heart beats rapidly as she prepares to face her crush. Rita resolves to be brave on the final day of the year.
A pink envelope with a red heart seal rests against cherry blossoms.
Rowan looks stunned by the sudden confession from the older student.
Rowan explains his cold, analytical view of what true love represents.
Rita is baffled by Rowan's blunt rejection and his complex emotional theories.
Rowan suggests that true love is actually akin to a mental illness.
Rowan lists various erratic emotions to define his cold definition of love.
Rowan bluntly informs Rita that she does not possess such intense passion.
Rowan admits he is not denying her feelings while remaining detached.
Rita feels lost in a void as Rowan deconstructs her romantic feelings.
The girl's mind goes blank as she tries to process Rowan's logic. Rowan concludes that her feelings are merely a form of simple admiration.
Rowan offers to discuss the topic further if she remains unconvinced.
Rita feels a strange clarity after Rowan's brutal but logical rejection.
The name Rita is introduced as the girl stands under the sky.
Rita walks away dejectedly after being rejected by her longtime crush.
The girl stops as she feels a sudden change in the atmosphere.
Petals drift through the air as the spring breeze shifts the scene. A speaker announces a career lecture given by director Lazaros.
A woman introduces the prestigious guest speaker to the assembled students.
The students clap politely as they prepare to listen to the lecture.
Rowan and Lucas join their classmates in welcoming the visiting director.
A man with a crescent tattoo on his head stands at the podium.
Director Lazaros finishes his presentation and offers a polite smile.
The director invites the students to ask any questions they might have.
Rowan raises his hand, ready to engage with the director's lecture.
Rowan asks Director Lazaros about the union's persistent personnel shortage.
Lazaros explains that high-level magic skills offer many lucrative career paths. The director acknowledges a question from another student in the hall.
Lazarus describes the union's prestigious reputation as the kingdom's primary guardians.
Lazarus explains that union members hold authority over all kingdom institutions.
The director stands silently as the students process his enlightening lecture. A green-haired girl whispers to a classmate about the union's impressive authority.
A student raises their hand to continue the academic discussion.
Rowan acknowledges the talent recruitment while shifting focus toward his graduation.
Time passes as Rowan reflects on his impending departure from the school.
Rowan admits his lack of satisfaction despite years of dedicated magic study.
The boy clenches his fist, determined to reach a state of perfection.
Lazarus observes that Rowan is already looking toward his future career.
The director listens intently to the boy's ambitious thoughts on joining.
Lazarus expresses his total certainty that Rowan will join the Union.
Rowan looks surprised by the director's bold and confident declaration. The boy blinks in confusion, trying to process the director's words.
Rowan continues his solitary studies, reflecting on his devotion to magic.
Rowan researches ancient elves after hearing comparisons to his own unique abilities.
Ancient texts reveal that elves specialized in spirit control rather than mana. The page depicts spirits of wind and fire following elven commands.
Rowan reads about water spirits and questions the sudden loss of power.
The boy pauses as a specific passage catches his intense attention.
A narrative beat emphasizes that a crucial answer has been discovered.
Rowan's finger traces a complex ancient magic circle on the page.
The scene shifts back to the historical era of the World Tree.
Narrative text explains how elves lost their spirit powers after a cataclysm.
The world undergoes massive shifts and repeated merging over long periods.
Humans became the dominant race, leaving the elven race a rarity.
Rowan finds the history interesting but unhelpful regarding his specific power.
Rowan notes he sees mana clusters, not spirits, confirming a difference.
The boy focuses intently on a specialized diagram within the library.
Rowan asks a bearded scholar for more information regarding forbidden magic.
The scholar explains that black magic users are now considered public enemies.
Rowan describes an ancient spell formula he encountered that utilized ancient languages.
The bearded man asks if the mana handling felt uniquely different.
Rowan nervously confirms that the mana felt distinct from normal magic.
The scholar reveals that certain dark alliances utilize a corrupted dark mana.
Rowan asks for a more detailed explanation of what dark mana represents. The scholar defines dark mana as the foundation of an evil world.
Rowan questions the scholar about the nature of the demon realm.
A red moon looms as the scholar explains the origins of demonic power.
Rowan notes he sees murky mana in ordinary people as the scholar explains dark emotions.
Rowan asks about the ultimate goal of those using black magic. The scholar looks at Rowan with a serious and knowing gaze.
The scholar reveals that their dark ambition is to overthrow the world.
A shattered image shows a grand cathedral under a blood-red moon.
A bright window opens to reveal a sunny morning on campus. A classmate asks Rowan if he intends to join the school salon.
Rowan politely declines the invitation as his classmates walk across the grounds.
The girl reassures Rowan that he is doing perfectly fine.
The brown-haired girl points out that someone is doing much better than others.
Rowan teases his friends for staring at his face while he worked.
The girl drags Lucas away by his ear while inviting Rowan to catch up. Rowan waves goodbye, observing that his two friends have become much closer.
The boy reflects on how rapidly the time has passed at the school.
A sturdy wooden trunk rests upon the desk as Rowan prepares to leave.
The ornate bottle containing the glowing red elixir rests safely inside its box.
Rowan remembers the instruction to consume the elixir specifically during his graduation.
Lucas frets over his appearance for his father while the girl mentions family representatives.
Rowan shakes his head at the noisy antics of his dedicated friends.
Watching them, Rowan realizes his friends are the family he must protect.
Rowan understands he gained bonds far more significant than just magical knowledge.
A firm grip on the fabric signifies his resolve and inner strength. Determination burns in Rowan's gaze as he prepares for the next step. Rowan prepares to consume the legendary prize, feeling he is never truly alone.
The discarded bottle remains on the floor after the powerful elixir is gone.
Mana surges through Rowan, granting him a much more precise perception of energy.
Rowan is suddenly startled by a discovery made with his enhanced vision.
The mysterious black stone remains unchanged despite the years that have passed.
Rowan picks up the stone, sensing the complex magic sealed within it.
With his detailed mana perception, Rowan believes he can finally break the seal.
Complex magical circles activate as Rowan successfully deconstructs the stone's ancient formula. Cracks begin to web across the surface of the dark, egg-shaped object.
Rowan watches with anticipation as the long-dormant container finally begins to break.
A blinding light erupts as the stone shatters, revealing its hidden contents.
Rowan holds the cracking remains as the energy release reaches its peak. Shimmering particles of light fill the air as the stone continues to disintegrate. A column of brilliant blue energy manifests as something incredible begins to form.
The boy stands in awe as he witnesses the birth of a new entity.
A sharp yellow bird talon emerges from the core of the fading light. A small black creature with golden head feathers sits comfortably in Rowan's palms.
The tiny avian creature tilts its head and chirps softly at Rowan. Rowan is left speechless by the appearance of the adorable, unexpected familiar. The little bird flaps its wings and chirps loudly in its new surroundings.
Rowan concludes the creature must be an owl as it looks up affectionately.
Rowan pets the bird, praising it for being such a good, friendly companion. Noting the purified mana, Rowan decides the creature is safe to keep.
A warm smile appears as Rowan accepts his new companion into his life.
The scene shifts to the main gate as graduation ceremonies begin at Union.
A blonde, bearded man arrives at the academy, taking in the bustling atmosphere.
Oscar notes that 5 years have passed since his last visit to the Union.
The man carries gifts, hoping his troublemaker son will graduate without any issues.
Oscar watches the crowd with a thoughtful and observant gaze.
Wrapped presents rattle within the bag as the man continues word. A memory shows Oscar promising to meet Rowan again after their horse ride.
Oscar feels a responsibility to congratulate the boy who has no other guardian.
The man pauses near the academy buildings, deciding on his next destination.
Oscar recognizes familiar faces, but is surprised to see Sienna among the group.
He recalls his time as a counselor and the deep talks he's heard.
The brown-suited woman speaks with deep conviction regarding her bond with Rowan.
She claims guardianship over Rowan, while the dean asserts his own commitment to the boy's research.
A chibi woman questions if the dean's research goals are enough to justify guardianship.
The dean claims Rowan promised to call him grandfather, while Sienna notes Rowan called her sister.
Oscar observes the various adults bickering over who should be the boy's official guardian.
The man reflects on Rowan's immense influence while clutching a bag of graduation gifts.
Oscar smiles to himself, realizing his worries about the boy's future were entirely unfounded.
An announcement summons valedictorian Rowan to the platform to begin the official ceremony.
Rowan steps up to the podium as the audience welcomes him with polite applause.
The boy receives a commemorative award and graciously thanks the official for the honor.
A man in the crowd cynically wonders if Rowan was chosen solely for his looks.
Rowan looks down at his award with a serene and satisfied expression.
Murmurs spread through the hall regarding Rowan's rumored status as an illegitimate noble child.
A dark memory recalls Rowan's near sacrifice to a dark order before the Union saved him.
Addressing the students, Rowan pledges to protect people from the threat of evil organizations.
The boy stands tall, transitioning into the core message of his valedictorian speech.
Rowan declares his absolute commitment to using his magic for peace and public welfare.
A close-up captures the boy's sincere resolve as he continues his address.
He expresses deep gratitude to the guardians who helped shape his righteous character.
Rowan acknowledges the staff, seniors, and classmates who supported his journey through the academy.
The valedictorian dedicates his success to the school and the union that embraced him.
Lucas and Sophie watch with pride as they clap for their friend's achievement. Lazarus observes the boy, realizing Rowan may have never actually needed their protection.
The director offers a subtle, knowing smirk as the ceremony reaches its conclusion.
The scene shifts to the bustling city streets as students depart after graduation. Lucas, Rowan, and Sophie walk together as they head toward their next challenge.
Lucas asks Rowan how he can focus on a difficult entrance exam immediately after graduating.
Rowan smiles, pointing out that his friends are following the exact same path.
Chibi Lucas admits he is mainly trying to avoid a lecture from his father. Rowan mentions that Lucas's father was searching for him, but Lucas prioritizes the exam.
Rowan notices a change in the atmosphere as he looks toward Sophie.
Sophie looks down dejectedly as Rowan asks if she is feeling okay.
Sophie admits she is feeling discouraged after receiving a public scolding earlier.
The girl worries about her performance while Lucas looks on with mild annoyance.
Rowan places a reassuring hand on Sophie's shoulder, promising they will succeed together.
Sophie blushes and agrees to trust Rowan's confidence in her magical abilities.
Rowan is suddenly distracted by something he notices in the distance.
The group arrives at the registration center where a large crowd has gathered.
A registration form featuring Rowan's photo is processed by the union officials.
Rowan stands at the front of the line to finalize his application for the exam.
Other applicants watch the young graduates, noting their youth and magical potential. Bystanders gossip about the high number of applicants and mock the young graduates' ambitions.
The official confirms Rowan's registration and directs him toward the first examination hall. Candidates discuss the rumors regarding the valedictorian's unique and powerful magical skills. Lucas and Sophie finish their registration and prepare to enter the hall with Rowan.
The three friends arrive at the ornate door leading to the first waiting room.
Sophie asks for confirmation that the first round involves a free demonstration of skills.
Rowan encourages his friends to do their best so they can celebrate passing together.
Sophie and Lucas nod with shared determination, ready to face the difficult trial.
An official calls Rowan forward, signaling the start of his highly anticipated examination. Rowan's polished shoes click rhythmically against the stone floor.
Rowan enters the first training ground for his official examination.
A massive stone golem with glowing red eyes awaits Rowan. The golem rumbles to life, emitting a heavy, eerie aura.
Rowan stands composed as the giant stone creature looms over him.
Rowan calmly raises his hand, preparing to unleash his magic. A swirling blue energy begins to envelop the massive golem.
Observers gasp as complex magical glyphs suddenly bind the golem.
With a firm gesture, Rowan deconstructs the golem into fragments.
The golem's power source is exposed amid the magical fallout.
Rowan stands stoically as the energy from his spell dissipates.
A final pulse of mana signifies the successful completion of the test.
The shattered remains of the golem lie scattered across the floor.
An examiner expresses disbelief at Rowan's unconventional and efficient method.
The audience is stunned, admitting they have never seen such magic.
Bystanders acknowledge that Rowan's reputation as valedictorian is absolutely justified. Lucas enthusiastically congratulates Rowan for easily passing the first round. Rowan stays humble while Lucas celebrates the victory with pride. Lucas draws Rowan's attention toward a specific group of onlookers.
Lucas points out the people who were mocking them earlier. The cynical bystanders look utterly defeated after witnessing Rowan's power.
Lucas teases the nervous applicants for being intimidated by Rowan.
Lucas boasts about his own upcoming performance while teasing Rowan.
Rowan's attention shifts as he notices a friend's distress nearby. Sophie looks down dejectedly, clearly struggling with her own nurse.
Rowan calls out to Sophie, sensing her deep-seated anxiety.
Rowan offers a warm smile, expressing confidence in Sophie's abilities.
Sophie is startled and touched by Rowan's sudden, sincere encouragement. Feeling a spark of hope, Sophie gratefully accepts his support. The proctor summons Sophie Povell to begin her official demonstration.
Sophie grips her sword hilt, trying to steady her trembling hands.
Sophie walks toward the testing area under her friend's watchful eyes. Lucas shouts words of encouragement to bolster Sophie's fading confidence.
Sophie looks back with a soft, determined expression before starting.
Sophie stands alone in the arena, facing the stone golem.
The girl draws her blade, focusing her mind on the cast. A cynical man in the audience criticizes Sophie's opening stance. The man claims familiarity with her family's legendary difficult swordsmanship. He ponders why the Povell sword style is considered so heavy.
Sophie adopts a low, solid stance as she prepares to strike.
The critic claims her sword lacks the depth required by her family.
The man insults Sophie's status, suggesting she needs to relearn basics.
Rowan internally defends Sophie, disagreeing with the man's harsh assessment.
Rowan mentally urges Sophie to show everyone her true worth.
The crowd watches in silence as Sophie reaches her peak concentration.
Sophie's foot slams into the ground as she launches forward. Sophie rockets into the air, unleashing a powerful high-altitude strike. The girl descends with a flurry of rapid, fiery sword slashes. Bright flashes of energy shred the golem in a single instant.
The cynical man and his assistant are left speechless by Sophie's power.
Rowan looks on as the stone golem collapses into a heap.
Sophie stands victorious over the shattered remains of the stone golem. The brown-haired girl sheathes her blade, exhaling a sigh of relief. The examiner confirms Sophie Povell passed and tells her to register.
Applicants murmur about her speed in cutting the golem so easily.
Lucas and Rowan discuss Sophie's lack of wasted movements and talent. A candidate walks past while Lucas and Rowan wait their turns. Sophie calls out to her friends, and Rowan congratulates her.
Lucas critiques Sophie's speed, noting she was likely too tense.
The red-haired boy poses with confidence, ready for his upcoming trial.
The proctor looks at his list to call the next applicant.
Lucas is summoned to enter and wonders if he should warm up.
The proctor tells Lucas to begin, and the boy shouts.
Lucas rockets through the air, brandishing his blade with fierce intent. The massive stone golem stares back with its glowing red eyes.
A powerful strike splits the golem's glowing core into two pieces.
Lucas stands stoically over the fragments of the defeated stone golem. Lucas admits he put too much spirit into his own strike. The proctor is shocked that a third golem was broken today. The proctor announces that Lucas von Passau has passed the test.
Sunset colors paint the rooftops of the quiet residential street scene.
Oscar tells the boys to make themselves comfortable in their home.
Rowan thanks Lucas for providing a place to stay after graduation. Lucas dismisses the formality, saying Rowan should stay at his house. Oscar tells the boys to unpack and come down for dinner. A bowl of steaming vegetable stew sits ready on the table. Oscar encourages Rowan to eat plenty, and the boy thanks him. Lucas complains about the meat, prompting Oscar to hit him. Lucas asks why he was hit, while Rowan tells him to neep. Rowan tries the food and silently concludes it doesn't taste good. Oscar asks about the gift, and Rowan calls it exactly needed. Rowan internally reveals he actually received 6 more identical graduation wallets. Oscar notes Rowan's magic was unexpected, while Rowan credits Oscar's advice. Oscar looks forward to seeing Rowan's performance in the next exam. The white-haired boy offers a gentle smile during the evening meal. Rowan gazes thoughtfully as cherry blossoms drift through the evening air. The scene transitions between the cynical man and Rowan's calm gaze. The two opponents face one another on the second exam day. A voice notes the high number of passers forced an extension.
Officials discuss the shining generation and the high number of passers.
The observers agree that Rowan is the best among the graduates. One of the officials asks to confirm if the boy's name is Rowan.
Rowan notes he is fortunate to avoid fighting Sophie or Lucas.
The boy wonders who his opponent will be as someone approaches.
Rowan's eyes widen in surprise as he identifies his next opponent.
Rowan recognizes the man and addresses him with a respectful time. The man asks Rowan if the boy already knows who he is.
Rowan mentions hearing the man analyze Sophie's swordsmanship during the first exam.
Memories of the man's earlier analysis were surfaced before the duel begins.
Rowan recalls the man's impressive grip techniques and asks to learn.
The cynical opponent stares in bewilderment as the duel begins.
The man draws his sword, intending to teach Rowan a lesson.
Rowan's eyes glow as he prepares to unleash his mazurk.
Rowan telekinetically seizes the opponent's sword, leaving the man defenseless.
Terror grips the cynical man's face during the sudden reversal.
The man demands to know the nature of Rowan's mysterious magic.
The proctor asks if the opponent intends to continue the fight.
Insulted and frustrated, the man refuses to lose to a graduate.
The man clenches his fist, reluctantly agreeing to continue.
Charging forward, the man relies on physical strength without his blade.
He claims a weapon is unnecessary to defeat a mere novice.
Rowan shifts effortlessly, evading the man's desperate and uncoordinated assault.
A concentrated blast of blue energy strikes the charging man directly.
The force of the magical impact sends the man flying backward.
The defeated man collapses onto the floor with a heavy groan.
The proctor processes the surprising result of the unconventional match.
Rowan is officially declared the winner and told to prepare further.
A gentle peace settles over Rowan as he celebrates his victory.
Rowan concludes that the confrontation was a meaningful test of skill.
Time passes, bringing the scene to a vibrant green forest. Rowan reviews his official exam documentation featuring his portrait and results.
The boy dons his new uniform for the final interview day.
Rowan reflects on his progress toward officially joining the magical union.
Memories of past battles reveal a need to diversify his attacks.
He realizes his reliance on counterattacks has become a predictable pattern.
Rowan envisions a more proactive style to overcome future challenges.
He resolves to learn new magic after entering the union's ranks.
Rowan allows himself a brief moment of pride for passing.
A sudden rustle in the trees catches the boy's attention.
The small bird named All flies down to meet Rowan.
Rowan warmly asks if the bird is also offering its congratulations.
He recalls how All appears and disappears whenever he is alone. Rowan notes that the bird's magical presence vanishes entirely when gone.
He ponders whether the bird is always watching from nearby.
Rowan promises to find a way to communicate with his companion.
Owl spreads his wings wide in a joyous chirping response.
Sophie approaches Rowan just as he is interacting with his bird.
Rowan is surprised when Owl suddenly vanishes upon Sophie's arrival.
Sophie calls out to Rowan, signaling it is time for interviews.
The Grand Union main building looms high against the sky. Surviving applicants gather within the ornate halls for their final assessment.
Sophie notes that only 50 candidates remained for the final round.
The girl observes that many candidates passed by following Rowan's lead.
Rowan remains humble, crediting his friend's own efforts for their success.
Rowan's attention turns to Lucas, who is visibly shaking with nerves.
Lucas insists he is fine despite his trembling and sweating brow.
Sophie mocks Lucas's claim of composure while wiping his sweaty hands.
The friends wonder why Lucas is so intimidated by the examiners.
A dejected applicant leaves the interview room looking completely broken. Lucas notes that some candidates are failing faster than others today.
Rowan wonders about the delay while the proctor questions their impatience.
Rowan teases Lucas about his extra schooling, earning a sarcastic response.
Lucas hugs Rowan while questioning if he truly lacks righteous character.
An official voice calls for Rowan to begin his final interview.
Rowan stands before a grand door marked with a large magic circle.
The boy admires the sophisticated magic reacting to his presence inside.
Rowan enters the room, deciding to focus on the assessment first.
He wanders through a massive, silent hall, searching for the interviewers.
A giant chandelier illuminates Rowan's path as he walks deeper alone.
Rowan finds an empty table set for several high-ranking officials. A mysterious voice summons Rowan forward as he searches for everyone.
Rowan pauses, startled by the sudden and authoritative command he hears.
Golden energy trails guide the boy toward his final destination.
Rowan arrives at a pair of heavily decorated, sun-drenched doors.
The doors begin to open slowly, revealing a bright light.
Intense light pours out as Rowan prepares to meet the interviewer. Rowan stares ahead, surprised by the figure waiting inside the room.
A wave of intense power washes over Rowan as he enters. He is stunned by the massive amount of mana filling the chamber.
The interviewer tells Rowan to enter, her voice calm and firm.
A blindfolded elf woman greets Rowan by the large, sunny window.
Rowan stands before the mysterious woman in the quiet interview room.
He identifies her as the source of the earlier powerful voice. Rowan feels a warm, pure mana radiating from the blindfolded woman. The serene woman smiles kindly at the boy as they begin.
Rowan realizes he is standing before a truly supreme magical being.
The woman invites Rowan to sit at the table for tea. Fresh tea is poured into a delicate cup for the guest.
Rowan sits, realizing he is speaking with the Union's powerful governor.
Sipping tea, Rowan wonders if reaching her level is ever possible.
He is suddenly struck by a realization during their quiet conversation. The governor notes his taste for tea, and Rowan agrees politely.
She shocks Rowan by mentioning his unique, manaless physical constitution.
Rowan is stunned that she can see his deepest secrets so easily.
A gentle expression crosses the blindfolded woman's face as she speaks.
The governor empathizes with Rowan's lonely journey to this high point.
Rowan is deeply moved and surprised by her sudden personal question.
He reflects on his past, realizing he never viewed himself as alone.
A vision of his younger self appears as he considers her words.
The governor praises Rowan for growing into such a fine young man.
Rowan realizes he has never received such warm, genuine comfort before.
He thinks about how his skills were always prioritized over his feelings.
Rowan envisions himself as a child standing beside the majestic governor.
The boy feels a wave of comfort he has never known before.
They sit together in the sunlit room, sharing a quiet moment. Rowan wipes away a sudden tear, confused by his own emotional reaction.
The governor senses the purity of Rowan's heart despite his physical limitations.
She surprises Rowan further by noticing the bird companion by his side. Swirls of golden energy appear as all manifests before the blindfolded woman.
Rowan introduces all, and the governor concludes their meeting warmly.
Rowan contemplates the immense, warm mana radiating from the governor. A fiery vision of death and destruction haunts Rowan's thoughts. Rowan prepares to ask a crucial question over fresh tea. He asks if his vision truly represents a fixed future. The governor remains silent, letting the heavy question hang briefly. She explains that witnessing a future possibility fundamentally changes it.
The governor encourages Rowan to believe in the path he chooses.
Rowan realizes his vision was merely a possibility to be overcome. He resolves to work hard to prevent that tragic outcome. A newfound sense of clarity and confidence washes over Rowan. He interprets the encounter as a divine guide for his journey. The scene shifts toward the bright light of a window. The governor sits in regal, blindfolded silence at the table.
Rowan nods in respectful agreement with the woman's profound wisdom.
The narrative moves to the next day at Oscar's house. Oscar invites the group to feast on a large prepared meal. Lucas grumbles about the simple food while the others give thanks.
Sophie asks about their upcoming official assignments within the Union. Oscar notes their unique status among the few successful school graduates.
Rowan ponders the governor's hidden intentions while he eats quietly.
Oscar emphasizes their transition from family members to professional colleagues.
Oscar departs first to attend to urgent official union business.
Lucas expresses his strong distaste for joining the Faith Division.
He reflects on the distant, cold relationship he shares with Oscar.
Rowan notes Lucas's unexpected emotional maturity during their dinner conversation.
Rowan playfully teases Lucas about maintaining professional boundaries at work.
Lucas responds to the joke with a look of mock indignation.
The friends share a rowdy, affectionate moment before their departure. They arrive at the Union Administration Bureau for final registration. An official guides the trio inside for their preliminary education.
Rowan reflects on the unprecedented respect his new position commands.
Lucas wonders aloud what their first task as members will be.
A heavy wooden door creaks open to reveal a workshop.
Intense heat and bright flames greet the trio as they enter.
They discover a blacksmith working diligently at a glowing forge.
The narrator explains their need for new, specialized Union weapons. Ulrich the dwarf is tasked with crafting their legendary care. Lucas eagerly tests the weight of a heavy, double-edged claymore. Rowan and the stoic blacksmith share a quiet, measuring look. Ulrich challenges the red-haired boy to swing the sword confidently. Lucas unleashes a powerful, sweeping strike with the massive blade. The blacksmith observes the young man's raw physical power thoughtfully.
Ulrich promises to refine the sword's design for maximum lethality.
Sophie and Rowan watch as Lucas concludes his weapon trial.
Sophie demonstrates her precision and speed with a practice blade.
Ulrich praises her form but identifies a lack of destructive power.
He suggests Sophie adopt a sword and shield combat style. Sophie is stunned by the blacksmith's generous offer to craft both.
Ulrich calls upon Rowan to begin his assessment next.
The blacksmith stares at Rowan, waiting for him to step forward.
Ulrich the blacksmith asks Rowan if he is a magician.
Ulrich repeats the question while the boy confirms his identity.
Ulrich considers crafting gear, but the boy has another request.
Rowan demonstrates how he controls a small sword fragment telekinetically.
The sharp metal piece spins rapidly above the boy's palm.
Ulrich identifies the shard as a magic sword with dark mana cleansed.
The blacksmith suggests reworking it into 12 usable blade fragments.
Ulrich explains that the process involves a highly complicated procedure. He notes that each piece must contain identical magical power.
Rowan asks if Class 4 level magic would be sufficient.
Rowan focuses on the shard while Ulrich watches with amazement.
Ulrich doubts if a student can accomplish such a difficult feat.
The blacksmith decides to let the boy try at his own risk. Rowan channels blue mana while focusing on the floating metal shard.
Intense magical energy begins to build around the sharp shard.
Rowan recalls his mother's teachings regarding enlightenment and clarity.
He visualizes thousands of branching streams of mana within the fragment.
Rowan adjusts the mana convection by mentally touching each individual strand.
He expertly applies specialized magic while maintaining deep concentration.
Rowan realizes that evenly dividing the mana is the most critical step.
A brilliant light radiates from the shard during the magical redistribution.
A massive vortex of blue energy erupts from the boy's hands.
Ulrich stares in total disbelief as the magical process concludes.
A perfectly refined blade fragment floats amidst a bright blue aura.
Ulrich questions if the boy is truly using Class 4 magic. The magical tool shatters into several perfectly uniform smaller fragments.
Bursts of energy fill the workspace as the refinement finishes.
Rowan releases a wave of energy scattering the multiple shards. Light particles fill the workspace as the magic settles down.
Several small, identical blade fragments rain into the blacksmith's hands.
Ulrich laughs in absolute amazement at the boy's incredible success.
He observes that every shard has perfectly identical size and capacity.
Ulrich reflects on a 15-year-old boy achieving such an impossible task.
The blacksmith promises to do his absolute best with the gear. A bald instructor begins the formal union preliminary education session.
The official lists the 7 specialized divisions within the union.
A graphic shows the organizational names of the union's 7 divisions.
The instructor explains that members will be assigned to missions.
The official outlines the rank progression from Oz to Master.
A pink-haired girl listens to warnings about potential hostile enemies.
Rowan, Lucas, and Sophie listen intently during their union orientation. The tattooed instructor explains their mission of making a better world.
The bald official smiles as he concludes the introductory session.
A massive cheer erupts from the newly admitted union recruits.
The official announces that division assignments will be shared next.
Ulrich hands the boy a heavy leather sack of equipment.
The blacksmith introduces Chevel and its unique magical combining properties.
Rowan expresses his excitement to test out the new magical items.
Lucas looks miserable after being assigned to his father's division. Rowan urges his sighing, dejected friend to hurry to their interview.
Lucas complains about the situation while Rowan encourages him.
They enter a massive hall where many silhouetted members are practicing. 2 soldiers spar intensely in the center of the training round.
A group of recruits watches the seniors from the Faith Division.
Rowan and Lucas observe the hectic activity within the headquarters.
Rowan's attention is suddenly captured by a specific, prestigious object.
He notices a glimmering badge representing a high level of authority.
A refined blonde man stands regally, identified as Faith Division Commander Adrian.
Adrian introduces himself as the leader of the Faith Division.
Rowan identifies the man as an expert rank holder of the division.
Adrian welcomes the new recruits and requests a demonstration from Rowan.
The boys are shocked by the sudden request to test their skills.
Adrian reveals Rowan's opponent is already waiting for the duel. Adrian politely greets the boys as they prepare for the test.
The red-haired boy reacts with utter shock to the sudden development. Adrian introduces Deputy Commander Oscar, who will serve as the opponent.
Lucas panics while Oscar questions if any time is improper for combat.
Tension rises as the duel between the 2 combatants begins.
Rowan and Oscar face off in the center of all. Oscar recalls Rowan's childhood telekinesis and expresses curiosity about his growth.
Rowan agrees that he is also curious about his own progress.
Oscar commends the boy's spirit as the atmosphere becomes serious.
The deputy commander draws his sword and tells Rowan to begin.
Rowan's hand glows with blue mana as he prepares his weapon.
12 blade fragments manifest and circle around the white-haired boy.
Oscar reacts with intrigue at the sight of the unique weapon. Oscar recognizes Ulrich's craftsmanship and asks the name of the tool.
Rowan names the weapon Shovel as he maintains his focus.
Oscar evaluates the weapon's appearance while Rowan wonders about its power.
Oscar remains silent as he waits for the boy's next move.
Rowan asks for the first strike as the others watch intently.
Oscar realizes the boy isn't acting out of fear, but cleverness.
He suspects the boy has a hidden plan for this match. Rowan stands ready while Oscar's massive claymore looms in the foreground.
Oscar warns Rowan that he expects a serious and skilled performance.
Rowan recalls learning the Passau family swordsmanship from sparring with Lucas.
Oscar's expression hardens as he focuses entirely on the upcoming clash.
Rowan recognizes that Oscar's aura is far more intense than Lucas's.
The boy bows respectfully and announces the start of the duel.
Rowan enters a state of deep concentration to control his shards.
His eyes glow with intense blue light as he channels mana.
The blade fragments launch toward Oscar in a high-speed magical assault.
Oscar effortlessly repels the multiple fragments with a powerful sword swing. The deputy commander grips his hilt, acknowledging the potential of Rowan's gear.
Oscar unleashes a massive crushing blow with his heavy claymore.
Rowan is thrown back as Oscar notes his body's lack of strength.
The boy is stunned by the overwhelming physical power of his opponent.
Oscar readies his sword for a follow-up strike against the boy. Rowan realizes a direct hit is imminent and panics briefly.
He determines that countering the sword speed requires a desperate tactic.
Rowan prepares to shift his strategy as the duel intensifies. Rowan uses his mana to slow the speed of Oscar's sword.
Oscar is startled as blue mana threads entangle and bind his blade. Lucas observes the match with surprise while Adrian watches the unfolding tactic.
Oscar notes his weapon is caught while Rowan maintains his magical concentration. Rowan explains his method of manipulating weight and airflow to control Cheville.
The deputy commander struggles against the magical tension binding his heavy claymore.
Shards of Cheville circle rapidly around Oscar's legs to restrict his movement.
Oscar stares intently, recognizing the boy's growth and calculating his next move.
Oscar breaks the binding, claiming Rowan's tricks are insufficient against his strength. The blonde commander prepares a massive overhead strike against the white-haired boy. Rowan parries the crushing blow using the reinforced fragments of his weapon.
Oscar acknowledges the surprising utility and strength of Rowan's unique blade fragments.
Rowan continues his assault, noting the weapon is far more effective than expected.
Intense energy clashes as the boy deflects a barrage of heavy attacks. A shockwave erupts as Oscar's strike forces Rowan to retreat across the hall.
Rowan realizes his current magical output is too weak to restrain Oscar.
He considers reorganizing his scattered shards, but identifies a more pressing issue.
Rowan finds himself cornered against the wall with no room left to maneuver. The boy prepares a final desperate gamble to regain the advantage.
A small, concentrated sphere of fire manifests in Rowan's outstretched palm.
Rowan determines his only choice is to break through Oscar's defense head-on. Oscar's eyes widen in shock as the boy suddenly switches to fire magic.
The fireball explodes against Oscar's sword, engulfing the deputy commander in flames.
A spectator watches the explosive development with a nervous and shocked expression.
Other recruits look on with wide eyes as smoke fills training ground.
The veteran combatant lets out a breath of disbelief amidst the clearing smoke.
Rowan stares in realization at the unintended consequences of his sudden attack.
A chibi version of the boy offers a polite and bashful apology. Oscar stands soot-covered and disheveled with his signature mustache visibly singed. Adrian burst into uncontrollable laughter at the sight of his deputy's misfortune. Adrian praises Rowan's bold performance while Lucas struggles to hide his amusement.
A recruit jokes that the deputy commander needs a new, shorter nickname.
Senior members discuss the impressive potential and skill of the new recruit.
A member notes that Rowan was being exceptionally polite by limiting his power.
Adrian beckons Rowan over to discuss his performance and future within the division. The commander contemplates the boy's unique combination of magical and physical prowess.
Adrian praises the interesting movements shown in both his magic and swordsmanship. He notes that Rowan's ability to block and dodge appeared remarkably natural.
Rowan admits he felt rushed and is disappointed in his own performance. Adrian observes that Rowan seems to have realized something important during the fight. Adrian welcomes Rowan to the Faith Division, emphasizing the importance of improvisation.
He encourages the boy to stay patient, noting his foundation is perfectly polished.
An elf woman with long dark hair acknowledges the commander's sudden request.
Adrian instructs the elf to mentor Rowan to ensure his continued development. The dark-haired elf bows respectfully and agrees to take on the student.
Adrian concludes Rowan's trial and prepares to test the next new member.
The blonde commander smiles, claiming he knows the perfect opponent for Lucas. An energetic light fills the room as the next assessment begins.
Adrian introduces Oscar once again to serve as the red-haired boy's challenger.
Sweating and terrified, the red-haired man screams for someone to save him.
Sienna tells Rowan that they must address specific weaknesses before beginning individual training.
The dark-haired elf explains that they need to review his performance from the duel.
Sienna notes that Rowan's magic is excellent, but his close combat defense is lacking.
She warns that failing to maintain distance allows opponents to easily gain the upper hand.
Rowan looks down pensively and agrees that the senior's assessment is correct.
Narrator notes that a significant power gap makes it harder to maintain control. A flashback shows Arthur's sword striking with overwhelming force during their previous confrontation. Giving up ground is dangerous, as Rowan remembers the difficulty of dodging Arthur's strikes. Sienna instructs Rowan to watch her feet as she demonstrates proper movement techniques.
Her foot slides across the floor with incredible precision and speed during the lecture.
Sienna executes a series of rapid, fluid strikes while wielding her dual daggers. The elf's movements are a blur of high-speed attacks that overwhelm the senses.
Rowan's eyes widen in amazement as he observes the senior's masterful physical technique.
Sienna moves with a natural flow that seems to defy the normal laws of mana. A sharp black blade reflects the light as the demonstration of skill continues.
Rowan realizes that observing the technique is easier than getting his body to follow.
Sienna pauses mid-movement, her posture perfect as she continues her lesson on combat.
Sienna's blue eyes narrow with intensity as she continues her detailed combat lecture.
The senior tells Rowan he must practice until he becomes truly skilled. Rowan decides to use his imagination to bridge the gap in his physical abilities.
He recalls the precise movements Arthur made while wielding the massive claymore during battle.
Rowan visualizes the deputy commander's combat style to find a solution for his weakness.
He calculates the distance and timing needed to dodge the massive sword's wide trajectory.
The boy focuses on how foot positioning changes when dealing with different types of attacks.
Rowan understands that a single mistake in positioning could determine his survival in combat.
He reflects that simple dodging isn't enough to overcome his current lack of power.
Rowan admits his magical power is still childish compared to the opponents he will face.
Blue energy begins to swirl around Rowan's hand as he searches for a solution. The boy realizes that simply copying the senior's movements won't work for him.
He clenches his fist, frustrated by the difference in their inherent physical abilities.
Rowan tells Sienna that he cannot replicate her style because of their fundamental differences.
Sienna is surprised he copied the movement once, but Rowan insists it isn't enough.
The elf woman asks if he is truly giving up after only one attempt.
Sienna scolds him, saying his complaints sound like whining for a talented magician.
Rowan remains silent, lost in thought as he considers a new magical application.
The boy focuses on his identity as a magician to find a unique path.
Instead of blaming his weak power, Rowan decides to discover what he can actually do.
He wonders if manipulating the airflow could help him achieve the movements he desires.
Rowan considers creating a virtual barrier to prevent opponents from entering his personal space.
The boy whispers the name of his new concept to himself with growing intensity.
Glowing blue mana flares around Rowan as his new idea begins to take shape.
Excited by the realization, Rowan feels that he has finally found the correct answer.
A confident smile spreads across the white-haired boy's face as he prepares to act. Rowan recalls the principles of Arthur's barrier while forming a new type of magic.
He analyzes the structure of the azure flame barrier to refine his application.
Rowan walks forward as magical light trails follow his focused, steady movements.
The boy believes this new method is the closest answer to his search. He raises his hand, releasing a massive surge of mana that fills the room. Standing within a giant blue energy dome, Rowan declares he has created his domain.
A firm step echoes through the silent, blue-hued training hall.
Rowan clenches his fist, focusing his mana during solo training.
Floating blue mana shards orbit Rowan as he maintains focus.
Rowan maneuvers with extreme speed, leaving a trail of blue light.
Rowan notes that adjusting speed and friction alters the sword's path.
Rowan observes the enemy's precise movement reflected in his eye.
Rowan realizes he can clearly perceive the flow of the battle.
Rowan evades an unseen strike with a high-speed leap. A sudden, explosive impact occurs in the middle of the field.
Sienna watches Rowan's solo training from the shadows with interest.
The elf woman observes Rowan's progress with a thoughtful expression.
A warrior lunges forward, their feet kicking up dust on impact.
Rowan looks up as an opponent descends with a vertical strike.
Rowan tells himself to train his body's breathing to improve dodging.
Rowan remains silent as he pushes his physical limits during training.
Sienna suddenly engages Rowan, testing his defenses with a dual strike.
The scene shifts with a blur of rapid combat movements.
Sienna praises Rowan's unique training method while continuing her assault.
Rowan credits her for his progress, but Sienna rejects his flattery.
Sienna prepares to test Rowan's skills in a misbar.
Sienna declares the lesson is ongoing as she presses her attack. Rowan parries Sienna's strike with a concentrated bar of mana.
Sienna notes the unexpected weight and pressure of Rowan's mana maverick.
Rowan observes that Sienna's initial movement was slightly disrupted.
A sharp metallic clank rings out as weapons and mana collide.
Sienna admits the strike was effective enough to disrupt her breathing.
Rowan acknowledges his current strength still falls short of her level.
The two duelists exchange high-speed blows across the ornate chamber.
Sienna explains that true mastery comes from recognizing one's own weaknesses.
Sienna emphasizes that understanding flaws is the path to mastering truths.
Sienna advises Rowan to relax, noting his movements seem overly desperate.
Rowan questions her assessment of his tense and focused fighting style.
Rowan requests further instruction from his senior to refine his skills.
Rowan stands ready as Sienna prepares for another round of sparring.
Sienna looks at Rowan with a mix of pride and amusement.
A firm knock interrupts the quiet atmosphere of the academy.
Sienna invites the visitor inside with a confident and open stance.
Sienna addresses her superiors, questioning why she was summoned to court. The deputy commander mentions the high praise Rowan has been receiving.
He asks Sienna if her training helped Rowan overcome typical weaknesses.
The commander credits education, while Sienna modestly downplays her own involvement.
The deputy commander proposes that Sienna continues to lead Rowan's education.
The deputy commander considers teaching something additional to maintain their prestige.
He notes that Sienna shares the best operational compatibility with Rowan.
Sienna is shocked by the order to take Rowan on a mission.
The deputy commander downplays the mission as a simple scouting task.
The deputy commander explains the mission involves investigating a new enemy business.
A floating petal drifts calmly in the center of the tea. The deputy commander's expression hardens as he considers the upcoming mission. Sienna expresses confusion and doubt regarding the plan to slip in.
The Duke tells Rowan and Sienna to think of the mission as a casual field trip.
Bright green leaves rustle in the breeze.
Lucas asks Rowan if the mission starts Kenner.
Sophie looks down sadly after being assigned alone to the 4th unit. The Honor Division is described as a combat unit focused on protecting magicians.
Embers dance across a dark horizon.
A text box suggests Sophie's assignment might actually suit her aptitude for defensive combat. Lucas mocks Sophie's clumsy swordplay while she insists she is training hard with her new gear.
Rowan suggests that Sophie seek help and training from the Honor Division seniors. Rowan mentions that all the seniors he met seemed very kind.
Lucas and Sophie are highly skeptical that the Faith Division seniors are actually kind.
Lucas wonders if Rowan is truly oblivious to how people favor him.
Rowan asks if the seniors aren't kind and notes that Lucas also spars with them.
Lucas reveals the seniors treat him harshly, prompting Sophie to blame his arrogant attitude. Sophie asks the boys to evaluate her swordsmanship, and Rowan suggests Lucas act as her opponent.
Lucas admits he isn't confident in giving advice, which visibly irritates Sophie.
Sophie shouts her battle cry while preparing to launch an attack. Her quick movement is accompanied by a sudden, sharp top sound in. Sophie charges with her shield up and clashes her blade against Lucas's sword. Lucas parries her strike effortlessly with a calm and focused expression. The two combatants exchange a series of heavy blows across the sandy training field. Sophie braces behind her shield as Rowan notes she should focus on deflecting.
A text box notes that Sophie's uncle intended for her to use the shield offensively. Rowan records notes for Sophie advising her to lower her stance and deflect attacks.
The silver-haired boy fills the page with mysterious and ancient runic symbols.
A voice calls out to the boys. Sienna signals it is time to depart.
Sophie calls out to the approaching elf. Sophie looks surprised as Rowan approaches her with an unexpected gift.
Rowan explains he has organized tips for her improvement in a notebook and hopes it helps.
The silver-haired boy hands the green notebook over to the brown-haired girl.
Sophie thanks him for his care, and Rowan promises to help her more after he returns.
Sophie waves goodbye while shouting that she will be waiting for their safe return.
The three companions walk away to begin their long journey together.
A rhythmic, heavy clop sounding marks the group's arrival at their destination.
The city of Aulen is revealed. Sienna orders the group to enter the city on foot as Lucas struggles with nausea. Rowan scolds Lucas for skipping writing lessons while Lucas claims he thought it would be easy.
Sienna warns Lucas that he must practice soon because the team cannot afford any burdens.
The elf woman advises Lucas to be more careful about using formal titles during reconnaissance. Sienna reaffirms the mission is reconnaissance.
Text boxes explain that Aulen is a former transportation hub abandoned for political reasons.
Immigrants from many different countries gathered on the outskirts of the sea. Ominous red-eyed figures stand in shadow.
The outskirts became a hotbed for crime and violence over time.
High walls isolate the city's kind.
A hand reaches over the wall as the narrator explains that the spreading danger can no longer be ignored.
The group plans to disguise themselves as mercenaries since the city dislikes the Union.
Three hooded figures arrive in Aulen. Sienna suggests splitting up for information.
Sienna states the goal is gathering information under their current disguise.
Rowan asks about the infiltration plan while Sienna explains their autonomy.
Rowan asks about curing ghouls, but Sienna says only death remains.
Sienna asks Rowan if he is truly prepared to kill the ghouls.
Sienna warns the group to stay safe and avoid reckless behavior. Lucas asks why he cannot address the elf as senior anymore.
Sienna ignores the question and hopes the infiltration goes well.
The group walks toward the town to begin their undercover mission. They enter a rowdy tavern filled with rough-looking mercenary groups. Rowan looks around the tavern, feeling out of place among mercenaries. He notices the dark and rough mana emanating from the diverse races. Rowan realizes he is surrounded by professional sellswords and hunters.
Men line up at the counter to join the subjugation force. Sienna steps forward and presents their mercenary identification to the clerk.
The clerk clarifies the group size while Sienna confirms 3 members. He points toward the waiting room for teams to join immediately.
The clerk explains they will be paid per ghoul tongue collected.
Rowan follows the group as other mercenaries yawn in the background. Rowan presents his papers to the unimpressed clerk behind the gear.
The clerk observes Rowan's scholarly appearance and asks about the tower.
He signs the paperwork and tells Rowan to join a team.
Rowan is relieved they were not stopped for their youthful appearance. The boy wonders about his teammates while hoping for a learning experience. Rowan arrives at his assigned team of 3 cynical-looking warriors. The red-haired mercenary scoffs at having a kid on the team.
The black-haired man complains that a rookie magician is a burden.
The red-haired man suggests they simply ignore Rowan during the mission. The scarred man coldly hopes the boy dies early in battle.
Rowan sighs deeply, lamenting his unfortunate luck with his new partners. The red-haired mercenary orders Rowan to stop dawdling and move out. They pass through a crowded marketplace within the outer isolation zone.
Vendors shout about their goods as Rowan observes the bustling town.
Rowan notes the marketplace atmosphere despite being in a dangerous zone.
He observes the heavy foot traffic and considers the area safe.
Rowan discreetly prepares a spell to ensure he avoids an encounter. Faint magical trails follow Rowan as he walks behind the mercenaries.
He plans to use the atmosphere to mask his movements and distance.
Rowan considers how separating from the group will aid his reconnaissance.
The boy continues to dwell on the rudeness of his companions.
Rowan suddenly stops as he senses a powerful magical presence nearby.
He looks up, spotting a familiar blue energy signature in the sky.
The boy immediately recognizes the specific frequency of the magical power.
A lock of hair flutters in the wind atop a nearby building.
Rowan identifies the distant presence as Sienna's unique magical energy.
Sienna stands vigilantly on a high rooftop overlooking the town street.
Rowan feels comforted knowing his senior is watching over his progress.
Sienna warns that ghouls are rampant and safety must remain paramount.
Rowan walks forward with renewed focus, keeping his hand on his heart.
He resolves to succeed so he does not disappoint his watchful senior. The boy continues down the street, stepping into his first real test.
Narrator explains ghouls are humanoid monsters created by using living humans as materials.
These creatures are crafted by dark priests or black magicians who practice necromancy.
Ghouls possess monstrous physical strength, long claws, and sharp, jagged teeth.
A blood-stained ghoul with a snake-like tongue stands atop a pile of human skeletons.
Rowan walks through a desolate town, noting his theoretical knowledge didn't prepare him for this.
He observes the miserable atmosphere filled with sick, starving, and intoxicated residents.
The boy looks on with a grim expression, unsettled by the state of the town.
Narration notes that in this place, a sudden death or disappearance would go unnoticed.
Rowan recalls a memory of a happy girl standing in a field of white lilies.
The vision shifts to show the same girl transformed into a horrific, screaming ghoul. A dagger is used to end the suffering of the girl who became a monster.
Looking over the town square, Rowan realizes the cult sees these people as mere sacrifices.
Rowan clenches his jaw, resolved that he cannot ignore the horrors occurring here.
He reflects on how the cult turns people into trees or ghouls for their own ends.
Narrative boxes describe a desire for a world filled with peace, stability, and smiles.
A flashback shows a young Rowan running through a sunlit field with a kind woman.
The woman smiles warmly while touching the boy's cheek as he holds a flower bouquet.
Rowan grips his cloak tightly, the memory fueling his determination to fulfill his resolution.
The white-haired boy walks forward, ready to act on his promise to stop the cult.
He reaches a quiet area deep within the town, far from the main entrance.
Rowan is startled by a sudden, loud sound echoing through the empty street.
In a nearby plaza, several ghouls are violently struck down during a chaotic confrontation.
A ghoul lunges forward with its claws extended as Rowan recognizes the monster.
Rowan is shocked by the incredible speed of the creature created through black magic.
The boy's eyes widen as he hears a familiar voice shouting nearby. Lucas leaps into the air with a massive sword, shouting Rowan's name in surprise.
A ghoul stares blankly from behind, seemingly unaware of the red-haired warrior's presence.
An impact causes smoke to rise as Rowan is scolded for forgetting the mission.
A cloaked figure stands within the dust cloud, a large blade strapped to his back.
Lucas strikes a confident pose while complaining about the pain from his minor injuries.
Two ghouls growl and prepare to attack the red-haired mercenary from behind.
The monsters look terrified as they face the overwhelming power of their new opponent.
Lucas gives a sinister, confident smirk as he prepares to finish off the remaining ghouls.
One ghoul attempts to flee the area, prompting Lucas to shout for it to stop.
Rowan immediately gives chase, determined to prevent the creature from escaping.
Narration explains that ghouls still possess a level of reasoning despite being monsters. The monster flees down a narrow alleyway, moving with high speed. Realizing it cannot win against Lucas, the ghoul decides to flee and seek reinforcements.
Rowan utilizes his magical power to accelerate, flying through the air in pursuit.
He realizes the creature is still widening the gap despite his maximum magical speed.
The boy prepares a blue crystal shard to use before the monster vanishes.
Rowan throws the glowing crystal projectile toward the fleeing ghoul with precise aim.
The projectile hits its mark, causing blood to splatter across the cobblestone floor.
Shadows stretch across the town as the chase continues into the dark corners.
Rowan lands and pants heavily, staring at the fresh trail of blood on the ground.
He looks up with a focused gaze, ready to follow the wounded creature's path.
Rowan notes that even a sparse blood trail is useful for tracking his target. The boy walks slowly into the dark alley, carefully following the marks on the floor.
Rowan laments his lack of formal training and movement techniques from teacher Diego.
Narrative text explains that the Faith Division's techniques are designed for stealth and speed. Rowan looks over the town while standing beside a companion.
Detonating mana beneath feet increases both movement range and speed.
Rowan reflects on Sienna's stealthy and nimble movement technique.
The boy remains focused as he navigates the silent streets.
Rowan notes that his senior is still watching from nearby.
He realizes the commander paired them for a specific purpose.
The commander observes the mission's progress with calculated, regal calm.
Sienna's movement appeared ethereal and gliding from the very start.
She moves with the fluid, rapid grace of water or wind.
Her path remains unpredictable, flowing with a sense of freedom.
The technique involves gliding by stepping on emitted magical power.
Rowan decides to utilize the mana flowing around the area. The boy pauses to assess the dark situation unfolding below.
Rowan enters a courtyard filled with ghouls and bound prisoners.
He centers himself to focus on the immediate threats.
Rowan wonders if this is a hideout while prisoners beg. Rowan observes several people have been taken as captives.
He notes survivors remain despite many having sustained heavy damage.
Rowan prepares to strike before the situation becomes completely unsalvageable.
The boy vows to save the survivors from the monsters.
A blur of motion marks the beginning of the rescue.
A hooded figure stands amidst the chaos of the battlefield.
The ghouls prepare to pounce on their lone intruder.
A powerful energy strike carves through the ranks of ghouls.
Rowan summons a brilliant blue mana glow within his pawn. Sharp blades of light slice through the dark courtyard air. A massive hexagonal domain expands to trap the enemy ghouls.
Intense flames erupt to consume the monsters within the field.
Ghouls are incinerated while standing over sharp ice crystals.
The bound prisoners watch in pure terror at the destruction.
Fire and ice elements simultaneously neutralize the remaining ghouls.
Rowan explains his domain slows down time for his opponents.
The domain also creates an isolated space for mana experimentation.
Rowan considers testing a new type of magic on targets.
He prepares to activate his specialized first tier of magic.
The boy triggers an increased heat exchange within his domain.
A surge of magical energy ripples across the town's rooftops.
The dust begins to settle on the stone-paved courtyard floor.
Blue crystals fly through the air as the boy reacts. Rowan remembers he was ordered to bring back enemy tongues.
He spares the talkative prisoners because fragmented tongues are useless.
The men beg for mercy, asking the magician if he remembers them.
They claim they were looking for him before being captured.
Rowan asks if this is what people mean by having a long tongue before calling it a joke. Talk about a tongue twister of a situation.
A sharp blade slices through the thick ropes binding on.
The men express relief as they stand and stretch safely.
Rowan asks how they were captured, and they blame a dark priest.
The men confirm they were subdued by a powerful dark priest.
A soldier points toward the hill where the enemy fled.
The scene shifts toward the dark path leading away.
As the soldiers scurry away, Rowan watches them go in silence.
Rowan and Sienna walk together toward their next mission destination. Rowan maintains a focused and determined expression while moving forward.
Rowan politely thanks Senior Sienna for her assistance and guidance.
Sienna suggests they move together, noting that Lucas is drawing attention.
The two companions suddenly sense a change in the atmosphere.
Rowan accelerates forward, leaving a trail of blue mana behind.
Rowan attempts to apply a new movement technique while gliding. The white-haired boy recognizes a perfect opportunity to strike first.
A brief pause in the action as the journey continues.
Rowan realizes Sienna uses mana naturally rather than through artificial methods.
Rowan's eyes widen as he analyzes his senior's seamless mana manipulation.
He observes Sienna pushing off circulating mana to maintain her spade.
Rowan looks startled as he struggles to maintain the intense pace. His concentration wavers for a moment, causing him to stumble.
Rowan admits his struggle while noting Sienna's movement is the division's best. He refuses to stop, determined to catch up to his mentor.
Rowan focuses intently and successfully steps on the circulating matter.
Following his senior's lead, Rowan begins gliding in a straight line.
Blue sparks fly as Rowan's speed increases to match his mentor's.
The two warriors blur into a single streak of blue energy. Rowan and Sienna arrive at the scene with a sudden, powerful stop.
Sienna asks Rowan if he gained an epiphany during their high-speed run.
Rowan confirms that the key was moving with the flow of Rhea.
Rowan expresses his gratitude, admitting he couldn't have managed without her.
A horde of mindless ghouls surrounds the two members of Faith.
Rowan confidently offers to handle the approaching ghouls on his own.
Rowan summons the sharp fragments of Cheville to begin his assault.
The magical blade shards tear through the ghouls in a bloody defy.
Rowan stands amongst the carnage but senses a lingering, unsettling presence.
The white-haired boy realizes something is fundamentally wrong with these creatures. He concludes that these mutated ghouls actually possess some level of reason.
Rowan wonders why these ghouls are fighting more ferociously instead of fleeing. The monsters screech as they continue their relentless and organized assault. Rowan suspects the Dark Priest's influence as a ghoul sneaks up behind him.
Sienna intervenes with a lightning-fast strike, decapitating the monsters near Rowan.
Rowan calls out to his senior after being saved from the ambush. Sienna glances back at Rowan with a silent, calculating gaze.
The dark-haired elf lands gracefully and prepares for the next wave.
Rowan reminds himself to stay alert to avoid endangering his mentor.
The boy channels mana into his palm, preparing a powerful magical strike.
A sphere of blue energy pulses as Rowan concentrates his magical power. Rowan unleashes multiple beams of fire, incinerating the surrounding ghouls instantly.
Flames consume the monsters as Rowan's magic proves highly defective.
Rowan maintains his offensive, determined to clear the area of enemies.
The Dark Priest raises their arms, summoning a massive, oppressive shadow.
Dark energy surges as the priest prepares a devastating ritualistic attack.
Sienna's eye widens in pure terror at the unfolding dark magic. Sienna screams for Rowan to be careful as the darkness closes in. Rowan reacts with utter shock to the sudden and overwhelming threat.
Dark, spindly claws reach out amidst swirling purple mana. The creature's elongated gray fingers twitch with malevolent magical energy. A jagged, glowing purple rune manifests in the dark air.
Rowan is shocked that the monster cast magic on itself.
The magical mark pulses as the creature absorbs the dark power. The monster stands tall, its body wreathed in black mana. Rowan notes the creature's mana has become dense and murky.
Rowan recalls a dark hooded figure from a previous vision.
The beast lets out a horrific, toothy roar toward its foes.
Rowan braces himself as the enemy prepares its next assault.
Rowan's blue shards strike the creature but fail to penetrate.
Rowan is stunned that the creature's hide easily deflected Chucker.
The creature's massive clawed foot shatters the stone floor beneath it.
Rowan realizes with dread that the monster possesses incredible speed.
The white-haired boy maintains his focus despite the closing distance. The monster lunges forward, entering the area covered by blue hexagons. Rowan expects his domain to bind and slow the monster's feet.
Rowan prepares a fireball while Sienna suddenly leaps into action.
Rowan worries that even his senior swordsmanship might not be enough.
Piercing the creature's thick outer shell with a sword seems impossible. Sienna jumps high above the monster, dual-wielding her daggers.
The dark-haired elf focuses entirely on her mid-air killing strike.
A flash of light marks the speed of the elf's blades.
Sienna's blades slice through the monster's neck with immense force.
The creature is decapitated, its head flying into the air.
Sienna's sharp dagger is covered in the dark creature's blood.
The elf senior stands calmly over her fallen, headless opponent. Rowan is left breathless by the display of Sienna's skill.
Rowan is amazed to witness an aura sword for first time.
Rowan notes the mana layering and praises Sienna's incredible combat ability.
Sienna suggests they follow the tracks to find their next target.
The pair walks through a silent, dilapidated village under moonlight.
Sienna senses no signs of life in the desolate ruins.
The elf laments the horrific sight of abandoned, starving victims.
Sienna announces their arrival at the primary mission objective.
Rowan questions if the ruined fortress is Retail's main stronghold.
Sienna clarifies it is a branch office and suggests entering.
The two warriors push open the massive, ancient wooden doors.
Rowan is immediately hit by an overwhelming metallic scent of blood. Rowan suspects human experimentation while Sienna finds what she sought.
Rowan notices a complex magic circle inscribed on the wall. Rowan wonders if the entrance is hidden by a spell formula.
Rowan considers breaking the seal while Sienna prepares a physical strike.
Sienna shatters the stone wall with a single, powerful kick.
Rowan expresses concern for Sienna's foot after the forceful kick.
Sienna admires the library filled with magic books and circles.
Rowan spots a peculiar, old leather book sitting on a table.
Rowan suspects the book is made of skin and examines it. The book's pages flip open to reveal complex magical diagrams.
Rowan is startled by the specific magic circle found inside. Rowan's eyes narrow as he uncovers a shocking magical secret.
He identifies the mysterious object as the Stone of Goetia.
Sienna asks if he learned anything while he examines the modifications.
Rowan clarifies it is a formula for summoning an entity.
He compares it to the Dark Priest's demonic possession ritual.
Rowan ponders the book's contents and whispers a name softly.
A black bird descends from the shadows toward the white-haired boy. Rowan greets the bird affectionately as it calls him master.
Sienna questions the bird's nature while Rowan asks its origin.
Rowan explains he bought a stone from which owl hatched.
He suspects a connection between the book and his pet's birth.
A pale hand rests on the pages of the forbidden text.
Rowan notes that murky mana has been dissolved into the writing.
He senses a powerful and dark obsession within the ancient script.
Rowan wonders about the consequences of using this forbidden, otherworldly language.
Sienna suggests returning, noting Artel's plan to increase school numbers.
She insists they report the branch office locations to the mayor.
Lucas delivers a finishing blow to a ghoul in the alleyway.
Dust and blood settle after the red-haired warrior's intense battle.
Wiping his brow, Lucas expresses his deep disgust for the creatures.
Lucas counts his kills as his companions approach from the distance.
The red-haired boy lights up with joy at seeing his friends.
Lucas runs to greet them as Sienna praises the successful investigation.
Lucas finds the task easy and agrees to head to City Hall.
Lucas boasts of 30 kills while Rowan reveals he caught 50.
Rowan mentions his higher count as a ghoul head sits nearby.
Floating evidence of their victory shocks the casual onlooker's sensibilities.
Rowan realizes his lack of concern for public opinion is unusual.
Sienna instructs Rowan to hide the evidence before entering the city.
The group arrives at the gates of small city Allen's Hall.
Guards block the entrance as the trio approaches the heavy baits. A guard suspiciously questions the business of the supposed mercenaries.
Sienna states with a cold gaze that they seek the mayor.
The guards mockingly dismiss them, telling them to hunt ghouls instead. They insult the group's lack of trophies, calling them empty-handed failures.
Sienna prepares to repeat her demand with a more forceful time.
She demands a guide as she begins to shed her cloak.
The guard's mockery turns to sudden and absolute terror and shock.
The scene shifts abruptly as the cloaks fall to the floor.
The group stands tall, revealing their prestigious Faith Division uniforms.
The scene shifts inside the grand halls of the city hall.
A terrified official stares at a ghoul head on the tail.
He stammers and begs them to wait for the mayor's arrival. Lucas yawns loudly as the trio waits in the quiet room.
Rowan's keen eyes focus on the elf senior's unusual writing method.
He realizes Sienna is writing with pure mana rather than ink.
Glowing blue script flows onto the paper through magical energy alone.
Sienna continues her report as the mana writing begins to fade away.
Rowan wonders if her pen is a specialized magical tool.
Sienna enters a state of meditation while Rowan watches in silence.
Rowan gently holds Owl as the blackbird chirps happily.
Rowan questions the small creature about its true demonic identity.
Rowan asks the bird about the spell formula, and we tell.
Rowan realizes extracting information is impossible due to Owl's amnesia.
Rowan pets the chirping bird, reassuring it of his approval.
Rowan discovers Owl possesses a unique and hidden special ability. The blackbird stares intensely while Rowan contemplates its potential. Rowan reacts with visible alarm to a sudden, startling revelation.
Rowan realizes that a specific condition must be met for power.
Rowan questions if consuming the gruesome ghoul head is necessary.
Rowan summarizes the disturbing requirement for all to activate power.
Rowan is visibly shaken while Owl waits for its dark reel.
The bird chirps cutely, seemingly unaware of the grim situation.
Rowan hesitates to proceed with the arbitrary sacrifice of the head. Sienna bluntly suggests that Rowan should just feed the bird.
Rowan thinks that capturing this process would benefit its senior.
Sienna insists that they provide whatever is necessary for their success.
Owl begins pecking at the severed head resting on the table. The bird's beak opens wide to consume the dark offering. Rowan watches in horror as a dark transformation begins unfolding.
Lucas wakes up and glances around the room, feeling groggy.
The red-haired boy's eyes widened in shock at the sight. A menacing, human-like face appears beneath the bird's golden crest.
Lucas panics and shouts, demanding to know what that thing is.
Lucas scrambles for his weapon as Rowan tells him to call.
Rowan explains that the creature hatched from the stone of Goetia.
Rowan recalls the magic book they found at the branch office.
Rowan notes the connection between the book circle and all.
Rowan assures a worried Lucas that the creature has been purified.
Lucas questions the disturbing detail about the bird eating heads.
Rowan confirms the ability is fueled only by consuming ghoul heads.
A bloated and satisfied owl sits quietly after its meal.
The group waits at the table as the door clicks open.
Several guards enter the room to address the waiting mercenaries.
Rowan suggests they can test the bird's new ability immediately. A man's feet enter the room as he offers an apology.
The mayor enters, regretting the lack of prior notice from the union.
The mustached official wipes sweat from his brow and offers greetings.
The mayor hopes their trip to the isolation zone went smoothly.
The mayor freezes in terror upon noticing the bird on the table.
The official stammers in fear at the sight of the owl. He wonders if such monstrous creatures are common within the Union.
Owl suddenly lunges across the table, flying toward the mayor.
The guards shout in alarm as their leader is targeted.
Rowan commands everyone to stop as his magical shard appears. Sharp mana shards hover threateningly around the startled city guards.
Rowan channels his magical energy, prepared to enforce his authority.
Lucas holds his sword to the mayor's throat in a standoff.
Lucas sternly warns the mayor not to move a single muscle.
The group completes their successful ambush, pinning the mayor down.
The terrified mayor sweating profusely under Owl's intense, judgmental gaze.
Sienna questions the mayor about his complicity in Ertel's ghoul experiments.
The mayor justifies turning the poor into ghouls as urban renewal.
Sienna asks what benefits Ertel receives from the mercenaries' involvement.
The mayor reveals that the entire operation was actually an experiment.
He explains Ertel's plan to use mercenaries for creating stronger ghouls.
The mayor claims everything followed the will of a mysterious her. The mayor's eyes widen as he begins to identify his superior.
The mayor reverently refers to his superior as his goddess.
He whispers the name of the mastermind, Priestess Amy.
Lucas immediately draws his sword and threatens the treasonous city official.
Rowan is visibly stunned by the sudden mention of Amy's name.
The mayor recoils in fear as the situation spirals out of control.
Rowan declares that he has heard enough of the mayor's confession.
Sienna moves with lethal speed to deliver immediate, final justice.
The elf senior points her sharp blade at the trembling mayor's face.
Sienna condemns the mayor for colluding with Rartel on human experimentation.
The terrified official stammers in denial as he faces certain death.
Flames engulf a city as the narrator recounts his heinous crimes.
Sienna sentences him to death for betraying the kingdom and massacring citizens.
A spray of blood marks the mayor's execution as his glasses fall.
The title card appears against a dark and dramatic background. No discernible visual content detected. A record confirms that Sienna officially ordered the city hall's closure. Narrative text explains that all city personnel were immediately detained. Corrupt officials are interrogated to identify those tainted by dark mana.
Rowan and Sienna oversee the captured guards kneeling in the courtyard.
Evidence proves the mayor was truthful despite his horrific admitted actions.
Sienna closes a book after finalizing the investigation's written report.
Sienna praises the boys' efforts and plans their return trip.
The trio stands together, reflecting on the heavy toll of justice.
Rowan approaches his senior to ask a lingering technical question. Sienna explains that her mana writing tool functions as a messenger pigeon.
Lucas questions the necessity of the mayor's sudden public execution.
Sienna explains that hesitation would have compromised their authority and safety.
Rowan is surrounded by many red eyes in a dark visualization.
Sienna notes that delay would have led to questioning Rowan's abilities.
She emphasizes that their mission requires absolute conviction and trust.
Sienna reaffirms that this decisive action is the Union's core belief.
The group prepares to leave the city as the sun sets.
Lucas wonders about the identity of the mysterious priestess Amy mentioned.
Rowan looks away thoughtfully, his past clearly weighing on his mind.
The three warriors walk through the quiet streets under the moonlight.
Sienna watches Rowan closely, sensing his distraction regarding the name Amy.
Lucas asks Rowan if he has someone in mind regarding the name.
Rowan admits he has someone in mind, but remains deeply uncertain.
Rowan hesitates, acknowledging the lack of definitive proof for his suspicion.
Rowan recalls a woman from 5 years ago who shared that man.
Sienna puts a hand on Rowan's shoulder, reminding him of policy.
She warns him to leave all worldly grudges behind while serving. Rowan nods and promises to keep Sienna's advice in mind.
Rowan asks his senior if she had predicted this outcome from the beginning.
Sienna reflects on the necessity of their recent undercover mission.
She explains that revealing their union status early would have yielded enough info.
The strategy was intended to prevent long-term friction with the city of Olen.
Rowan listens as Sienna reveals she had positioned runners years ago.
Rowan recalls that reports of unusual activity went straight to Deputy Commander Oscar.
Narrative text highlights that Riedel's atrocities cause suffering worse than death.
A dark figure looms over victims, illustrating the scale of the horror.
The visual confirms Artel's experiments included human trees and ghoul transformations. A swirling crimson void symbolizes the immense bloodshed caused by the cult.
Rowan reaffirms his internal vow to protect people by serving the Union.
Rowan clenches his fist, determined to completely eradicate Artel's influence.
The trio walks together under the moon, ready for their next move.
They arrive at the city gates, intent on moving forward with their plan.
Sienna formally identifies herself as a Union runner to the gate guards.
A document confirms that the mayor has been sentenced to death for collusion. Sienna displays the official order that the Union now manages Olen.
She commands the immediate opening of the Olen isolation zone.
Sienna warns that any interference will be treated as an act of treason. Civilians begin to stream out of the isolation zone under the Union's supervision.
A guard nervously asks how they will manage the ghouls left inside.
Sienna challenges the guard to do his job as security and block them. The heavy wooden gates are held open as the crowd continues to evacuate.
Displaced citizens look around in confusion and relief as they leave the zone.
Rowan notes that the evacuation is taking longer than expected as dawn approaches. Sienna maintains a watchful and stern gaze over the chaotic scene.
Rowan is startled by a sudden, fast-moving presence approaching their location.
Dust clouds rise from the horizon as many riders gallop toward the city.
Rowan asks Sienna if the newcomers belong to the hostile Artel group.
The sound of horse hooves thunders as the mounted unit reaches the gates.
A group of high-ranking Union officials arrive on horseback to assess the situation.
Commander Magda of the Honor Division and Commander Adrian of the Faith Division appear.
The blonde-haired Adrian smiles warmly and asks if the trio was waiting.
A large cavalry unit from the Union headquarters halts before the city gates.
Adrian greets Sienna, mentioning he would have prepared better with advance notice. Adrian notes his surprise at seeing Commander Magda personally joining the field operation. Adrian praises the rookie's performance, prompting a humble bow from Lucas.
Rowan observes the newcomers with a mixture of curiosity and caution.
Magda is introduced as the formidable leader of the Union's Honor Division.
Rowan offers a formal bow and introduces himself to the gathered commanders.
Magda stares intently at Rowan, her purple eyes filled with unspoken judgment.
Magda acknowledges Rowan, noting that he is the subject of many rumors.
She clarifies that she came for Rartel's magic books rather than to see him.
Rowan uses his magic to levitate the heavy stone book toward the commander.
Magda watches the book hover, impressed by Rowan's natural mana control.
Magda compares Rowan's effortless manipulation of energy to the flow of water.
Magda continues to praise his high level of skill despite his rookie status.
Magda expresses regret for her complacency and mentions needing to consult the governor.
Rowan is left bewildered by the sudden mention of a mysterious governor.
Magda touches her forehead and dismisses her previous line of thought. Magda looks up with her sharp purple eyes, refocusing on the task. The group stares up at the massive magical barrier surrounding the city.
A commander flatly states that they will simply remove the problematic obstacle.
The Union leaders and rookies walk across the open courtyard toward the wall. Adrian waves a hand and instructs the rookies to stay back for now. Lucas and Rowan look at the commanders, wondering what they intend to do. Adrian and Magda stand before the massive wall, dwarfed by its sheer size.
The two division commanders prepare to display the full extent of their power.
Adrian challenges Magda to show the rookies something truly spectacular for once.
Magda floats into the air as a gargantuan red magic circle fills the sky.
Lucas and Rowan watch in stunned awe as the atmosphere begins to vibrate.
Violent red mana symbols flare to life, illuminating the entire city in crimson.
Rowan's eye reflects the overwhelming light of the massive spell being cast.
A massive explosion erupts, leaving the young mercenaries at a loss for words.
Fireballs rain down from the sky, bombarding the city's fortifications with divine fury.
The rookies realize they are witnessing the true terrifying power of Commander Magda. Intense flames and shockwaves tear through the barrier and the stone walls alike.
Magda remains suspended beneath the magic circle, acting as a beacon of destruction.
Adrian swings his sword, adding a massive arc of blinding light to the assault. Rowan watches as the combined might of the two commanders levels the wall.
Rowan identifies the magic as a top-tier Class 4 spell, far beyond normal limits.
Mana pours from the sky with enough concentrated force to burn through souls. The sight is described as an unreal explosion of mana from a celestial being.
Rowan looks on with a complicated expression, moved by the scale of power.
Sienna approaches Rowan and reminds him that he belongs to the Faith Division.
She tells the boy to stay focused on his specific role in the mission.
A blinding flash of golden light marks the end of the initial bombardment. Rowan is startled by a sudden presence or movement in the distance.
Narrative text notes that even the powerful Magda faced insurmountable walls in the past.
Rowan reflects that she surely reached her position through immense effort and learning.
The silver-haired boy clenches his fist and tells himself to focus on the objective. Rowan feels the weight of Magda's intense gaze watching over him from above.
Magda looks down at the city, her eyes glowing with a sharp red light.
Rowan charges forward through the ruins, determined to fight without any lingering regrets. The rookie warrior vows to give his absolute best in the coming conflict.
A massive plume of smoke and fire rises from the center of the city.
Rowan crouches to check the ground, noting the total lack of magical reaction.
He realizes that the mana in the area was evaporated instantly by the attack.
Adrian's white light swordsmanship creates massive slashes that clear the battlefield of enemies.
Sienna and the rookies coordinate their movement as they enter the isolation zone.
Rowan directs Lucas to guard the center while he handles the side paths.
Sienna leaps forward with lethal speed, leaving the center to the younger warriors.
Rowan notes that Rartel must be shaken after the fall of their branch office.
A map illustrates the strategy to drive all remaining enemies into the city center. Sophie appears running toward them, and Rowan calls out her name in relief.
Sophie asks for their destination as the group races toward the central open space.
Lucas notes the extreme urgency of the situation as they follow the senior's lead.
A final signal confirms that the plan is entering its concluding phase.
A line of Union soldiers with heavy shields stands ready in the open zone.
A row of Union soldiers with heavy shields stands ready.
The group approaches a massive stone wall under a clear sky.
A glowing red symbol flickers against the surface of the stone.
Rowan stands calmly as several magical symbols manifest around him.
A single, powerful magical mark fills the air with intense energy.
A massive explosion decimates a horde of ghouls and hooded cultists.
Sienna holds her shield firm and commands everyone to line up.
Lucas urges Rowan to take cover as they prepare to advance.
Rowan's turquoise eyes glow with intensity as he focuses on combat.
The young warrior remains silent amidst a flurry of magical energy.
Rowan looks out over the field, certain that victory is imminent.
A distant, hooded figure begins to command the remaining enemy forces.
The figure is revealed to be a cold-eyed woman in robes. A close-up shows the woman's face as she prepares to speak.
The woman notes how much her little brother has grown recently.
Rowan's eyes widen in utter shock at the woman's unexpected appearance.
Rowan unleashes a volley of sharp blue magic shards into battle.
The shards pierce through enemies as the mysterious woman watches calmly.
A single shard of mana streaks across the sky with speed.
Rowan criticizes the enemy leader for using her subordinates as shields.
Lucas struggles in combat, noting the distance is still too great.
Rowan admits the heavy mana usage is taking a physical toll.
Despite his exhaustion, Rowan notes his mind is becoming much clearer.
Lucas shouts a warning as a ghoul leaps toward the boy.
Lucas leaps into action to intercept the ghoul with his sword.
Lucas is caught off guard by a strange, sudden weightlessness mid-swing.
The red-haired warrior falls to the ground after a swift strike.
Lucas wonders if the sword feeling lighter is just his imagination.
Someone urgently calls out to Lucas to regain his concentration immediately.
A red-eyed creature pounces from the shadows toward the distracted Lucas.
Lucas realizes his precarious situation and reacts with a look of panic.
Sienna slams her massive shield into the ghoul, saving her teammate. Sienna harshly demands that everyone regain their focus on the battle.
Lucas apologizes for being distracted and dropping his sword in surprise.
Sienna tells him to apologize later and focus on surviving together.
Lucas refuses to die before earning his father's elusive recognition.
Lucas swings his blade with desperate strength, cleaving through an enemy. A ghoul's head is severed as Lucas continues his relentless assault.
Rowan turns his head quickly as someone calls out his name.
The group prepares to follow the blue path toward the woman.
Rowan's eye reflects a deep-seated anger and old, painful memories.
Rowan admits to himself that his grudge still remains very strong.
Rowan and his sister glare at each other across the Dimide.
The source of his torment stands defiantly right before his eyes.
Rowan gathers a sphere of intense blue mana in his hand.
A brief pause in the narrative marks a transition in events.
Rowan charges forward along a blue trail of mana toward Amy.
Rowan acknowledges that while his path is set, obstacles remain.
The young warrior prepares his next move as he nears his target.
Rowan uses his shards to cut down the ghouls in his way. Blue mana shards slice through a group of ghouls on the battlefield.
Rowan leaps forward with incredible speed, pursuing his fleeing target with determination. Rowan observes that the Union's intervention has stabilized the battle and neutralized the ghouls.
Rowan decides to finish the confrontation while they still have a tactical advantage.
Rowan is startled as a red-eyed creature suddenly ambushes him from below.
Rowan grinds his teeth as he blocks the creature's attack with his mana.
The silver-haired boy focuses his energy, preparing to strike back with intensity.
Rowan shouts for the enemies to move before unleashing a blinding color.
A girl with dark hair watches blankly as blood splatters across the air.
Rowan stops suddenly, sensing that something is very wrong with the girl's presence.
Rowan notes that the flow of mana coming from the girl feels artificial.
The girl stands motionless atop a pile of corpses, staring out into space.
Commander Magda approaches Rowan and asks if he finds the current situation strange.
Rowan looks back in surprise as the high-ranking commander suddenly appears behind him.
Magda identifies the girl as a puppet and a sorcerer's magical minion.
Rowan wonders if the encounter was a trap involving magic created by others. Rowan realizes that if the girl is a puppet, someone is controlling her. Magda notes that the cunning magic is difficult to notice even when nearby.
Magda explains that the fake doll is merely acting like it is the commander.
A pair of polished boots walks firmly across the battlefield's dusty ground.
Magda looks over her shoulder at Rowan while standing in the open field.
Magda decides it is finally time to conclude the mission and wrap things up.
Magical symbols flicker in the smoky air as a new spell begins forming.
Magda channels her power as massive red magic circles fill the sky above.
Red magical circles spin and glow, preparing a devastating rain of fire.
Magda watches the sky with a focused expression as her magic manifests fully.
The commander's collar flutters in the wind as mana radiates from her body. A massive pillar of light and fire incinerates everything on the ground below.
The remaining ghouls are consumed instantly by the intense magical heat and flames.
Rowan notes that the girl and ghouls were all just vessels created by someone.
Rowan reflects that the figure in front of him was nothing more than a fake.
A white flag with a sun-like emblem flutters against a bright blue sky.
Leaves drift over the quiet, ruined fortifications as the clear sky returns.
The scene shifts to the towering, ornate headquarters of the Union Faith Division.
Rowan walks down a long red carpet and a grand, sunlit hall.
The silver-haired boy pauses to knock on a pair of massive, ornate doors.
A blonde man welcomes Rowan back and asks about his recent busy schedule.
The blonde leader commends Rowan for his great results, calling the treatment natural.
Rowan bows and politely thanks the leader for acknowledging his successful mission results.
The blonde leader mentions that there is something he would like to ask Rowan.
He asks Rowan about the owl friend who was by his side recently.
The leader explains that various bureaus showed interest in Rowan's unique magic report.
The group sits in a lavish room discussing the origins of magic and swordsmanship. Rowan expresses relief that an investigation didn't occur, saving his friend Owl from trouble.
The blonde man looks thoughtful, resting his hand against his chin while listening.
The leader asks for Rowan's help, prompting Rowan to inquire about the details.
The blonde man nods as he continues the discussion with his subordinates present.
The leader asks Rowan to show a bundle that was noticed earlier in battle.
A man with a beard picks up a large black sack from the table.
The sack is opened, revealing the severed heads of several ghouls inside.
Rowan stares ahead in silence, his expression filled with total shock.
Rowan questions if his suspicions about the situation are finally correct.
The blonde leader confirms Rowan's intuition from across the luxurious room.
The blonde leader adjusts his glasses with a confident, knowing smile.
The group gathered to inspect several severed ghoul heads on the table. Rowan reacts with confusion to the information he just received.
Rowan asks for a reason, but the leader claims simple curiosity.
The leader explains that the creatures are possessed bodies created by necromancy.
A proverb states that divine beings inhabit hearts while demons inhabit heads.
An illustration depicts the common belief about demons possessing the mind.
The leader concludes that all gained power by consuming the creature's head.
Rowan looks away thoughtfully, processing the leader's explanation about magic.
Rowan remains quiet as he contemplates the implications of the discovery.
Rowan clenches his fist while considering the potential for a new situation. Rowan asks the leader what he would do if Owl was demonic.
Dust motes dance in the air during a brief narrative transition.
Rowan stands up and asks the leader how he would handle a demon.
Rowan's expression remains tense as he awaits his superior's definitive answer.
The blonde leader remains calm and composed while listening to the boy.
The leader asks why they should hate a demon that causes no harm.
Rowan scratches his face, appearing relieved by the leader's open-minded response.
The leader notes that while unusual, they benefited from the owl's help. He suggests letting Rowan decide what to do with the rewarding hats. Rowan bows respectfully and offers to summon his friend for the group.
Rowan prepares to call his companion into the grand meeting hall. Rowan calls out to his magical friend to join the discussion.
Owl appears with his wings spread wide in a flashy entrance.
The small owl lands and lets out a loud, proud chirp.
The leader remarks that the owl is much larger than he expected.
Owl puffs out his feathers in response to the leader's observation.
The blonde man finds the owl's arrogant personality and cuteness highly amusing.
Owl's large eyes focus intently on something in front of him.
The leader wonders if the owl is asking for permission to eat. Rowan tells the disappointed owl to wait until they finish their talk.
Rowan narrows his eyes, focusing on the next phase of the discussion.
Rowan suggests using Owl's power to reveal secrets and asks for volunteers.
The senior members of the group immediately decline to volunteer their secrets.
Lucas panics and insists he has no hidden secrets to reveal anyway.
The blonde leader shrugs and agrees that he also wishes to pass. Lucas notes that capturing prisoners is useless since Artel members don't share info.
An illustration explains that Artel members receive telepathic orders from their leaders.
Rowan learns that knowing more is futile because enemies follow telepathic commands.
The leader suggests listening to Owl as the bird begins to drool. Rowan looks surprised when he realizes the owl is trying to communicate.
Lucas asks for a translation of the owl's persistent chirping sounds.
Rowan is intrigued after discovering that Owl possesses another hidden magical power. Owl looks proud as Rowan explains the bird's offer of magical assistance.
Lucas and his companion react with surprise to the idea of sharing magic.
Rowan smiles warmly, noting that a new path has opened through Owl. Rowan pets the happy owl and decides to begin their next task. Lucas looks on with disgust as he remarks that he hates seeing the gruesome scene of the severed heads again. Owl stares intently at one of the severed ghoul heads, opening his beak wide. The blonde leader watches in complete disbelief and comments that the small owl actually swallowed the entire head whole.
A loud gulping sound echoes through the room as the creature finishes its morbid snack.
Owl appears extremely satisfied and full, exhaling a small puff of air while surrounded by happy floral effects. Rowan praises his friend for a job well done before asking what his next move should be.
Owl opens his mouth wide again, looking directly at Rowan as if expecting something.
Rowan is visibly startled by the owl's strange behavior and utters a confused sound.
Lucas asks what is wrong and what the bird said, to which Rowan explains that All wants him to put his hand inside, leaving Lucas even more confused. Rowan gazes into the dark void of the owl's mouth, wondering if anything is actually inside since he can't see a thing.
Rowan admits he has a bad feeling about the situation, but decides to reach in because there is no other option.
The group watches in stunned silence as the young warrior reaches deep into the magical bird's gullet. Lucas and his companion react with horror while Rowan feels around inside the creature's mouth.
Rowan's eyes widen in shock as he realizes that something inside the bird is actually grabbing onto him.
The boy quickly pulls his hand back as he extracts a mysterious object from the owl.
Rowan stares at his palm, which now holds a glowing, translucent blue orb of concentrated mana.
The silver-haired boy remains silent and perplexed as he examines the strange magical substance he just retrieved.
Lucas asks if the object is an egg, while the dark-haired girl suggests it looks more like some kind of aquatic creature.
Rowan observes the object closely, noting that it feels familiar in a way he can't quite place.
He realizes that the mana within the object is tangled in the exact same way as the magic he encountered before.
Rowan admits he isn't sure how to use the substance and wishes a cooperative magician were present to offer some guidance.
Looking toward the window, Rowan contemplates that he could cast incredibly powerful spells if he could harness this much raw energy.
Sunlight streams through the ornate window, illuminating the quiet room during his moment of reflection.
Rowan's eyes shimmer with sudden inspiration as a bold new idea takes hold of his mind.
He wonders if he would be able to successfully replicate the devastating pillar spell used by Commander Magda.
A memory of a flaming projectile falling from the sky flashes through Rowan's mind as he considers the spell's power.
Two members of the Union walk across a wide stone courtyard under the bright afternoon sun.
Sarah and Miguel, runners for the Honor Division, discuss the oddity of calling in a 15-year-old boy to act as a magic consultant.
Miguel notes that while the boy was a standout student, being sought out for professional advice is an entirely different level of recognition.
Sarah agrees with the sentiment and asks her partner if he thinks the situation has truly changed that much.
A flashback shows a younger Rowan smiling as he successfully rewrites complex spell formulas using a combination of telekinesis and fire.
Sarah expresses reservations about taking advice from a child, but Miguel counters that the boy is nonetheless extraordinary for his age.
The two runners descend the stairs, heading toward the training grounds where the consultation is set to take place.
A foot steps onto the pavement just as a massive surge of blue mana begins to erupt from the ground.
The runners are nearly blown back by a sudden, violent explosion of water magic that catches them completely off guard.
Rowan looks down at the swirling vortex of mana around his feet with a look of genuine surprise.
The boy admits to himself that the sheer scale of the magical reaction was far beyond what he had expected.
A massive cyclone of water and mana towers over the training field, centered entirely on the young warrior.
Rowan stands at the heart of the magical storm while his comrades watch the display of power from a safe distance.
Rowan notes that everything is finally ready and begins to deliberate on the most effective way to utilize the core.
He recalls his Union exam day when he learned that a mana core is located at the center of a golem's chest.
Rowan focuses his intent, channeling his own energy into the floating blue core hovering between his gloved hands.
He decides to treat the object as a secondary mana core and begins combining its power with the mana he draws from the surrounding air.
Rowan reminds himself that increasing mana density is more vital than size, so he focuses on limiting the spell's dimensions while increasing the internal pressure.
He commands the magic to become heavier, faster, and stronger as the blue energy swirls with lethal intensity.
The boy aims to perfectly replicate the technique and power of the spell he saw Commander Magda unleash on the battlefield.
Rowan's eye reflects the brilliant blue light of the escalating magical phenomenon.
Rowan grinds his teeth and braces himself against the immense physical and mental strain of controlling such high-density magic.
He exclaims that the sensation is incredible as a pillar of pure water and mana shoots high into the atmosphere. Rowan realizes he has finally surpassed his previous limits and feels empowered by the new possibilities this immense strength provides.
Rowan takes a deep breath before unleashing his next magic attempt.
He chants while intense blue water mana begins to swell.
A magical circle forms under his feet on the wet ground.
A massive tidal wave of energy erupts with violent force. The surrounding runners are nearly overwhelmed by the sudden magical blast. Rowan observes the scorched and destroyed training ground his spell created.
The blonde leader expresses shock at the spell's overwhelming power.
Lucas stands shivering and completely drenched from the magical water blast.
Lucas furiously yells that he could have died for Manhwa.
Magda glares and blames them for ignoring the obvious training danger.
Lucas and his partner are left speechless by her cold rebuttal.
The blonde leader interjects to calm everyone down after the incident. He asks the Honor Division runners if they needed something specific.
A close-up shows a document that is completely soaked and unreadable.
The blonde leader and the girl admit the writing is ruined.
He deduces it was a request for advice regarding Artel's magic.
Rowan thinks to himself that magic advice is not his specialty.
The boy looks confused as he considers the group's strange request.
The leader finds it unusual for Magda to ask a junior.
Lucas realizes the boy he underrated is actually a terrifying genius.
The narrative notes that Rowan's magic is at least class 4.
The text compares his current skill level to Commander Adrian's power.
The leader wonders if the Honor Division is actually targeting Rowan.
The blonde man with glasses ponders Magda's possible ulterior motives.
He tells Rowan to head back and rest for a bit.
Rowan remains silent as he reflects on his massive mana surge.
Al chirps happily while Rowan considers his first successful strong summon.
Rowan clenches his fist, determined to investigate the situation further later.
A tall, ornate white tower stands prominently against the bright sky.
Rowan enters a grand office and looks around the luxurious room.
Commander Magda waits for him while leaning against her large desk.
Rowan bows and apologizes for the incidents during his spell practice.
Magda is impressed by his growth and tells him to sit.
Magda suggests naming his new downpour spell Fallen Fury instead.
Rowan suggests Raging Downfall as a cooler alternative for the spell.
Magda laughs and praises his excellent taste in magical naming.
Rowan asks if she also named the Azure Flame Barrier Skull.
Magda confirms she named it and discusses their shared linguistic interests.
Rowan asks what the main topic of today's meeting will be.
Magda's expression turns serious as the mood in the room shifts.
She introduces the subject of the secret language used by demons. Magda asks Rowan if he is able to translate infernal text.
A shadowy demonic figure holding a book appears in a flashback.
Rowan's eyes widen as he recognizes the dark magical script.
The pair sits in silence as the weight of the task sinks in.
Magda is shocked that Rowan could pick up demon language so quickly.
She places her hand on a stack of ancient forbidden books.
Magda explains they must understand Ratel's spells to counter them effectively.
Rowan wonders if these are the books made of human skin. Curtains flutter by the window during a brief narrative pause.
Rowan and Magda sit at a large desk covered in ancient research materials.
Magda observes the silver-haired boy thoughtfully while sipping her glass of red wine.
Magda asks Rowan about his knowledge of demons, and he explains their origins.
Magda notes that direct demon appearances have not occurred for over a century.
Rowan questions the commander's mention of ordinary demons while she pours more wine.
Magda suggests that the nature of demons may be surprisingly similar to humans. The commander notes that just as extraordinary humans exist, powerful demons likely do too. Rowan stands before a massive arcane symbol as Magda discusses demons with special powers.
Magda dismisses her sudden tangent and returns her focus to the current situation. Rowan ponders the possibility of a special demon appearing as the commander speculates.
Magda insists they must dismantle Artel's influence first, and the boy nods in agreement.
The commander brings up the disturbing topic of ghouls as they continue their meeting.
Magda laments that while ghouls are weak, innocent people constantly become their victims.
The commander expresses a deep desire to revert ghouls back to their human forms.
A cold determination settles over Magda's features during the discussion of lost lives.
Magda explains that reversing ghoul transformations is impossible due to the divine-level magic used. She notes that while tree transformations have a partial cure, ghouls remain permanently lost.
Magda asserts that understanding demon magic is essential to protecting people and breaking spells.
Rowan clenches his fist, silently vowing to find a solution to the ghoul problem.
The silver-haired boy requests that the Honor Division provide full support for the task.
A momentary pause occurs as the narrative prepares for the next day's events.
A summary of the group's supporters appears during a brief narrative interlude.
Sunlight fills the ornate hallway as Rowan walks alone on the following day.
The exhausted boy yawns, having stayed up all night decoding complex spell formulas.
Rowan blinks his eyes, struggling against the drowsiness caused by his late-night research.
Rowan meets with the blonde commander, reporting that Magda has agreed to cooperate.
The blonde commander remains silent as he processes the boy's update on the division.
Rowan focuses on formulating a strategic plan for the challenges that lie ahead.
The boy realizes he needs to study divine magic and wishes to visit Xiang.
Looking out the window, Rowan decides to report back to the Faith Division first.
Rowan sits across from the blonde commander and presents his decoding results.
The blonde commander listens intently, weighing the implications of Rowan's magical findings.
A close-up captures the commander's serious expression as he prepares to give his response.
The commander praises Rowan for his hard work and asks if the task finished well.
The blonde man relaxes, admitting he appreciates Rowan helping him look good before Magda.
The commander asks Rowan to examine one final item before he leaves for the day.
Rowan places his hands on a tactical map covered in various military chess pieces.
The commander identifies the marks as strongholds built upon Artel's former human tree farms.
Rowan suggests that the enemy's main headquarters is likely encircled by these specific strongholds.
Rowan theorizes that the placement of these forts is designed to trap the enemy headquarters.
A dagger plunges into the map, illustrating Rowan's comparison of their strategy to a hunt. The blonde commander looks on with genuine surprise at the boy's keen strategic insight.
The commander confirms Rowan's deduction and notes finding the headquarters is now possible.
The blonde man touches a chess piece and encourages Rowan to keep growing stronger.
Rowan nods firmly, accepting the challenge to improve his skills for the coming battle.
Rowan promises to do his best while the commander encourages him to keep it up.
The blonde leader mentions there is another matter he would like to get advice on.
Rowan listens with a surprised expression as the commander prepares to reveal his request.
Rowan formally requests a mission that will allow him to travel to Seong directly.
The blonde commander explains that Rowan's current rank prevents him from taking solo missions.
The blonde commander suggests Rowan visit his old school to learn about Seong.
Narrator notes that Principal Gregor was once a former archbishop of Seong. Rowan realizes the significance of the principal's past.
The commander dismisses Rowan for the day while the boy bows respectfully.
The commander calls out to get Rowan's attention once more.
The blonde man mentions kingdom officials are arriving tomorrow for a merit evaluation and suggests Rowan take a holiday afterward. Rowan ponders the upcoming merit evaluation while feeling indifferent about the recognition.
The boy determines that he must meet the principal at school tomorrow. The morning sun shines brightly over the grand academy buildings.
Principal Gregor welcomes Rowan with open arms inside his office.
Gregor shakes Rowan's hand while praising his recent contributions to the All-In mission.
Gregor looks at Rowan with a serious and attentive expression.
Rowan appears slightly tense as he prepares to ask a serious question. Rowan inquires about the specific nature of authority within the Seong Orthodox Church. Gregor asks if Rowan is attempting to measure Artel's power through church teachings. Gregor states that they must first define the concept of authority itself. A divine figure with massive white wings appears in a vision.
Authority is described as the set of conditions required to manifest power.
The narrative defines the core essence of authority through a blinding light.
Gregor admits showing him directly is restricted but offers a different solution. Gregor presents an ornate gold brooch, a sacred object belonging to the archbishop.
The principal offers a parting blessing as Rowan accepts the sacred item. Students and officials gather in the paved courtyard for the day's event.
Bystanders whisper rumors that the crown prince will personally attend the ceremony.
Students discuss the prince's difficult personality and his habit of challenging people.
Rowan overhears that the prince likes making bets and finding fault.
Rowan hopes this ceremony provides a way for him to reach Seong.
Lucas surprises Rowan by suddenly grabbing his shoulder from behind.
Spectators discuss the high rank and royal hierarchy of the first crown prince.
Rowan and Lucas sit among the crowd as the atmosphere remains noisier.
Lucas asks where Rowan went this morning, and the boy mentions school.
An official announces the grand entrance of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince.
The crown prince walks forward, his blue cape billowing behind him. The dark-haired prince surveys the crowd with a stern and cold gaze. The prince's boots step onto a carpet decorated with white lilies.
Rowan bows his head in a show of formal respect.
Rowan focuses his gaze on the powerful figure of the first crown prince.
Rowan observes the prince's mana, describing it as unusually bright, yet murky. The prince and Rowan share a brief, silent moment of mutual observation.
Rowan notices a distant figure watching the proceedings from a high balcony. The announcer heralds the governor's entrance as Rowan wonders if eyes met. A blindfolded elven woman walks past the seated prince toward the podium.
Rowan notes how the air changes and becomes orderly upon the governor's arrival. The bald official announces that the award recipients will now be named.
The speaker lists the union's achievements while Rowan ponders his own growth. Rowan reflects on the level of skill needed to be recognized by the governor.
Rowan is stunned as his own name is called out for the award.
The boy looks around in disbelief, questioning if he was truly called. Rowan begins walking toward the stage under the watchful eyes of the proud.
Rowan realizes that this ceremony actually has everything to do with him.
Rowan wonders why his name was called while Sienna continues applauding.
The silver-haired boy bows formally as he greets the blindfolded governor.
The crown prince watches the interaction from a high palace balcony.
The royal figure steps onto the stage to join the pair.
The prince notes Rowan's fierce eyes while Rowan realizes the earlier gaze was intentional.
The dark-haired prince formally announces he is presenting the award to Rowan.
The prince adds a bonus item from the union's grade 4 records. Rowan clenches the award plaque tightly as he accepts the recognition.
The boy admits he does not understand the current situation at all.
The prince questions if the silver-haired boy is truly a magician.
Rowan cites his education while the prince mentions the executed mayor of Allen.
The prince recalls the late mayor as an impressive man who brought snacks. The royal wonders how such a loyal man could have committed treason.
Rowan realizes the prince is intentionally finding fault with his merit.
The governor defends her acknowledgement while the prince disputes the newcomer's unrevealed merit. The prince questions the king's true intention behind sending him to the academy.
The royal decides he must personally test if Rowan's achievement is real.
A narrative interlude questions if the boy is useful or merely weeds.
The dark-haired prince expresses his curiosity regarding Rowan's actual power.
The setting shifts to a training ground for bare-handed combat.
Students discuss the prince's weapon proficiency and worry for the telekinetic rookie.
Lucas and the blonde commander watch, unsure who will win the match.
An official announces the start of instructional sparring as a scarred man watches.
The narrator notes that this sparring is merely the prince venting his frustration.
Rowan bows again, formally introducing himself as a member of the Faith Division.
The prince beckons for the boy to show what he has.
Rowan notes that the atmosphere has suddenly changed between them.
Rowan senses a strong competitive spirit through the prince's mana flow.
The silver-haired boy prepares for his first sparring match by focusing his senses.
The dark-haired prince takes a determined bare-handed combat stance.
The prince challenges Rowan as the boy's eye begins to glow blue.
Rowan launches a sudden high-speed charge across the training hall.
The prince is visibly shocked by the boy's incredible burst of speed.
The royal realizes his feet have been magically bound during the charge. Rowan connects with a powerful strike against the immobilized prince.
The force of the impact slides the royal figure backward.
The prince smirks, noting that the boy uses interesting little tricks.
The royal recovers his footing and prepares a counterattack.
The prince launches a rapid, heavy punch toward his opponent.
Rowan dodges nimbly as the prince dismisses him as a greenloin.
Rowan maintains a calm expression while observing the prince's frantic movements.
The silver-haired boy insults the prince's lack of intelligence and refinement.
Rowan effortlessly evades another wide punch from the struggling royal.
The prince shouts in rage at the boy's insults regarding his status.
Rowan nimbly steps around the prince's heavy telegraph strikes from above.
The boy readies a glowing spell to humiliate the prince further. A massive cloud of dust and mana erupts on the training ground.
The royal bastard yells in fury at being toyed with during the match.
A massive shockwave of energy pushes the spectators back. Rowan observes that the explosion has caused a mana runaway.
The crown prince hunches over, struggling with his excessive mana consumption.
Rowan observes his own low mana reserves while clenching his fist.
The silver-haired boy focuses his remaining energy to finish the match.
The dark-haired prince yells in shock and anger at the boy. A massive burst of dust and wind covers the training area.
The prince remains caught in the swirling vortex of the explosion.
Frustrated, the prince demands a sword to continue the fight.
The blindfolded governor maintains her calm as she observes the chaos.
The elven woman declares the sparring and merit ceremony officially over.
The prince looks on with sweat and irritation as he's dismissed.
Rowan stands quietly as the winds die down under the sky.
The royal figure stares in silent disbelief at his unexpected defeat.
The prince turns his head away, gritting his teeth in humiliation.
The two opponents walk in opposite directions across the training hall.
Rowan glances back over his shoulder with a subtle, mocking smile.
The scene shifts to a crowded, brightly lit dining hall tonight.
Rowan warns his companion to eat more slowly to avoid illness.
Lucas eats ravenously while Sienna watches his gluttony with wide eyes.
The red-haired boy insists on treating Rowan to a celebratory meal.
Sienna asks if Rowan is still determined to travel to Siang.
The trio gathers around a table filled with bread and meat.
Rowan explains that Siang's holy magic is his best hope.
Lucas mentions Siang's isolation before asking about the prince's earlier challenge.
Rowan describes the prince's attitude as twisted and intentionally embarrassing.
Lucas ponders why a crown prince would act so spitefully.
Rowan focuses his thoughts on the current king and the past.
Narrator describes the wise former king while showing King Simon's down.
A pair of boots steps onto a carpet adorned with lilies.
The late King William is remembered as a source of peace.
A shadowy silhouette depicts the treason that overthrew the wise king.
A narrative bubble reveals that the wise king was eventually murdered.
A gold crown lies in a pool of blood on the floor.
The tragedy is noted as having occurred over 10 years ago.
A young boy stands alone in a dark void holding the crown.
The boy weeps, traumatized by the bloodshed and the weight of royalty.
Rowan notes that childhood wounds often become clearer with age.
Rowan stands silently before a vision of his younger, mourning self. The silver-haired boy prepares to interact with his familiar, All.
Sienna warns Rowan to be careful of the royal family's gaze.
Sunlight fills a room the next morning, signaling a new day.
Rowan decides to check on Owl after his recent busy schedule.
The small black owl, spreads its wings and chirps happily.
Rowan stretches the small bird gently between his two hands.
The boy notices the bird's loss of elasticity after consuming a head. Rowan asks if Al has been traveling to the demon rong.
Rowan realizes his purified mana has severed all's connection to darkness.
Rowan looks down pensively at his small, round familiar. A small globule of blue mana rests in Rowan's open palm.
Owl looks back with an uncertain expression about its own power.
Rowan reassures the bird, telling it not to feel guilty.
Rowan suggests giving Owl a meal before they begin their experiment.
An ornate double door remains shut as a voice grants entry.
Rowan enters to find the blonde commander resting on a sofa. Rowan requests another priest's head to continue his research into magic.
The commander snaps his fingers, recalling the location of the requested item.
Adrian explains he hid the gruesome object from the public eye.
A hand firmly grips a heavy brown sock containing a head.
Rowan thanks the commander while accepting the weight of the bag.
The commander's sudden enthusiasm leaves the silver-haired boy feeling confused. Adrian eagerly asks to join the experiment, surprising the young magician.
Rowan reluctantly agrees as Adrian prepares to head to the grounds.
The scene shifts through a bright white flash to the grounds.
The setting shifts to Adrian's private training grounds filled with weapons.
The small owl, All, swallows a source of magic with a gulp.
Adrian marvels at the bird while Rowan prepares to begin casting.
Rowan wonders which elemental properties will emerge from the mana work.
The boy notes that mana properties change with every new orb.
Rowan reaches his hand into a swirling dark pool of magic.
The silver-haired boy focuses his gaze, preparing his next magical move.
Rowan reacts with surprise as a blue mana mass appears.
Rowan observes the blue mana orb, hoping for a familiar result.
Rowan decides to practice a water element spell while Adrian watches nearby.
Adrian suggests Rowan can become commander if he dies during practice.
Rowan notes the commander's hidden skill despite his playful, light attitude.
Rowan sets the goal of breaking the commander's protective aura shield.
The boy spreads his mana into the surroundings to cast magic. Rowan concentrates on circulating the mana he has spread into the air.
Adrian notes how much more intimidating the spell feels from below.
Rowan manipulates the water to increase its cohesion and freezing point.
A massive pillar of ice forms, shocking the spectating blonde commander.
The ice pillar slams into Adrian's golden aura shield with force.
Rowan panics as he realizes the sheer weight of the ice. The boy attempts to turn the ice back into liquid water.
A massive wave of water and magical energy erupts across the hall.
Rowan frantically shouts for the commander, worried the spell was lethal.
Adrian emerges safely, glad that his aura shield successfully held firm.
Adrian jokes about the lethality while Rowan asks if he is all right.
Rowan explains his struggle while Adrian notes the water's unusual density.
The commander explains that staying still was impossible against such magic.
A confident smile plays on the blonde man's face after the duel.
Adrian pats Rowan's head, telling him he is perfectly fine now.
Rowan reflects on the extreme effort he poured into the spell.
A massive crater proves the commander's monster-like strength for surviving.
Rowan walks alone through a grand, sunlit palace corridor later today.
The boy rubs his head, feeling the fatigue of recent events.
Rowan decides to store the absorbed magical power inside All's body.
Owl looks plump and satisfied as Adrian watches the small familiar.
A massive tornado of mana swirls within the training hall's center.
The narrative reflects on the intake of orbs with different elements.
Rowan wonders if his heavy body is due to lack of sleep.
Rowan hesitates, a single word hanging in the quiet air.
He reflects on his excitement, hand pressed against his racing heart.
Walking through the grand hall, he prepares to test his magic.
A sudden presence in the hallway causes Rowan to stop short. A sharp sound echoes through the ornate corridors of the palace. He finds himself standing before a man in a blue uniform.
Rowan maintains a neutral expression as he studies the unfamiliar man.
The silver-haired boy offers a respectful bow to the noble officer.
The officer admits to a bad feeling regarding their sudden encounter.
He mockingly warns Rowan not to tarnish the Union's name.
Rowan calmly counters, thanking him for a lesson long since learned.
Enraged by the boy's calm demeanor, the man spits an insult.
The noble officer turns away sharply, leaving the boy behind him.
Rowan watches the man depart, noting that nothing has truly changed.
He observes the man's volatile nature, pitying his unstable mana flow.
Rowan realizes the world is far from friendly toward the Union.
He contemplates the growing tensions as he walks through the palace.
The royal family remains wary, hiding nothing of their hostile gaze.
He notes that only the commoners show kindness to the Union.
Rowan resolves to make the Union stronger to face future challenges.
His companions stand united behind him in a display of strength.
He focuses on his goal of preventing the coming 5-year apocalypse.
Rowan bows politely to the guards stationed at the inner gate.
Passing through the gate, he enters a lush and mystical garden.
Guards whisper that few members have seen the governor's face.
They acknowledge that the governor is clearly an extraordinary individual.
Rumors about the governor's power circulate amongst the watching guards.
Rowan continues his walk through the garden's meticulously kept grounds.
He marvels at the vibrant mana pulsing through the garden's plants. Rowan greets the blindfolded blonde elf, recognizing her as the governor.
Bright yellow blossoms fill the frame as they begin their conversation. They walk together through the beautiful and mana-rich sanctuary.
The governor wishes for this tranquility to spread across the world.
She leads him toward a massive tree housing the Union treasury.
Entering the treasury, they find rooms filled with ancient, powerful weapons.
Rowan is awestruck by the sheer number of artifacts kept there.
The governor motions toward a door, promising a special gift inside.
Rowan considers the weight of receiving a treasure from the governor.
He takes a deep breath, preparing for the choice ahead. The boy realizes why legends are written about such incredible treasures.
Rowan stops abruptly as he spots a familiar-looking locket.
The silver locket features an emblem identical to Rowan's brooch.
He recalls the origin of the pattern from his previous investigations.
He senses a faint but distinct magical power within the locket.
The governor questions his choice, prompting Rowan's silent reflection.
He explains that a strange, familiar force drew him to it.
The blonde elf senses a deep, unexplainable connection between them.
Light shimmers around the locket as Rowan holds it firmly.
He asks the governor for the history behind the locket's emblem.
She explains the symbol represents the world's ancient foundational tree.
Two women in white robes stand together in a vibrant, sunlit field.
Rowan asks if the crest is an elven symbol, and the governor confirms it belongs to an ancient family.
Rowan contemplates the possibility that the crest is connected to his own bloodline.
The governor asks about Rowan's biological parents, but he only vividly remembers his nanny from the shelter.
Young Rowan grieves his nanny, reflecting on how easily he shared this personal story with the governor.
The governor notes he could have chosen a higher-grade treasure, but Rowan insists on the locket as his reward.
Holding the silver locket tightly, the boy declares that this item is more than enough for him.
Though the locket lacks magic, Rowan feels a mysterious, guiding whisper drawing him toward the unfamiliar emblem.
Rowan fastens the silver locket around his neck as a faint aura of light shimmers around him.
A cluster of blue and white flowers symbolizes the peaceful conclusion of their meeting, as Rowan gives thanks.
Rowan receives a new mission assignment as the official scroll is unfurled for his review.
Lucas is shocked to learn their next mission is to support Barkino instead of going to Siang.
Rowan explains he is going to Barkino because the Stability Division is currently stationed there.
Rowan suggests learning from the priests in the Stability Division will be more comfortable than traveling to Siang.
Lucas wonders about the mission's organization, while Rowan notes that other seniors will be participating as well.
A formal announcement confirms the details of the upcoming support mission to the Duchy of Barkino.
Sienna rides her horse with a stoic expression, leading the way toward their new destination.
Rowan and a clearly apprehensive Lucas follow closely behind on their horses.
Oscar leads the group through the countryside while Lucas struggles with his mounting internal distress.
Lucas asks why the Stability Division is so rarely seen by other members of the Union.
Oscar laughs heartily, asking Lucas if he hasn't been training just as hard as they have.
A sudden, sharp impact punctuates the conversation as someone is comically struck.
Rowan explains that the Stability Division manages public order and damage recovery while Lucas nurses a painful bump.
A tactical diagram outlines the roles of the Faith, Harmony, Honor, Stability, and Responsibility divisions.
Rowan details how the Practicality and Freedom divisions function as support and independent mission units, respectively.
Lucas recalls the specific troop movements of the Faith and Honor divisions during the previous battle at All-In.
Rowan teases Lucas for finally understanding the structure, prompting an indignant reaction from the red-haired boy.
Oscar tells the boys to stop talking, warning that Barkino is a far more dangerous place than they realize.
A map reveals Barkino's location in the southwest as Rowan reflects on leaving the Grafton Kingdom for the first time.
Oscar looks ahead as the narrative defines the role of a regional branch office within the Union's jurisdiction.
Lucas asks for confirmation on their path, and Oscar affirms they are heading toward the local branch office.
The leader announces they will first be stopping at a place called Dungin before continuing their journey.
Rowan looks up in surprise as they arrive at the imposing gates of a familiar brick building.
They arrive at the Dongin shelter at night, the place where Rowan spent his formative years.
Oscar places a comforting hand on Rowan's shoulder as the boy admits his memories of that day remain vivid.
Oscar gazes down an underground staircase, identifying it as the exact spot where he first encountered Rowan.
5 years have passed since that fateful meeting changed the course of Rowan's life.
The group is greeted by a man as they arrive safely at their temporary base of operations.
Boris, a runner for the Practicality Division, introduces himself and welcomes the Union members.
Boris leads the group into a large, well-organized office filled with files and maps.
Lucas asks why the office is so quiet, and Boris reveals he is the only one stationed there permanently.
Lucas is stunned to learn that Boris manages the entire regional office and its affairs by himself.
Rowan explains that working alone is more efficient for avoiding attention while undercover in small towns like Dungin.
Oscar clears his throat, signaling the end of the casual conversation and the start of their briefing. Boris nods solemnly, preparing to share critical intelligence regarding the recent changes in the region.
During the meeting, Boris explains that the criminal organization Liberta has completely displaced Rytel and Dongan.
The name of the antagonistic group, Liberta, appears amidst a backdrop of flickering flames.
Liberta is described as a grave threat that is slowly devouring the stability of the entire continent. Silhouetted against a massive fire, the mercenaries of Liberta are identified as villains who embrace their violent nature. Boris identifies the new leader of Liberta as Balder, a 17-year-old prodigy who mastered the sword in 2 years.
The goatee-wearing commander asks about the scale of the threat. Boris replies that it remains at a manageable level for now, but stresses the importance of eliminating them before they grow.
Looking at a shelf of books, Boris admits that he deeply regrets showing mercy to a young villain in the past.
A hand reaches for a map while the commander advises that there is no benefit in dwelling on past mistakes.
He insists that the organization known as Liberta must be cleared out before their influence expands any further.
The commander highlights 3 specific alleys on the map, identifying each as a main base or headquarters.
A red scarf is shown as the commander explains that members of Liberta are easily spotted by these symbols.
Nodding solemnly, the goatee-wearing commander decides he will personally take charge of the first location.
The commander warns Lucas to stay focused, while Sienna watches the briefing with a stoic and silent expression.
He further orders that Boris should concentrate on supporting Rowan during this Faith Division mission.
Rowan looks down with a quiet, contemplative expression as the meeting draws to a close.
A chair screeches against the floor as the commander stands to signal the start of the operation.
A final directive appears, urging the team to leave no room for future trouble.
The commander stands at the head of the large table and tells his subordinates to remember his words.
A bright full moon shines over the dark, starry sky as petals drift through the cool night air.
The moonlight illuminates the quiet rooftops of the town as the mission begins in earnest.
Rowan and Boris move with incredible speed, leaping across the tiled roofs toward their target.
While running, Rowan reflects on how drastically the world has changed over the last 5 years.
Rowan suddenly spots a ruined shop below and his eyes widen in recognition of the familiar storefront.
A narration box explains that this specific shop is where Rowan first bought ice cream with Mother Pauline.
In a warm flashback, a younger, happy Rowan walks through the town while holding an ice cream cone alongside a kind woman. Rowan notes that the once upscale alley filled with cafes has now transformed into a shadow of its former self.
Boris asks if Rowan has visited Dongan before, and the boy reveals that he is originally from the Dongan shelter.
They look over the dilapidated town as Boris mentions that the local famine has been cruelly prolonged.
Boris explains that the local beggars vanished after the Manson gang joined Liberta, which Rowan listens to with a dark expression. Boris asks if there is anyone Rowan wishes to meet since this is his first time back in a long time.
Rowan's blue eye reflects a cold determination as he processes his companion's question.
Rowan stares out over the ruins and states that there is no one left to meet in this once important place.
Rowan reflects that those who once shared his heart are now lost to the past.
Dark silhouettes of people in despair represent the tragic fate of those Rowan once knew.
He thinks of the sunset paths he walked with Mother Pauline and how they have all disappeared into crime.
Rowan resolves that his task is to cut off the roots of darkness rather than lingering in painful memories.
Thinking back to his childhood joy, Rowan vows that the sound of laughter will return to the city someday.
The scene shifts to the interior of a tavern where several men wearing red mufflers are gathered.
A bored-looking man with a red scarf rests his head on his hand at a wooden table.
Rowan kicks the double doors open with explosive force, announcing his arrival to the startled enemies.
One of the men jumps up and yells at Rowan, drawing a sharp dagger to defend the base.
A sudden, violent strike results in a spray of blood across the tavern walls as Rowan begins his assault.
Rowan stands calmly amidst the chaos, a sharp shard of blue mana hovering beside him.
An enemy member gasps in shock as he realizes how easily the intruder breached their defenses.
A blonde man with a red scarf shouts for the others to catch the intruder at all costs.
A high-pitched metallic sound rings out as a blue mana projectile zips through the room.
3 Liberta members are simultaneously struck down by beams of brilliant blue energy.
A hand wearing a black fingerless glove twitches, showing the leader's annoyance at the disturbance. Sitting at the far end of the hall, a man notes the commotion and admits he didn't expect the Union to arrive.
Rowan points a floating mana crystal toward the man and asks if he is the leader named Balder.
A wide, sinister grin spreads across the face of the man seated in the dark corner.
The man confirms his identity as Balder and mockingly asks if he has become famous enough for the Union to visit. A formal title identifies the man as Liberta's leader, Balder, as Rowan narrows his gaze. Rowan notices a woman and 2 terrified children huddled on the floor behind Balder's chair.
Looking at the huddled captives, Rowan finally understands the dark business Boris mentioned regarding the missing beggars.
Rowan reflects on the enemy group's predatory business model.
The bound prisoners huddled together in a state of despair. Rowan clenches his fist tightly, suppressing a surge of anger.
Balder mockingly suggests they discuss business after seeing if Rowan survives.
Balder commands his subordinates to give their guest a violent welcome.
Rowan remains composed as blue mana crystals begin to orbit him.
The boy's eyes narrow with a cold and lethal determination.
The atmosphere shifts as the confrontation reaches its boiling point. Balder notes that his opponent has some very peculiar tricks.
Balder asks when the Union became known as a circus troupe.
Rowan explains this is magic, while Balder claims he isn't an idiot. Rowan admits that he truly underestimated the strength of his opponent.
Rowan notes the murky demonic power radiating from Balder's massive frame.
Balder charges forward with a ferocious grin, ready to strike.
Balder admits he expected to deal with the Union eventually.
Balder decides to take Rowan's life as compensation for his men.
The leader leaps high, preparing a crushing downward sword strike.
Rowan wonders if leading a group requires a baseline level of aura.
Rowan notes that Balder's body is well trained for such a weapon. Blue magical shards descend rapidly toward the charging enemy leader.
Rowan observes that while the leader is fast, his stance is sloppy. Rowan thinks Balder's skill is nowhere near Senior Sienna's elite level.
Balder pants in frustration, wondering why his attacks refuse to land.
The leader's internal scream reflects his growing inability to touch Rowan.
Balder gasps in shock as Rowan prepares a mana blast.
A surge of powerful blue magic erupts from Rowan's outstretched hand. Balder lets out a pained cry as the blast hits in.
The force of the strike sends the leader sliding across the rim.
Balder coughs up blood, realizing the intruder is no ordinary boyd.
Rowan stands over his defeated foe with a gaze of indifference.
Driven by desperation, Balder screams and charges for one final attack. A massive flare of light illuminates the dark town's rooftop.
Balder is suddenly frozen in place by a powerful binding spell.
The leader struggles, confused as to why his body won't move.
Rowan's hair drifts in the wind as he prepares his final move.
The boy channels mana into his hand, ready to finish the fight.
Rowan reveals that since this is the end, he'll mention his past.
Rowan condemns the leader for defiling a town of such personal meaning.
A vision of the town's former happiness and laughter appears.
The current dark and oppressive reality of the city is shown.
Rowan reflects on how his precious memories were stained by darkness. The boy looks down with an expression of deep, quiet sorrow.
Rowan declares that he can never forgive the man before him.
The large black bird lets out a very unheroic burk. Rowan frees the captives, who urge him to flee immediately.
The man warns Rowan that they must escape before reinforcements arrive.
Boris notes that taking down Balder won't stop the whole organization.
Rowan reaches into the bird's mouth while Boris looks on confused.
Rowan clenches his fist, reminding Boris of their true mission scope.
Rowan explains that the gathering enemies provide a perfect chance for annihilation.
The scene shifts to an inn a little while later tonight.
Oscar notes that everyone returned safely and Boris has reported in.
Oscar and Sienna report finding only grunts and no useful intel. Oscar asks Rowan for a report on his side of the mission.
Rowan smiles awkwardly while appearing slightly nervous about the upcoming report.
Observing the boy's expression, Oscar notes that Rowan's face looks unwell. Rowan presents a blood-stained item, prompting Oscar to ask what it is. Rowan explains that the item fell from a Liberta officer's clothing. Rowan recounts freeing captives and wiping out Liberta officers in a hideout.
Oscar asks for the head, but Rowan reveals that all ate it.
Rowan mentions finding mana similar to Artel's power on the officers. Narrative text confirms both groups used murky mana similar to Artel.
Rowan suspects that the Liberta organization is now utilizing dark magic.
Rowan suggests that the Liberta and Rytel factions have joined forces.
Oscar considers the possibility while Sienna critiques the Union's general grouping.
Oscar clenches his chin, declaring they must move faster to intervene.
Narration mentions the mission to support branches while heading toward Barkidum. Oscar changes priorities to containment and suppression before the enemy gathers.
Sienna identifies branch locations while Oscar calculates the long travel time.
Rowan suggests splitting the team into 3 groups to break enemy momentum.
Sienna expresses concern, noting that Rowan and Lucas are still inexperienced.
Oscar asks the silver-haired boy for his plan on dividing the team.
Rowan decides that his specific group will head to the stability division.
Oscar points out that each branch already has its own agents.
Oscar warns that few in the division will trust in Oz's word.
Rowan insists this visit will be different, explaining his choice of destination.
Oscar asks how it will be different as Rowan prepares something.
Rowan places a fist down, mentioning a sacred item from Principal Gregor.
The silver-haired boy prepares to show the golden artifact to Oscar. Rowan considers the reaction of Seong priests within the stability division.
A close-up reveals the intricate, sparkling design of the golden artifact.
A strong wind blows across a dark, cloudy night sky.
The travelers arrive at the bridge zone as the winds howl. Massive bridges connect floating islands across a misty, dark water expanse.
Lucas notes the thick fog while Rowan confirms the Barkino border. Lucas expresses doubt about the safety of crossing the treacherous bridges. Rowan explains that detouring south would take too much time. The red-haired boy looks ahead with a sudden sense of alertness.
Rowan identifies distant blue lights as torchbearers lighting the path.
Rowan explains that torchbearers help travelers navigate through the thick fog.
Rowan reminds Lucas of Oscar's rule against drawing swords here. Lucas dismisses the warning, assuming they will not encounter any enemies.
Rowan watches his friend with worry, feeling a sense of foreboding.
Lucas rides forward confidently while Rowan follows with a heavy sigh.
A bowl of food is overturned during a sudden, loud confrontation.
A crowd of villagers stands in the fog as a confrontation begins. Two armed men confront Lucas, who stands near an overturned table.
Rowan stands nearby, observing the trouble Lucas has gotten into. Rowan touches his head, regretting his choice to leave Lucas alone. The boy laments his mistake as the situation turns predictably problematic. In the bridge zone 30 minutes prior, Rowan suggests a short break while Lucas admits he is starving. Rowan notes the unexpected number of people at the local inn and restaurant. The travelers realize the area is a busy hub connecting Grafton and Barcino. A vibrant blue flame erupts from a massive stone brazier near a village building. Lucas suggests finding food while Rowan decides to investigate the mysterious torches.
Lucas questions his friend's lack of hunger as Rowan politely declines a meal.
Lucas heads toward a restaurant, leaving Rowan alone to conduct his inspection. Rowan walks away into the night, his footsteps echoing through the quiet zone. The silver-haired boy approaches the towering blue flame as the wind howls. A close look at the magical fire reveals a swirling vortex of energy. Rowan observes the flame's intensity, noting that closer inspection reveals a hidden truth. Rowan realizes the fire is slowly dying, resembling a life force fading away. The narrative explains the flame serves as a guide through the treacherous fog. This eternal fire has burned for generations, never failing regardless of the circumstances.
Rowan concludes that the flame appears worn out despite its long history of burning.
The boy contemplates the consequences if the protective light were to finally extinguish.
A voice startles Rowan by remarking that the Union has an interesting child.
A large, bearded man stands tall, observing Rowan with a knowing and confident posture.
Rowan asks how the man identified him as a Union member, prompting the man to point out the boy's unique clothing fabric.
The bearded man sits down, explaining his familiarity with Union members passing through.
Rowan admits he was mesmerized by the noble nature of the path-lighting flame.
The boy refers to the fire as a sacrifice, shocking the man into asking for an explanation.
Rowan explains his belief that the flame is actually burning away the man's life. The man looks down in silent contemplation of the boy's sharp and grim observation.
The bearded man confirms that torchbearers sacrifice their own time and lives for the light. A gloved hand rests in the man's lap, symbolizing his long years of service. Clenching his fist, the man reveals he has maintained the flame for over 74 years. The torchbearer confesses he has reached his absolute limit and run out of strength. A weary expression crosses the man's face as he faces his own mortality.
The man explains the fire will fail without a successor, whom Rowan identifies as the next torchbearer.
Rowan asks if someone else's life could fuel the flame, a suggestion the man finds terrifying yet intriguing.
A loud crash interrupts them, leading the man to note that some people require punishment.
The scene shifts to the restaurant where two armed Liberta officers confront a defiant Lucas.
Lucas mocks the so-called famous swordsmanship of the men threatening him with a blade.
Lucas dismisses their skills as mere child's play, infuriating the men who demand he be silenced. The bearded man suddenly intervenes, his presence looming as a threat over the aggressors. The torchbearer reminds the men of the severe consequences for drawing weapons in this zone. Rowan watches from behind as the massive man stands between the officers and Lucas. The officers try to shift the blame onto Lucas, arguing that their rule-breaking is none of the man's business.
The torchbearer demands silence while taking a decisive and intimidating step forward.
The man prepares a small blade, declaring that rules have no meaning unless they are strictly followed. A dark shadow falls over the terrified officers as the man prepares to deliver judgment. The men stammer out a desperate and futile plea for mercy in the darkness. A sequence of swift strikes and impacts signals a one-sided beatdown of the officers. The aggressors lie defeated on the ground as the torchbearer stands over their unconscious forms.
The man labels the officers as worthless scum who contribute nothing to the world.
Rowan stops the man from going further, announcing that he has a new idea.
The silver-haired boy looks on with a cold gaze, capturing the torchbearer's full attention.
Rowan proposes using the defeated officer's mana as a new source of fuel for the fire.
Rowan suggests this plan would extend the flame's life while making an example of those who break the law.
Oscar realizes he is late with introductions as the group stands together.
Rowan begins his formal introduction as a member of the Union Faith Division.
Rowan concludes his introduction identifying himself as Oz and a Union magician.
A massive blue flame signals a successful activation by the water.
Rowan reports that his body feels significantly lighter thanks to the man's hope.
The silver-haired boy looks peaceful in the soft light of sunset.
A briefing mentions a 2-day journey meeting 4 more torchbearers along the way.
A finger points toward a distant bridge where blue flames mark the path.
Oscar reacts with mild surprise to the sight of the upcoming route.
Oscar presents a blue flame badge, identifying it as a necessary tool.
Oscar explains that wearing the badge will allow other torchbearers to recognize Rowan.
Lucas and Rowan look shocked by the significance of the new badge.
The scene transitions through a soft, shimmering glow on patterned fabric.
A close-up of white lace symbolizes the hope within their mission.
Rowan notes they had to pass through several more checkpoints during Tattle.
Lucas describes clearing the bridge zone of enemies using their new authority.
Rowan touches his new badge, appreciating the gift they were given. Lucas cheers with relief as they finally emerge from the thick fog.
The group overlooks a massive city shimmering with bright yellow roofs.
Tall stone towers and elegant buildings define the grand city architecture.
An empty courtyard displays the clean, high-end construction of the city.
Lucas marvels at the golden buildings while Rowan explains the city's sun-themed nickname.
Rowan reflects on how much more beautiful the city is in person.
Lucas complains of extreme hunger, prompting Rowan to realize they must eat.
Rowan points toward a row of restaurants and Lucas eagerly accepts.
A wooden crate overflows with fresh, red apples at a market.
The market stall displays vibrant, perfectly ripe fruit for the visitors.
Lucas excitedly lists the famous local dishes they should try for their meal.
Rowan confirms the proximity of the sea to the southeast of the city.
Both boys admit they haven't seen the sea but want to visit.
Lucas and Rowan share a quiet moment thinking about the ocean.
Rowan and Lucas decide to visit the sea together before their mission ends.
Lucas sniffs the air, drawn toward a delicious aroma from a tavern.
Lucas identifies a famous restaurant and suggests they have their meal there.
A bell rings as they enter the warm, inviting restaurant.
The duo walks into a bustling tavern filled with diverse patrons. Overhearing whispers, the boys learn the patrons are skeptical of the Union's methods.
Patrons dismiss the Union's values as useless, favoring the profit of siding with Liberta.
Enraged, Lucas yells at the tavern patrons, demanding they speak their insults directly.
Lucas shames the room for being easily swayed by baseless rumors.
Lucas admits he snapped at the nonsense while Rowan reflects on their words. Rowan concludes that the rumors confirm Liberta's involvement in modifying children.
Rowan resolves to work harder to counter the vile actions of their enemies.
Lucas observes that Rowan becomes noticeably more on edge regarding the group Artel.
A delicious spread of seafood and grilled skewers is served to them.
Lucas exclaims about the quality of the shrimp, urging Rowan to dig in.
An empty plate sits as Lucas quickly finishes his first serving.
Lucas praises the rice dish while Rowan tells him to slow down.
A platter of cured pork leg and sausages is served next.
Rowan and Lucas enjoy their meal, completely satisfied with the local food.
Rowan and Lucas suffer through a meal with an overwhelming saltiness.
Hans dismisses the idea of eating the dish without any accompaniment. Hans sits with the boys, suggesting biscuits to balance the salt.
Rowan thanks Hans while noting the man's completely hidden mana presence.
Rowan spots an expert badge on Hans, who tells him to eat.
Hans silences Rowan's questions, insisting they finish the meal before talking.
Rowan expresses his gratitude for the food as they finished eating.
Rowan praises the meal and the proper way Hans taught them.
Hans identifies himself as a commander while the boys state their division.
Rowan explains that they entered the restaurant by following a pleasant smeller.
Hans asks Rowan where he heard a specific quote about food.
Rowan identifies a book he read, shocking Hans with the culinary reference.
The boy admits to enjoying history and geography books as well.
Hans reveals he wrote the book and welcomes his young fan.
Rowan stares in stunned silence at the revelation of the author's identity. The silver-haired boy shouts in disbelief at the unexpected and surreal news.
Rowan slams his hand on the table in a burst of excitement.
Rowan expresses deep honor, finding it surreal to meet his favorite author.
Lucas scolds Rowan for gushing instead of discussing their actual mission details.
Rowan explains their assignment to support Bartino alongside Oscar and Sienna. Hans finds the small group surprising but trusts the senior agent's strength. Rowan reaches into his clothing to retrieve a special item for Hans.
Hans recognizes the golden artifact as belonging to the principal,
Gregor. Rowan explains how Gregor gifted the artifact for his Siang visit.
Hans jokes about Gregor's favoritism while Lucas watches Rowan's uncharacteristic excitement.
A sudden sound interrupts Hans as he realizes time has passed quickly.
Hans notes the late hour and prepares to leave the restaurant.
A brief moment passes as the group acknowledges the late hour.
Hans looks toward the entrance where other division members have arrived.
Rowan notices silhouettes at the door, questioning who the newcomers are.
2 senior division members enter the room to retrieve their commander. The seniors urge Hans to leave as he apologizes for delaying.
Hans confirms Rowan's desire to meet the Siang priests during the mission.
Hans invites Rowan to join them while the boy looks for help.
Lucas watches the interaction with a look of mild suspicion and confusion. Hans introduces the 2 boys to the gathered Stability Division members. Angela introduces herself while reaching out to greet the new teammates. The pink-haired woman offers a warm and welcoming smile to everyone.
Lucas is instantly smitten by Angela, feeling struck by love's arrow.
Lucas greets Angela with a formal and overly dramatic hand kiss. The red-haired boy winks confidently after his smooth and bold introduction.
Hans suggests discussing the Siang mission details as the group departs.
The scene transitions to a clear sky above the new destination.
The combined team travels across a vast and desolate rocky wasteland.
Rowan and Angela discuss the harsh and dry nature of the terrain. Angela reports intel about Liberta preparing for an all-out war nearby.
The group plans to rescue children being held at a local hideout.
The team worries that Liberta might be turning children into ghouls.
Lucas follows behind Angela, blushing deeply from his newfound crush.
Angela smiles as the group continues their mission across the plains.
Angela admits that her faith lacks the depth needed for full mastery.
Lucas is instantly smitten while Angela reacts with visible confusion.
Lucas excitedly vows to protect her from any impending danger.
Angela offers a hesitant response as they traverse the rocky plains. Excusing herself to report, Angela rushes away from the awkward encounter.
Lucas calls after Angela while Rowan watches his friend's dramatics.
Rowan questions if Lucas has already replaced his crush on Sienna.
Lucas reacts defensively to Rowan's teasing about his fickle romantic interests.
Declaring his admiration for both women, Lucas creates an imaginary dilemma.
Rowan watches with utter disbelief as Lucas continues his romantic daydreaming.
The team finally arrives at their destination, stopping to assess surroundings. Rowan's keen eyes confirm that the vanguard has spotted the target. The silver-haired boy identifies the distant outpost as the Liberta hideout. Armed guards wearing red scarves patrol the perimeter of the building.
Hans notes that a significant enemy presence remains at the outpost.
Rowan realizes the distance prevents him from reading internal mana flows. Stepping forward, Rowan signals that he has formulated a tactical plan.
Rowan suggests a provocation to draw the enemies out into the open.
He explains that a small group won't initially appear threatening enough.
Hans listens intently as the boy outlines his strategic approach.
Rowan proposes that he and Lucas lead the lure team as bait.
A flashback recalls how villagers openly mocked their youthful appearances earlier.
Hans acknowledges the merit of the plan despite lingering safety concerns.
Rowan asserts his commitment to fulfilling the Faith Division's vanguard duties.
The commander remains silent, carefully weighing the risks of the proposal.
Hans decides to bolster the team with 2 Stability Division members.
Nikos and Bell introduce themselves as they join the infiltration squad.
Hans orders the team to proceed while promising immediate backup.
The 4-person team descends into the rocky canyon toward the hideout.
Nikos explains that Stability members use physical combat instead of magic.
Channeling divine authority into his fists, Nikos demonstrates their fighting style. Nikos signals that he has identified the enemy scout's exact location. Rowan focuses his vision, finally perceiving the mana inside the building.
Relieved, Rowan observes that only children appear to be inside.
The group coordinates to subdue the remaining targets all at once. Rowan prepares to deploy earth magic, selecting it for the terrain. A tranquil moment shows Rowan with a small owl on his shoulder.
Lucas confidently steps forward to handle the public distraction phase. A guard turns in confusion as someone approaches the hideout's entrance.
The guard questions why a lone Union member is walking openly.
Offended by the Union's perceived arrogance, the guard draws his blade. Lucas begins a series of flamboyant poses to distract the guards.
The red-haired boy continues his dramatic performance, drawing more attention. Angela feels a sudden chill while Rowan observes Lucas's ridiculous show.
An irritated guard demands to know the purpose of the performance. Rowan concludes that the dry environment is perfect for earth-based spells. Touching the ground, Rowan begins channeling mana into the soil.
Mana spreads like roots, burrowing deep beneath the unsuspecting enemy guards.
Blue energy erupts from the earth, successfully incapacitating the Liberta scouts.
Rowan completes his spell, comparing the mana flow to a sprouting tree.
A powerful skill activates with a massive and golden impact effect. Rowan unleashes the Thornbone skill, skewering the remaining Liberta scouts.
Sharp and bone-like spikes sprout rapidly to finish the brutal assault.
Hans and his team look on in shock at the carnage.
Rowan stands amidst the corpses, visibly exhausted and emotionally drained.
A narrator questions if the silver-haired boy is truly a powerful Oz.
The silver-haired boy looks toward the horizon with a somber expression.
The sun shines brightly above the desolate and rocky landscape.
The group approaches the imposing facade of the Liberta outpost building.
Hans confirms the enemy's defeat and prioritizes rescuing the captive children first.
Hans thanks the boys for their help while Lucas downplays their efforts.
Lucas privately hopes Angela witnessed his combat skills and has fallen for him.
Angela shivers in discomfort, feeling an inexplicable chill from Lucas's intense gaze.
Hans orders the group to save the children before discussing anything else.
The team descends a dark and stone stairway into the hideout steps. Hans leads the quiet procession into the oppressive shadows of the building.
Rowan senses something disturbing that he could not perceive from a distance.
Rowan realizes the captive children possess a murky and corrupted mana presence.
Rowan notes Hans's tactical choice to avoid the front door's mana concentration. Hans's glowing eye confirms he also sensed the children's tainted mana flow.
The team navigates a narrow and dim corridor deep within the prison.
Hans reaches for the heavy iron handle of a large core.
The commander throws the doors open, revealing a large stone chamber.
Iron chandeliers hang over a cold and silent room designed for suffering.
The group walks deeper into the dark and unmaintained prison hallway.
Rowan observes that the windowless area is being kept like a dungeon.
The boy wonders what cruel things were done to children in here.
Rowan suddenly freezes in place, his eyes widening at a horrific discovery. Hans silences the group while the other members react with visible concern.
A silent finger points toward a tragic sight on the stone floor.
A dead child lies in a pool of blood near a dagger.
The discarded blade sits amidst bloodstains, signaling a violent struggle.
Heavy scratch marks on the stone wall hint at a desperate struggle.
Another small victim lies slumped against the cold wall of the prison.
The group stares down a hallway filled with the remains of children.
Angela's face contorts with pure and unadulterated horror at the gruesome sight.
Lucas shields Angela's eyes, telling her to look away from the carnage. Lucas turns to Rowan, his expression hardening as he assesses the situation.
The group concludes that this tragedy is definitely the work of Rytel.
A chilling narration explains the enemies forced the children to kill each other. Liberta intended to keep only the survivors as their brainwashed and loyal hounds.
Rowan clenches his fist, struggling to process the depth of such cruelty.
Rowan reflects on the sensory horror of the blood-stained and dark prison.
Overwhelming anger and regret consume the boy as he surveys the room.
Visions of the suffering children haunt Rowan's thoughts in the darkness.
The sight triggers a painful memory of Rowan's own past helplessness.
Rowan's eyes burn with blue mana as he fights through emotional pain.
Gripping his chest, the boy questions his own purpose in the world.
Hans consoles Rowan, acknowledging the horrific burden and comparing it to blades.
Hans warns that deep emotional wounds allow evil to seep into one's soul.
Hans warns Rowan that while anger is natural, he must not be consumed by it.
Hans notes that managing these emotions is one of the hardest parts of being a member.
He suggests sharing burdens with comrades, as just talking can provide necessary comfort.
A thought bubble expresses total confidence in Rowan's ability to overcome his emotional struggle.
The scene lingers on the cold, dark iron bars of the prison cell. Hans tells everyone to remember this moment as he prepares to take action.
A tranquil and glowing aura begins to shift the atmosphere of the room.
Discarded daggers and dried bloodstains tell a tragic story on the stone floor.
A small, bound child with blood on their clothes sits in the dark hallway.
The team gathers around a group of rescued children who remain tied with ropes.
Hans lowers himself to the ground to inspect the children more closely.
Hans determines that the children are suffering from an old sorcery, not full possession. Rowan notes that the dark mana flow perfectly matches what he observed before.
Hans acknowledges that describing the corruption as a mana flow is an interesting perspective.
The commander's intense gaze focuses on the children as he prepares his magic.
Rowan explains he can sense a dark aura of evil physically holding the children.
Hans raises his hand to begin the purification process through the use of holy magic.
Beams of brilliant holy light erupt outward to cleanse the children of their corruption.
Rowan watches in shock, realizing he is witnessing the power of true divine authority.
Hans prays for the goddess's light to illuminate the dark night within the children.
The darkness and pain are purged as the breath of light subdues the shadows.
Corrupted blue energy is drawn out from the children, vanishing into the air.
The hallway is filled with a bright, cleansing radiance as the ritual concludes.
A rescued child breathes peacefully as golden clusters of light surround them. Rowan observes the murky mana disappearing, replaced by beautiful clusters of holy light.
Hans decides it is finally time to return to base with the rescued children.
Rowan asks if it is possible to turn ghouls back into humans with magic. Hans realizes that witnessing the ritual has sparked a newfound hope within the boy.
The commander sadly closes his eyes, preparing to deliver a disappointing answer.
Hans informs Rowan that reversing the process of ghoulification is unfortunately impossible.
A promotional page displays recruitment information alongside various fantasy-themed character illustrations.
Hans explains that purification cannot reach darkness that has already invaded a person's inner self. He notes that holy magic is borrowed power and cannot rewrite a person's fate.
Hans describes the 3 divine authorities: sensing darkness, containing light, and kindling it.
He concludes that drawing darkness from a corrupted inner self is beyond their magic's domain.
Hans explains the strict limits of holy magic while walking away with Rowan.
Rowan reflects on the concept of a power that allows looking inside the human body.
The boy contemplates a secret possibility that remains unvoiced to his commander.
A flashback shows young Rowan seeing the internal mana flows of people in a crowd.
Rowan smiles, believing that his unique ability might actually satisfy the necessary conditions.
Rowan asks the commander for permission to test a theory if they encounter a ghoul.
A close-up of Hans's eye reflects the determined boy standing before him.
Faced with Rowan's steadfast and pleading eyes, Hans finds he cannot refuse the request.
The group arrives at the city of Barkino, marked by its grand domed towers.
Vice Commander Oscar and Senior Sienna stand ready to greet the returning team.
Rowan and Lucas are overjoyed to see their seniors waiting for them.
Oscar reports that the mission was a success thanks to the efforts of both boys.
The vice commander notes that Liberta agents have been cleared from all other branches.
Rowan and Lucas listen to the report of their substantial achievements with serious expressions.
Lucas winks and smiles warmly at his friend as they celebrate their success.
Lucas laughs while explaining that some convenient punks picked an unimpressive fight with them.
A knock at the door interrupts a conversation regarding how good work deserves recognition.
Angela introduces herself as an Oz from the Stability Division and delivers an urgent message.
Angela relays Commander Hans's request for support as Liberta gathers at a designated battlefield.
The group learns that ghouls and members of Artel's group have been confirmed at the location.
Hurried footsteps echo through the hallway as the group begins to move with urgency.
A hand slams firmly onto the table to emphasize the gravity of the situation. Oscar stops Rowan, reminding him that there is a proper bureaucratic process for their actions.
Rowan argues that they must move immediately because speed will allow them to save more lives.
They explain that because they are in Barkino, they cannot use force without the Duke's approval.
Rowan clenches his fist in frustration at the necessity of waiting for official permission.
The silver-haired boy apologizes to the vice commander for letting his emotions dictate his rash behavior.
The grand and ornate towers of the Barkino Ducal Palace stand tall under a clear sky. The group walks through the massive reception hall to present their case to the leader.
Oscar, Sienna, Lucas, and Rowan bow deeply to greet the Duke of Barkino.
Oscar introduces himself and his team of runners and Oz to the seated ruler.
The Duke of Barkino is identified as the territory's first swordsman while he reads a book.
Rowan stares intently at the leader, recognizing his status as the Duke.
The boy acknowledges that the man before him is the master of famous Barkino swordsmanship.
Rowan observes that the Duke's presence feels uniquely powerful and overwhelming even while he is unarmed.
The Duke addresses the boy, and Rowan replies that the meeting is a great honor. Closing his red book, the Duke notes that the rumors regarding Rowan's talent were not exaggerated. The leader questions if the boy's sharply honed aura is a manifestation of killing intent. He corrects himself, sensing that the aura is actually a sign of deep yearning or longing.
Rowan respectfully notes that he senses the presence of a honed blade within the Duke instead.
The Duke laughs and admits it is pleasant to hear his skill recognized by the boy.
The leader states that the group needs to prioritize putting out the largest fire first.
Rowan and the Duke take their seats at a large crescent strategy table to begin planning.
They examine a map of Casti Plains, noting that the terrain makes a head-on clash inevitable.
A member of the group asks for information regarding the size of the enemy forces.
They acknowledge that the current allied forces are at a distinct numerical disadvantage. The Duke explains that refusing to fight would result in unacceptable civilian casualties across Barkino. The Duke laments that the children rescued today represent only a small fraction of the victims. A somber expression settles on the Duke as he reflects on the depth of the tragedy.
The Duke turns his attention to Rowan and asks for the young boy's opinion.
Rowan suggests that they must make their stance clear against the prideful Liberta forces. The boy proposes drawing the enemy out with bait to disturb their formation before reinforcements strike.
The Duke warns that the role of bait is extremely dangerous and could lead to death.
Rowan asks to be used as bait as the reward for his recent successful service.
Oscar and Sienna look on with visible shock at Rowan's reckless and selfless request.
The Duke smirks while considering the boy's bold proposal to put himself in harm's way.
The Duke laughs, finding it unique that anyone would ask to be bait as an achievement reward.
The leader agrees to stake the fate of the city of Barkino on the silver-haired boy.
Rowan accepts the heavy responsibility with a resolute and focused expression.
As the sun sets behind the towers, Oscar wonders what Rowan could possibly be thinking. The scene shifts to the open and vast landscape of the Casti Plains.
A lone figure stands in the center of the massive, empty, grassy field.
Oscar confirms that the Harmony and Honor divisions are currently on their way to provide support.
Rowan stands alone in the wind with a small bird perched on his shoulder, waiting.
A worried thought bubble asks if Rowan will be all right facing the coming storm alone.
Hans watches with a serious and contemplative expression as the plan begins. Hans watches Rowan intently, wondering about the boy's true secret gamble.
A thought bubble questions what path of logic led Rowan to this conclusion.
Rowan apologizes for his late explanation, citing his tactical suitability as the lure.
Hans asks Rowan if he truly understands the weight of a full-scale battle.
Rowan acknowledges the danger while preparing to voice his firm personal conviction.
The boy asserts that he is the only one who must do this. Rowan adjusts his clothing and gear as he prepares for the lone stand.
A speech bubble asks the vice commander for his trust in this plan. Rowan stands ready in the vast empty field with his blackbird companion. Rhythmic thumping sounds announce the steady approach of the massive Liberta army. The ground vibrates as the enemy forces draw ever closer to the boy.
Silhouettes of the Liberta forces appear through the misty horizon of the plains.
The air is filled with the sound of the enemy's heavy, collective breathing.
Liberta soldiers wearing red scarves arrive, looking confident and mocking their opponent.
A soldier draws his blade, ready to crush the lone small defender.
The massive enemy formation looms over the defiant boy in the empty field.
Liberta members mock the Union for sending a mere chick to face them.
Rowan calls out Liberta for preying on the weak with shallow schemes. The boy challenges the enemy to show their true strength in combat. Rowan announces that he has a formal proposal for the gathered enemies. Rowan formally introduces himself as an Oz of the Union Faith Division.
He asks which Liberta swordsmen will test their body and skills against him.
Rowan's bird companion begins to glow with a brilliant and intense blue light.
The boy stands firm, his magical aura beginning to radiate outward.
Promotional graphics display recruitment information alongside various fantasy-themed character illustrations.
Rowan repeats his proposal for a duel to the gathered Liberta soldiers. He questions which enemy soldier is brave enough to face him in battle. A Liberta member mocks Rowan's status as a lowly Union rank grunt. Rowan dismisses the weak, demanding to face an opponent of his own caliber. Rowan notes that the enemy is giving him the exact reaction he expected.
He realizes their pride stops their elites from being the first to fight.
Rowan decides to escalate his provocation to force the enemy to move. Martin steps forward, vowing to teach the arrogant boy some proper manners.
Rowan watches with a cold and focused gaze as his opponent approaches.
Oscar, Sienna, Lucas, and Hans observe the standoff from the distant sidelines.
Rowan focuses on his core goal of stalling until the reinforcements arrive.
Hans keeps a watchful and intense eye on the unfolding duel.
A thought bubble reaffirms absolute trust in Rowan's ability to succeed. A tranquil atmosphere briefly settles over the field before the coming clash. The scene shifts back to the duelists as they face each other. Martin warns Rowan to remember his name before he dies this day. Martin acknowledges Rowan's dense mana but mocks him for being empty-handed.
Rowan reveals he will use a sword while activating a hidden mechanism.
A small, glowing blue diamond-shaped mana shard is released into the air. Martin mocks the tiny shard while Rowan calmly yields the first strike. Enraged, Martin swings his sword, shouting at the boy's extreme arrogance.
Rowan effortlessly leaps over the strike, leaving Martin in a state of shock.
Rowan evaluates Martin's solid skills, but notes his personality is unfortunately rotten.
The blue shard orbits Rowan as Martin realizes he is completely missed.
Rowan leaps over Martin's sword swing with incredible agility and grace. The silver-haired boy observes that his current opponent is laughably slow. Rowan stands firm in the field as mana shards orbit him. Martin collapses onto his knees after being completely outmatched in speed. Rowan expresses his disappointment at the lack of anything to learn, while Martin reacts with shock. Martin angrily claims that he only failed because he let his guard down.
The glowing blue shard pierces Martin, ending the duel abruptly and violently.
Martin lies face down as Rowan prepares for the next opponent. Flicking blood away from his shard, the boy dismisses his fallen fighter.
Looking toward the enemy army, Rowan asks for a proper fight.
The Liberta army watches in silence as their comrade is defeated easily. An enemy voice acknowledges Rowan's arrogance and recognizes his hidden strength. A man tries to step forward, but a woman tells him to move.
Rowan criticizes the man's flashy and ineffective movements as he retreats.
Carla introduces herself as Liberta's sword instructor, and Rowan welcomes her challenge.
Rowan observes that the instructor is a step above the previous fighter.
Carla grips the hilt of her blade, readying for a duel.
Carla identifies herself as a warrior of Barcino before drawing her sword.
Carla promises to show heavy blades while Rowan expresses his anticipation.
The two warriors clash in the center of the vast battlefield.
Carla unleashes a fierce and rapid sequence of strikes against Rowan.
Parrying the blows, the boy notes that her stance feels familiar.
Rowan recognizes that her sword form shares a resemblance to Sophie's style.
He suspects her technique shares roots with the Fauvel family martial style.
Noting the time and approaching reinforcements, Rowan decides to finish quickly.
A powerful shockwave ripples through the air during the intense clash.
Rowan delivers a heavy, mana-infused strike directly at the sword instructor. Carla spits out blood as she reels from the heavy blow.
A massive burst of energy marks the conclusion of the exchange.
Carla lies defeated on the grassy field after Rowan's final strike.
The instructor's sword remains stuck in the ground near her body.
Rowan acknowledges that she fought with sincerity and gave her full effort.
The boy offers a final mercy, warning the survivors to retreat immediately.
Rowan stands alone against the massive, unyielding wall of Liberta soldiers.
A soldier asserts that the brothers of Liberta never run from battle.
The enemy formation remains resolute, refusing to abandon the field.
The leader declares that retreat ends their brotherhood, while Rowan calls for all.
The Blackbird companion all circles above the waiting battlefield.
A surge of blue energy signals the next phase of battle.
Rowan smiles at his bird companion before initiating his final gambit.
Clenching his fist, the boy prepares to trigger his hidden trap.
Rowan reflects that everything has proceeded exactly according to his plan.
He focuses on drawing out the enemy to cut off their retreat.
Rowan launches a red flare high into the sky above Barkino.
The brilliant light of the signal flare illuminates the entire plains. The boy vows to end the long-standing cursed fate with Liberta.